Winter Lord, starting from the Daily Intelligence. Hey, fanfic family. So glad to see you here again to continue this incredible adventure. As always, kindly remember, this story is 100% fiction. So don't go looking for dimensional portals in your closet. All rights to this fantastic novel belong to the original author. We're just your humble narrators of epic tales. Are you enjoying the fanfic? Show it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and dropping us a like. And if you're impatient for more exclusive content, our Patreon is your happy place. Chapter 301 Mary arrives in Red Tide City. The morning mist had not yet dissipated as the convoy slowly crested the last hill. In that instant, the view opened up dramatically. The scenery before her made Mary hold her breath. A city lay silently between the morning mist and the snow-covered plain. The half-finished, grayish-white city walls snaked like a colossal beast, the unpolished stones covered in a thin layer of frost, reflecting a cold light. Iron beams, hard and sharp, were embedded in the stone layers, like armor clad for the city. Several arrow towers stood tall, piercing the mist, the embers of fire still smoldering from the iron braziers hanging atop them. Even more captivating were the fluttering crimson flags, a stark contrast to the vast snowfield. Like lighthouses in the snow, they proclaimed the direction and hope ahead. The children were the first to get restless, leaning halfway out to look, shouting, "It's so big! So tall! Mom, look, it's even more orderly than Spear City, at least it looks that way." A woman accompanying them hugged her youngest son tightly, her voice trembling. "Don't be fooled by appearances. Who knows what it's like inside the city gates?" The older man squinted, his tone wary, but the light in his eyes betrayed his inner shock. Mary listened to the sounds around her, looking at the city shrouded in morning mist, her heart warming slightly. The city walls and gates looked comparable to old Spear City, even more modern and sturdy. Yet she still couldn't completely relax. There was both anticipation and worry. After all, no matter how magnificent it was outside the city gates, it didn't mean life inside would be good. If it were even half as good as Spear City, that would be enough. As the caravan slowly descended the slope, the details of the city gate became clearer. The tall, heavy wooden gate was inlaid with densely packed cold iron nails, which gleamed coldly in the morning light. The gray stone bricks on both sides of the city gate formed a gently sloping ramp, facilitating the passage of transport wagons and the deployment of soldiers. Nearby, knights stood in neat rows, their armor uniform and spotless, each breastplate emblazoned with a crimson sun emblem. "Left line, prepare for inspection upon entry into the city," the lead knight commanded, his expression calm, yet his voice unconsciously lowered, seemingly unwilling to disrupt the established order. The air carried a cool, damp mist and an inexplicable sense of oppression, making it difficult to breathe. Mary leaned slightly out of the carriage window and saw their convoy being led to a special passage on the left. Further to the right, however, lay a completely different scene. A densely packed group of ragged refugees huddled together. They huddled in the drafty shelter, their faces haggard, their eyes filled with longing. Some still clutched coarse cloth bags containing the last of their belongings, smuggled from the ruins. Contrary to Mary's expectations of chaos, there was no shouting or shoving. Order was maintained meticulously. Under several simple wooden sheds, clerks were registering each person's name, origin, and family details. "Next, how many people in your family? Those with children, go over there first." The official's voice was calm, yet carried a hint of authority. On the other side, soldiers were distributing hot porridge and bread. Steaming earthenware pots were brought out one after another, with women and children receiving them first, carefully holding the bowls as if they were holding a long-awaited hope. "Did you see that? They're giving them bread and porridge, and quite a lot of it. Where in the north do people do this? How much grain does that cost?" Someone in the caravan sighed softly. Those who had finished registering were taken by soldiers to the temporary resettlement area inside the city gate. There, neat rows of wooden huts had been erected. Though simple, they at least provided shelter from the wind and rain. The refugees' faces flushed with the warmth of the porridge, and their hunched shoulders finally relaxed. An indescribable emotion welled up inside her, as if something hard was slowly melting away. Mary held the sleeping Annie in her arms, her gaze shifting between the refugees and the makeshift shelters on the other side of the city gate. The people were ragged and emaciated, clearly refugees fleeing from further north in the north. Yet, the expected chaos did not materialize. There was no looting, no crying, no infighting. Instead, there was an almost unbelievable sense of order. Mary stared at it all, a memory flashing through her mind of the famine that had ravaged outside Frost's Spear. There, refugees tore at each other for half a moldy piece of bread, and the corpses of the dead were almost left unattended. But here, these same displaced people sat quietly drinking porridge, and children giggled when they received bread. When her mother, her eyes red from the cold, accepted the blanket from a soldier, a long-lost look of relief appeared on her face. An indescribable shock gripped Mary's heart. The accompanying knight noticed their expressions and explained with a smile, "This is the Red Tide Territory's refugee policy, established by the Lord. First, register their identities, then allocate food and shelter to prevent chaos and disease. Free." Someone couldn't help but interject. "Yes, completely free." The young official's tone carried undisguised pride. "These people, if they are willing to stay, will become part of the Red Tide in the future. This is a rule established by the Lord. The Red Tide Territory's refugee system is unprecedented in the North and even the world. Even the most vulnerable refugees, the elderly, the weak, the sick, and the disabled, can receive a bowl of hot porridge, a piece of bread, and temporary shelter. More importantly, they can regain order on this chaotic land. Of course, this is not simply charity. In Lewis's plan, all refugees are fully recorded, including their names, places of origin, relatives, and physical conditions, all registered and managed according to their categories. Women and children are given priority for sheltered wooden huts and a uniform supply of food, while the young and strong are directly assigned to construction teams. They would build city walls, pave roads, and construct homes. Those with skills, such as blacksmiths, carpenters, pharmacists, or leather workers, would be given priority placement in workshops or the military supply system, exchanging their skills for food and shelter to achieve self-sufficiency. This labor for survival system not only avoided security risks but also allowed the Red Tide Territory to quickly absorb the large number of urgently needed laborers. Thus, on the post-disaster ruins of the North, the Red Tide Territory created order in a different way. For these refugees who had fled all the way, this order was almost an incredible blessing. War and famine would push humanity to its limits. For half a moldy piece of bread, brothers would draw their swords, and mothers would leave their last bite for their children while starving to death themselves. Of course, children without mothers could not last long either. They saw far too many such things on their escape route. They witnessed the coldest rejections and encountered the most brutal expulsions. So, during their escape, they heard intermittent rumors. A city in the southeast is recruiting people. Almost no one dared believe it was true, that such a paradise existed in the north. Clinging to faint, almost extinguished hope, they stumbled along, step by step, following the hazy rumors. They only sought a bowl of hot porridge, a bite of bread, and a way to survive. It wasn't until they truly reached the gates of Red Tide Territory, until they saw soldiers bringing steaming pots of porridge, until officials under the wooden shed looked up and gently asked their names, and until children were wrapped in clean blankets, that they realized for the first time that they were not abandoned by this land. Some old people burst into tears, kneeling on the snow and kowtowing repeatedly, their voices hoarse. Some young fathers, their eyes red, covered their faces tightly, afraid to let their tears fall. And many more children, their hands holding the steaming pots, their little faces red from the cold, their lips trembling with smiles. They sipped their hot porridge, chuckling as if they had survived a catastrophe, or perhaps just waking from a dream. To them, Crimson Tide Territory was more than just a city. In this desolate wasteland where even the wind and snow carried despair, it was more like a blazing fire. It tore through the darkness of the deep winter night, illuminating a path for them to survive. Mary and her group were family members of the Broken Blade Knights, so they didn't need to register like the refugees. Compared to the scene in front of the refugee shacks, the reception before them felt like another world. A squad of Crimson Tide Knights stood in formation, the rhythmic sound of hooves and the soft clang of armor filling the air. At the forefront, an elderly man in a dark robe stepped forward slowly. He was impeccably dressed, his silver hair neatly combed, and though the marks of time etched themselves on his brow, they couldn't conceal his composure and authority. He was none other than Bradley, the once unnoticed butler of the Calvin family, now the true second in command of Crimson Tide Territory's internal affairs. Although he still insisted on calling himself Lord Lewis's butler, Bradley bowed slightly, his gentle yet clear voice reaching everyone's ears. "You have all traveled a long way and must be tired. Lord Lewis has ordered me to personally welcome you all, so please rest assured, everything has been prepared, At that moment, the unease and tension in many people's hearts were somewhat soothed by the old man's calm words. These are the officials responsible for receiving you. They will lead you into the city to settle into your accommodations. Bradley smiled slightly and pointed behind him. Several young Red Tide officials quickly stepped forward and saluted the caravan. I will be responsible for guiding your families from now on. I will accompany you all the way and introduce you to Red Tide City. The caravan slowly passed through the heavy city gate and entered the main road of Red Tide territory. A gust of air mixed with a scent of frost and damp lime rushed towards them. The young reception official rode at the front, raised his hand, and gestured for the caravan to follow slowly. His tone held an undisguised pride. This is the main road of the Red Tide, paved with thick stone bricks. In winter, warm water circulates through pre-buried heating channels to melt snow, prevent slipping, and avoid frost damage. It was designed personally by the Lord. Mary stared blankly at the straight, wide road, almost forgetting to blink. On both sides of the road, pine and cypress trees stood in neat rows, their branches still covered with a thin layer of frost, white and green intertwined like natural guardians. A breeze blew, carrying the scent of pine mixed with the cold air, bringing an indescribable sense of tranquility. These pine and cypress trees not only protect against wind and snow, the young official continued, but also serve as dividing green belts, complementing the drainage system. In winter, snow and rainwater flow into snowmelt pools through the ditches on both sides, preventing the streets from flooding. Mary glanced over instinctively and saw that the drainage ditches along the roadside were of uniform width, as clean as if they had just been wiped, with trickling melted snow flowing into a thin pipe and eventually disappearing into the underground channels beneath the city. This is in the north? How is this possible? She could hardly believe the scene before her was real. The streets were quiet, but orderly. Vendors called out softly, and a group of children chased and played under the eaves, quickly stopped by their teacher. Back to the line, the children grumbled as they lined up and were led towards the school. That's one of the schools in the city, the young official explained, following her gaze. Students enter at age 6, and the outstanding ones can become stewards, accountants, or other officials. Mary lowered her head, looking at Annie in her arms, a surge of emotion welling up inside her. He had originally planned for Annie to become a knight's wife, just like himself, the best future he could envision for a girl in the north. But in Red Tide, her daughter's future might be completely different from his own. More choices were always better. The carriage moved slowly along the main road, the crisp sound of hooves approaching from ahead. Soon, a small cavalry unit from Red Tide emerged from a side street. They were clad in light silver armor, draped in red cloaks, their lances gleaming, and their horses' manes neatly trimmed. The scene surprised Mary. As the wife of a squad leader in the Broken Blade Knights, she often saw knights and shouldn't have been surprised. But what stunned her wasn't the knight's imposing presence, but the reactions of the passers-by. An old woman on the street gently tugged at her grandson's hand, whispering, "Make way, the Crimson Tide Knights are coming." Her tone was gentle, even respectful. The little boy obediently stepped aside, his eyes sparkling as he stared at the knights, whispering, "When I grow up, I want to be a knight too." The vendors smiled and nodded in greeting, and the knights returned the gesture with a raised hand. A ragged refugee carrying a clay pot emerged from the soup kitchen. Upon seeing the patrol, he hastily retreated. But one of the young knights bent down slightly, studied him, and whispered, "Slow down, don't fall." The young official, noticing Mary's gaze, smiled and explained softly, "This is Lord Lewis's decree. The Crimson Tide Knights are not here to suppress the people, but to protect their homes and safety. If the people are afraid when they see a knight, that is his failure, the failure of the knightly order." Mary's heart skipped a beat. In Frostspear City, knights meant power and violence, cold enforcers of order. But here, knights were more like guardians, a shield for the people's hearts. A strange feeling suddenly rose within her. She realized that another kind of relationship could exist between knights and the people. She also understood why there was a sense of security in the air of the Crimson Tide territory that she had never felt before. Chapter 302 Mary's Sights and Hearings. The convoy slowly entered the southern city district. The streets gradually widened, and the number of pedestrians increased. The scene before Mary stunned her. The southern city square was beginning to take shape. Although there weren't many buildings, they were arranged neatly. Vendors had set up temporary stalls in 2s and 3s along both sides of the stone-paved road. Shouts rose and fell, the air filled with the sweet aroma of dried fruit and the salty scent of smoked fish. In the distance, a faint aroma of mead could even be smelled. Come see the cotton cloth brought from the south. It's as fine as snowflakes, fresh dried smoked fish, just dried from Red Tide Lake, raisins, mead, a special supply from the southern city. The shouts, the haggling, and the laughter mingled together, creating a lively atmosphere that Mary hadn't felt in a long time. Mary was the daughter of a merchant, and her discerning eye was more discerning than others. Those few bolts of fine white cotton cloth could only be produced in the wealthy lands of the south. And that basket of raisins and spices, too, had followed the route of southern merchants. But there were also local specialties of Red Tide, smoked dried fish, mead, and rough pottery. This meant that goods from the south could be sent here, while Red Tide's products were being organized into production and entering the market. More prosperous than Spear City, the thought floated gently into Mary's mind, leaving her stunned for a long time. Spear City, the former capital of the north, was now in ruins. The embers of war had not yet been extinguished, the markets were desolate, vendors were few, food was scarce, and even those with money had nothing to buy. Yet here, people were buying and selling, haggling over prices. Even their smiles lacked the cautious flattery and defensiveness of Red Tide, instead carrying a sense of ease. A strange bittersweet feeling and shock suddenly welled up in Mary's heart. She couldn't explain this feeling, like land frozen for years suddenly sprouting greenery before her eyes. In this north, ravaged by disaster and war, Red Tide territory was like an oasis rising abruptly, with wide streets, thriving markets, and people with peace and smiles on their faces. The vibrant market of Red Tide territory was no accident, it stemmed from the system personally designed by Lewis. Unlike Spear City, which suffered from scarcity, or the exploitative South, Red Tide territory was largely controlled by the Lord's mansion. Grain, iron ore, timber, medicine, and even the most basic salt were all allocated through the Material Control Office. The buying and selling of bulk commodities was strictly prohibited. Grain, fuel, and minerals were prioritized for legions, construction teams, farms, and workshops. Every household was registered in the government register, receiving rations and salt with vouchers. Newcomers received basic accommodations, a warm shelter and a stipend of hot porridge. Anything more required hard work. Work for food was the ironclad rule of Red Tide territory. Mary's gaze fell on a street corner where a group of newly arrived young migrants were carrying gray stone bricks. They looked exhausted, but without complaint. An official wearing the insignia of the Lord was recording their work hours. For each completed task, the workers received extra ration coupons, or even a few gleaming copper coins. The government's tight control didn't make the place lifeless. On the contrary, the streets of Red Tide were unusually lively because Lewis hadn't completely shut down the market. In the South Market Square, vendors were allowed to trade freely, and small workshops were permitted to sell their products. As long as a small market maintenance tax was paid, the government wouldn't interfere with pricing. Mary saw the sounds of vendors calling out their wares, haggling with customers, and children running around the stalls. At that moment, the air was filled with a breath of life. Mary quietly watched the passing carriages and people on the street, the shouts and laughter of the vendors filing her ears. Perhaps, she murmured to herself, this is the future center of the North. The caravan continued on, rounding a wide cobblestone street, and Red Tide Square slowly came into view, filled with a faint scent of lime and sawdust. Construction was still underway. A half-built platform was surrounded by sturdy wooden frames and ropes, and dozens of workers were working methodically, the sounds of hammers and shouts mingling. The young reception official turned and pointed to the center of the square. This is the Crimson Tide Square, one of the administrative centers of the Crimson Tide territory. His voice rose slightly with excitement. This will be the most important heart of the Crimson Tide territory. All government orders, mobilization orders, and resource allocations will be issued here first, and anyone can come and see them directly. Mary looked up and saw a towering notice board, its black characters particularly striking in the sunlight. Grain allocation order, spring planting mobilization order. Several civil officials stood in front of the board, loudly proclaiming the latest government orders. A crowd of people gathered around, some holding children, others carrying bamboo baskets, their expressions focused. The second batch of rations this month will be distributed to the square before the 17th. Please come and collect it with your ration coupon. Spring plowing mobilization order. Residents aged 16 to 30 who register for plowing will receive additional subsidies and food rations from the Red Tide territory. The officials' voices were loud and clear, pausing occasionally to allow the audience to process the information. The Red Tide Knights beside them quietly maintained order. There was no noise or chaos, only a sense of orderly flow in the air. Mary stared blankly at this scene, inexplicably shaken. In any city she had ever visited, she had never seen government decrees so publicly announced. Nobles usually pocketed the benefits first, leaving only scraps for the common people. Here, the policies were being read aloud to everyone. The official turned to Mary and her companions and explained, "These decrees will be posted immediately on the notice board, so there's no need to worry about being late to the news. The distribution of grain, seeds, ironware, and oxen is all public. The territory will first ensure everyone's basic needs are met, and then allocate additional rewards based on labor and contribution." Behind all this, Mary vaguely realized that the city was quietly accomplishing something astonishing. It was absorbing people. Whether they were fleeing refugees, displaced artisans, or merchants traveling from the north and south, the Red Tide territory had taken them all in. Those with strength were incorporated into construction teams to build city walls, cultivate fields, and pave roads. Those with skills were sent to workshops, ranches, and apothecaries to become Red Tide technicians. Merchants from the south, meanwhile, were making a fortune in silver coins in the South Market Square. Just as Mary was pondering this, the caravan slowly passed the edge of the square, and the outline of a tall building combining wood and stone appeared in the mist. "That's the administrative center," the young official pointed to the tall building. "From now on, any problems you encounter, such as housing, household registration, rations, or education, will be registered and processed here." Mary looked up and saw a majestic three-story building, its exterior walls constructed of alternating layers of gray stone and cedar, its windowsills inlaid with dark gold trim, and its facade engraved with the emblem of the Crimson Tide sun. In front of the building, officials dressed in uniform red robes carried files, their steps light and their expressions focused. There was no idle chatter, no chaos. The occasional whispers were merely for verifying information. The young official's voice carried a hint of pride. "Our Crimson Tide territory is still small, but our administrative system has already been established. Household registration, military equipment, agriculture, education, workshop allocation, each has a designated person in charge. Every decision, every resource allocation, is written on a notice board, and everyone can access it. Here, Crimson Tide Knights maintained order, workers busily carried out construction, and the officials in the administrative center never stopped." Despite the large number of people, there was no chaos in the air, only a reassuring sense of order. Mary closed her eyes, the rumors she'd heard before leaving Prosperous City flashing through her mind. Crimson Tide territory? That place was a wasteland a few years ago, without a decent lord. I heard wild beasts roam there. There's not even farmland. That place? At best, a ghost town where exiles and poor people gather. But what about now? Here were city walls, a plaza, a school, and a market. Complete roads, bustling crowds. An order that brought peace of mind to the people, and guarantees for the survival of refugees. Is this really a barbaric land? Mary's gaze unconsciously rose to the horizon, the sun of the Crimson Tide blazing in the wind. She thought of that young lord, who, in just a few years, had transformed this once barbaric land into a city even more livable than Prosperous City. She wasn't the only one thinking this. The families of the Broken Blade Knights traveling with her shared similar thoughts, yet they had only seen the tip of the iceberg of the Crimson Tide. The caravan slowly drove south, gradually leaving the bustling South Market Plaza. The noise gradually faded, replaced by a quiet and open neighborhood. Through the car window, Mary's gaze was suddenly drawn to a strange sight. It was a neatly divided residential area, with rows of Crimson Tide-style domed houses, their exterior walls painted in alternating shades of dark gray, indigo, and dark gold, both dignified and warm. Unlike the dilapidated stone and wood houses of Prosperous City, these domed houses were half buried in the ground, their eaves curving gently as if naturally extending. A few wisps of morning mist swirling between the snow-covered eaves, reflecting an almost dreamlike glow. "Look, everyone," the young official rode forward, his face unable to hide his pride, his voice slightly raised. It was as if he were showing them the most prized achievement of the Crimson Tide territory. "This is the third batch of residential areas we completed last year. It uses double-layered insulated walls and a geothermal circulation heating system, So even if heavy snow blocks the mountain passes, the indoor temperature will remain constant. You'll be living here from now on. His words were followed by a low murmur of amazement in the carriage. My God, is this the residential area of Red Tide territory? The knight's wife, Arlene, sitting opposite him, couldn't help but cover her mouth, her eyes filled with disbelief. Her slender fingers gripped the edge of the window tightly, as if only then could she confirm that the scene before her was real. Several younger family members couldn't contain themselves any longer and leaned halfway out, craning their necks to look. Their headscarves fluttered gently in the morning breeze, even their earlobes were red with cold, but none of them retreated. Are these really the houses allocated to us? An older woman sitting in the corner of the carriage asked, her voice trembling, afraid that she would be jolted awake from her dream at any moment. It can't be just a show for us, right? Can we really move in? The atmosphere suddenly warmed up. The young official clearly enjoyed the reaction and continued, each dome has a separate kitchen, 2-story living areas, and winter heating subsidies and hot water thermos supplies. The Lord said. He paused slightly, lowering his voice, mimicking Lewis's tone. The knights risk their lives on the front lines. Their families should live better than others. These words flowed like a warm current into Mary's heart. She hugged Annie tightly, her nose tingling slightly, but she couldn't utter a word. The wheels rolled slowly over the cobblestones. Finally, the caravan came to a stop on a wide, straight main street. The morning mist hadn't dissipated, and pale golden sunlight pierced through the clouds, casting a soft glow on the dark gray domes. At the street corner, Bradley was already waiting. Thank you for your hard work, everyone, he bowed slightly. The housing has been assigned to everyone. Please follow the receptionist to complete the settlement process. Mary looked up and saw more than a dozen young civil officials standing on both sides behind Bradley, dressed in uniform dark red robes with the same crimson sun pattern embroidered on the cuffs. It was an order and sense of ceremony they had never seen in Frost Spear City. The civil officials quickly stepped forward, guiding each family out of their vehicles and checking the rosters one by one. Sir Smith's family? Please follow me. The one who greeted them was a cheerful young official. He held a neat stack of registration books and explained to them as he turned the pages, this is the third batch of dome houses. Every house is connected to the geothermal system, and the temperature can be kept around 18 degrees Celsius in winter. You and your children will no longer have to worry about getting cold. There was a hint of pride in his eyes as he spoke, as if he were introducing his own home, not an ordinary residence. In addition, each household will receive an initial resettlement subsidy, including grain, cured meat, and 50 gold coins. Any additional supplies needed can be collected at the distribution office in the government center upon presentation of their household registration. Mary listened quietly until the money pouch wrapped in fine cloth was handed to her, its heavy weight settling in her palm, giving her a sense of reality. Following the official to their house, a warm breeze wafted out as the door opened. Flames danced in the fireplace, casting a soft glow on the warm wooden walls. A wooden staircase wound its way up to the spacious second floor. Linen curtains hung from the windowsill, the bed was neatly made, and a few dried flowers sat in a ceramic jar in the corner, as if silently welcoming them. Mary, holding Annie, gently stepped across the threshold. The thick, warm blanket beneath her feet felt like the entire floor was gently comforting her weary nerves. Her husband, Smith, arrived shortly after, opened the door, and stood frozen in place, speechless for a long time. He looked around the room, his gaze slow and silent, until finally settling on Mary and their daughter. After what seemed like an eternity, he finally murmured, "We live here." Mary pursed her lips and slowly nodded. She heard a thump deep within her heart, as if a heavy, unresolved burden had finally been lifted. Chapter 303 Changes in the Red Tide Territory. Lewis had barely slept since rushing back to Red Tide City from Wheatfield Territory yesterday. He'd spent the night in Sif's room as compensation for his lack of sustenance, and before dawn, he headed straight for the government office. Arriving at the administrative center, he pushed open the heavy office door, and a familiar atmosphere washed over him. Bookshelves surrounded the entire room, reaching to the ceiling. Scrolls, registers, and tax ledgers were neatly arranged, categorized by color and number, stacked with impeccable order. Decrees and maps were filed daily, placed in easily accessible locations on the shelves, allowing anyone to find the information they needed instantly. Even though he hadn't been back for nearly a month, the office was spotless, clearly cleaned daily by a specialist. This was the heart of Red Tide Territory, and the future heart of the North. The moment Lewis sat down in that high-backed chair, a melodramatic line came to mind. Red Tide territory, your king has returned. Hanging before his seat was a massive map of southeastern Northland, almost taking up an entire wall. A dense array of wooden stakes were stuck into the map, each representing a reclaimed area, newly cultivated land, mining area, or river. Red marked important storage points, blue indicated residential areas, and small gold flags represented newly established territorial boundaries. Now, it was filled with vibrant flags, which gave Lewis a great sense of accomplishment. "You're back," Bradley had been waiting for a long time. The old man was as always, but a hint of weariness was visible in his eyes. Lewis nodded gently. "Long time no see, Bradley. Thank you for your hard work." The old man gave a butler's bow. "Not at all, sir." The two smiled at each other for a moment, as if all pleasantries were superfluous. They both understood that Red Tide territory was no longer the small territory it once was. Every decision affected the lives of countless people, so there was no need to waste time on pleasantries. Bradley brought out a neat stack of documents and placed them in front of Lewis. "This is a complete summary of everything that happened in Red Tide territory during your absence." Lewis looked at the mountain of documents, a headache forming on his mind, unsure where to begin. Seeing this, Bradley pulled out a dossier and pushed it towards Lewis. "Let's start with the city's construction, sir." Lewis unfolded the first page, which contained drawings of city gates and walls. Bradley explained, "The east and west gates of Red Tide City have been reinforced. They've been fitted with newly made ironwood and cold iron sheaths, and the bolts have been completely replaced. Now, even a large magic explosion bomb could withstand 2 rounds of bombardment." "What about the south gate, still under construction?" Bradley's fingers traced across the parchment. "It's expected to be completed in half a month. We prioritize procuring the best cold iron ore to ensure the reinforcement materials aren't compromised." Lewis turned to the next page, unfolding a drawing depicting the southwest corner of the city. It was the blueprint for Red Tide City's 4th batch of domed residential communities. The map showed rows of small, radiating domes in shades of dark red and gray, with thin lines marking the locations of geothermal pipes on the semi-buried foundations. Each community had a small assembly square in the center, next to a communal well and storage room. "The 4th batch of Red Tide-style domed housing communities has begun construction," the old man said, his voice tinged with barely concealed satisfaction. "A total of 600 units, 300 of which are expected to be topped out by early autumn." Lewis glanced at the file, raising an eyebrow. "What about the allocation plan? Still based on contribution?" Bradley replied calmly. "Regardless of background or origin, only their contributions to Red Tide will matter. Craftsmen, military dependents, and officials among the older residents will be given priority." "What about the refugees? So many people, where will we house them?" "The communal longhouse area we planned in advance is already in use." Bradley opened another, thicker booklet, revealing a brand new hand-drawn sketch. The lines on the paper were clean. 3 long, narrow wooden housing areas were meticulously outlined, like the texture of a chessboard. "The longhouse area we planned in advance is under rapid construction, and some parts are already in use," Bradley explained. "We considered the refugee crisis before the war, so we reserved land and locations for geothermal wells. That's why it was built so quickly." He pointed to several ventilation lines marked on the map. Each the longhouse is a double-story wooden structure, with a stove and communal kitchen on the ground floor, and simple geothermal pipes embedded in the roof to maintain a temperature of no less than 15 degrees Celsius. Each the longhouse can accommodate 30 to 40 people and is equipped with uniform wooden storage boxes, fireproof, moisture-proof, and theft-proof. "The first batch of 600 longhouses is enough to house more than 20,000 people." Bradley turned to another page, pointing to the detailed markings next to it. "These are the locations of soup kitchens, herb stations, communal wells, and drainage ditches. According to the plan, the 3 longhouse areas will each be independent and will not interfere with each other." Lewis's brow slowly relaxed. At least they won't be sleeping in the snow anymore. Then he turned to the next page, the map of which depicted Wheat Ridge. A hint of admiration flashed in Bradley's eyes. Wheat Ridge, as the core of the Red Tide's granary, has begun expanding with 2 new granary complexes, with a total capacity of 75,000 tons of grain. Lewis slowly unfolded the drawing in the dossier, depicting Wheat Ridge with exceptional clarity. The first granary, already in operation on the north side, was meticulously drawn, its thick stone walls and underground insulation layer meticulously depicted. On two blank plots in the southwest, the locations of two new semi-underground granaries were marked, with symbols for double-layered ceiling valves and ventilation shafts drawn next to their foundations. Bradley continued his report, his tone filled with pride. We use double-layered cellar-style granaries, with an outer layer for ventilation and heat dissipation, and an inner layer for reinforcement and sealing. Utilizing geothermal energy and ventilation shafts to maintain a stable temperature, it effectively prevents moisture and mold. Lewis smiled and said, "That's good. This winter, I hope to see these granaries filled." Upon hearing this, Bradley smiled and said, "They will be. I'm even worried there won't be enough." Then Lewis opened a new report. A survey map from Starforge was pinned to the booklet. Several dark veins running like blood vessels across the earth, extending deep into the northwest. "This is the situation in Starforge," Bradley said in a low voice. "The Geological Workshop's exploration team has confirmed the discovery of a magic marrow vein in the 9th mining district. The reserves may far exceed those of Red Tide territory." Lewis's fingertip lightly traced the dark vein marker. He wasn't particularly surprised. After all, he had already learned of the vein's existence through the daily intelligence system. However, at that time, the population was insufficient, and the number of miners was limited. Hasty mining would only increase the burden on himself and the people. Now, with the influx of refugees and the increasing number of available miners, he could naturally proceed accordingly. Expansion has already begun. Yes. The workshop, smelting furnace, and artisan dormitories have all been approved. The mining town is also in the planning stages. Notify Starforge. Lewis leaned back in his high-back chair. Mining is possible, but be careful. Start from the perimeter. Safety first. Avoid landslides. Bradley acknowledged and made a note. Also, have them send more refugees over. Prioritize expanding the mine dormitories to prevent workers from sleeping outdoors. Yes, sir. After reading the last page of the dossier, Lewis leaned back in his chair, his fingertips lightly tracing the edge of the paper. He paused, then looked up at Bradley. "Bradley, we don't have enough construction workers, do we?" Bradley replied softly. "Yes, sir. The scale of Red Tide's construction has far exceeded initial expectations. We're now continuously selecting young and strong men from the refugees we've taken in, training them through an apprenticeship system to become a new batch of construction craftsmen." Lewis nodded slightly, his voice carrying a suppressed strength. "Very good. Remember to let them know that effort and reward are equal. As long as they are willing to learn and work, Red Tide will give them a future." Bradley smiled slightly and said softly, "Yes, sir." Lewis gently closed the dossier, then opened the next thin booklet Bradley pushed towards him, his gaze quickly sweeping over the 4 large characters spring planting mobilization on the first page. "The next book is about spring planting." Bradley understood and bowed slightly. "You know the situation in Wheatfield territory, you just returned from there. In the other territories southeast of Red Tide, a total of 3,200 acres of farmland have been newly reclaimed. Most of it was cleared by the labor of refugees." Lewis's eyes lit up slightly as he looked up at the large map on the wall. It wasn't as large as Wheatfield territory, but 3,000 acres in the currently barren north meant the survival of countless lives. Has Wheatfield's experience and technology been dispatched to the various settlements? The dispatch order has been issued. Bradley's voice carried a hint of pride. The farming methods, cold-resistant wheat, and geothermal greenhouses of Wheatfield territory are being replicated. Increased grain production this year is expected. Lewis lowered his head, looking at the estimated harvest figures on the booklet, his fingertips slowly tracing the paper. His long unsettled brow relaxed slightly for the first time. This was his biggest concern. The North could live without armor, without walls, but it absolutely could not live without food. "There's still not enough food," Lewis murmured. "If the people go hungry, all order will collapse." Bradley nodded respectfully. "So we must expand the granaries in advance to prevent a future crisis." Lewis had just closed the spring planting report and rubbed his temples, wanting to rest for a while, but Bradley had already switched to a thick booklet with the title Population and Resettlement Report on the cover. "So far, we have taken in over 18,000 refugees since the war," Bradley reported. "Currently, food is being distributed daily from the granaries, which is enough to maintain basic stability." Lewis opened the booklet, his gaze sweeping over the densely packed names. 18,000 people. This was both a treasure and a burden. "What about the epidemic?" he asked. "The cold wave at the end of winter is basically under control," Bradley replied. The medical clinics and apothecaries are operating around the clock, distributing herbs in fixed daily rations. But the north is damp and cold, so we still need to be wary of a second outbreak, Lewis nodded. A population explosion is an opportunity, but a slight misstep could lead to famine and plague, destroying everything faster than war. Bradley continued, to resettle the displaced people, the government is implementing a household registration contract system. We provide them with farmland, cattle, tools, and temporary shelter. After signing the contract, they officially become citizens of the Red Tide, enjoying the protection of territorial laws, reasonable taxes, education, and the opportunity to redeem themselves. This contract, seemingly a favor, is in reality the bond of the Red Tide. After all, what he wants is not just population, but Red Tide people, citizens who can be mobilized, educated, and trusted. In addition, the first batch of 3,000 skilled slaves purchased through the Calvin Merchant Guild is already on its way. We will only select valuable slaves such as artisans, herders, blacksmiths, and apothecaries to invest in infrastructure. Lewis didn't look up, only saying softly, don't buy too many at once. Try them out first, integrate them gradually, and avoid any unexpected problems. Understood? Turning to the second half of the booklet, several hand-drawn red lines appeared on the paper, marking the edge of the new southeastern city of the Red Tide. This is a pilot program in Border Village. Bradley tapped a few small dots with his fingertips. We are accepting the remnants of the barbarian tribes who are willing to submit. Most of them have lost their tribes, food, and shelter, so they're very willing to obey. It's like grasping at a straw. Lewis's gaze fell on a small name next to the marker, Sif. Are we using her identity to appease them? Yes, Bradley answered frankly. Although they may not believe in the Princess of the Cold Moon tribe, it at least gives them a psychological way out. Lewis let out a soft breath, not responding immediately. This was a delicate game. These barbarian remnants were potential fighting force in labor, but also a hidden danger, so the Red Tide had drawn a buffer zone for them in terms of the system. On the surface, it was autonomy, but real power was firmly in the hands of the Red Tide. Military household system, education and training, collective responsibility system, patrol battalions, all will be implemented simultaneously. His voice was calm, as if he were issuing a perfectly natural order. On the surface, give them the illusion of autonomy, but every lifeline, every grain of food, every weapon must be in our hands. Bradley's eyes lit up, and he bowed slightly. Understood, sir. His tone carried an unusual coldness, as if he had absorbed the trace of iron-bloodedness from Lewis. Let them sing their so-called tribal glory. But their food, their soldiers, their offspring, all belong to the Red Tide. At this point, the old man's eyes calmed. Don't worry, they will soon understand that only under the Red Tide's protection can they have a future. Lewis smiled, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. By the way, Lewis suddenly remembered something and asked in a low voice, how is the overall morale of the Red Tide? Higher than ever, my lord. The old man slowly raised his eyes, looking at the young lord sitting behind his desk, his tone tinged with emotion, as if speaking for countless Red Tide people, whether they are new refugees or long-time residents of the Red Tide. They all understand that they are able to survive now because of you. He lowered his head slightly. They call you the son of the North. Lewis's lips curled slightly, but he did not respond. Bradley, seeing this, continued, they feel that as long as they work hard under your protection, they will be rewarded. Those refugees who fled from war and famine say that the Red Tide territory is the only land where they can see a future. Just then, the morning light pierced through the thick clouds outside the window, casting a pale golden streak that fell precisely on the map. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 304 Red Tide's Future Planning. The morning light pierced through the thick clouds, casting a streak of light that fell precisely on the large map on the table, as if echoing Bradley's words. Lewis glanced at the light and chuckled, the sun? That's a bit of an exaggeration. I'm merely relaying what my subjects have said, Bradley said, bowing slightly, his tone remarkably firm. After a brief silence, Lewis didn't dwell on it further, simply closing the report in his hand. He leaned back in his chair, his gaze sweeping over the numerous files on the table, a sense of satisfaction rising within him. During his absence from the Red Tide, The administration had continued to function smoothly. City construction, granaries, and population management had all progressed faster than anticipated. This indicated that the administrative system he had established was beginning to operate autonomously, requiring no personal intervention from him. Moreover, the results far surpassed those of the northern territories, even exceeding 80% of the empire's territories. Yet, even so, he still felt it wasn't enough. "You've done very well," Lewis said, his tone unhurried, even exceeding my expectations. Bradley smiled slightly, but didn't take credit, only bowing. "But regarding administration, I have an idea," Lewis said calmly. "Please speak, sir." Bradley quickly pulled out a small booklet, waiting to write down every word. "First," Lewis began slowly, "we need to completely restructure the Red Tide's political structure. A two-tiered system of central and local governance." "Two-tiered," Bradley frowned. "Yes, the central government is in Red Tide City," Lewis pointed to the map on the table. "I will directly rule the entire territory, with all military, political, and financial power centralized. Local decrees will be issued from here and delivered swiftly, without any room for disagreement. As for the local areas, officials will be directly appointed there. They are only responsible for implementing central decrees and have no legislative power. Every grain of food, every road, and every soldier must be controlled by the central government." Bradley couldn't help but sigh softly. In this way, the hidden dangers of governance can indeed be completely eradicated. "That's right," Lewis's tone was stern. "The people obey not the local officials, but Red Tide itself." "Second," Lewis exhaled softly, then changed the subject, "I want to centralize government affairs and subdivide them." Bradley quickly picked up a pen. "Please elaborate, sir." "For example, the agricultural department, the craftsman's department, the trade department, the education department, the defense department, the civil affairs department, the health department, etc." Lewis rattled off 7 names in one breath. He had been planning this for a long time. Bradley looked up. "My lord, this is different from the Empire's departmental system." "It's different," Lewis shook his head. "The Empire's corruption lies in the division of labor without accountability. There are titles but no one is truly responsible. I require each department to manage a specific task and establish an evaluation mechanism. The agriculture department is in charge of farming and granaries, spring planting, autumn harvest, distribution of seeds and farm tools, construction of irrigation canals and greenhouses, ensuring that the people have food to eat all year round. So, whether they can feed more people is their test. The craftsman department oversees workshops and handicrafts. Blacksmiths, carpenters, alchemists, etc., are all in charge of armor and weapons, farm tools and equipment, as well as the construction of city walls and bridges, and inventions. All production and skills are under the management of this department. Anyone who cuts corners will be punished, and whoever can create new tools or new methods will be richly rewarded. The trade department manages trade and the flow of goods. Market taxes, caravans, roads and post stations are all maintained by them, ensuring the smooth flow of goods between the Red Tide and the north and south. The education department is responsible for education and nurturing, cultivating talent for the Red Tide. It will establish schools to teach children literacy and arithmetic, training literate and arithmetic skilled clerks to fill talent gaps in the Red Tide territory. It will also preach the law, ensuring the people understand the rules, and when the time is right, it will promote literacy. The defense department is responsible for defense and security. This will be handled by the military, which I will have Lambert arrange. It will be responsible for training ordinary soldiers and apprentice knights, patrolling towns, suppressing bandits, guarding the borders, and ensuring peace and order within the Red Tide territory during minor crises. The Civil Affairs Department will record household registrations and allocate land. It will accept refugees, provide shelter, collect reasonable taxes, and ensure everyone is registered and has a place to live. The Health Department will be in charge of disease prevention and territorial hygiene. It will manage medicinal materials, liaise with physicians, and establish disease control centers. In the event of an epidemic, it will immediately isolate and treat the affected population, safeguarding the Red Tide people's lifeline. Bradley wrote furiously, recording Lewis's words verbatim. Although he hadn't fully grasped it yet, he knew it was extremely important and the result of Lewis's careful consideration. Lewis continued unhurriedly, "And they have to submit monthly reports to me and be evaluated annually. Those who fail are demoted and punished, while those who perform well are rewarded and promoted. The order of the red tide cannot be neglected in the slightest. Of course, the central government is only the backbone. Without the hands and feet of the local authorities to implement it, even the best policies are just empty words. Local systems must also be established. Lewis gave Bradley no chance to catch his breath and continued, each vassal territory must have a supervisor, the highest-ranking local official appointed by the Lord. They must absolutely enforce central government orders, such as maintaining order and collecting taxes. They will also have an assistant supervisor by their side, who can act on their behalf when necessary. He paused, his finger lightly tracing the wheat fields and star-forged areas on the map. Under them, there will also be other subordinate officials to handle the affairs of the 7 departments. The agricultural official will oversee cultivation and harvest, patrol and maintain local order, and the tax collector will be responsible for taxation and trade. All these people will be appointed by the central government, and local officials will not be allowed to appoint them privately. Bradley nodded slightly, his pen scratching across the parchment. Decrees must be swift. Lewis's voice was deep. They must be delivered on time, every decree relayed to the local authorities by nights immediately. The supervisors must also submit monthly reports, clearly outlining matters of grain, taxation, and security. Furthermore, every quarter, they must personally report to the red tide, presenting their duties in person, without the slightest ambiguity. The morning light from the window illuminated Lewis's profile, casting a sharp arc. The central government agencies must send inspectors, and the inspectorate must also conduct independent inspections, double supervision. No one can get away with anything, Bradley replied softly. My lord, you truly intend for the red tide to extend its reach to every inch of land. Lewis's tone was icy. Only in this way can the order I have established not be easily shaken. But how will these be supervised? Lewis slowly curled his lips into a smile, uttering 3 words, inspectorate. Bradley's mouth opened slightly, as if he understood something. The censorate reports directly to me. Its head is someone I trust most. Furthermore, all censors are not stationed locally and are rotated regularly. They are my eyes and ears, able to report any official at any time. Anyone, regardless of rank, who dares to be corrupt or derelict in their duty will be immediately dismissed, or even beheaded. Bradley's palm sweated slightly upon hearing this. He knew, of course, that the Empire had a similar censorate system, but for nearly a century it had been largely a formality, mostly superficial, allowing local powerful figures to influence the system, ultimately becoming a tool for corruption. But Lewis's approach was different. His envisioned censorate was not a decorative facade, but a razor-sharp system, directly under the Lord, not stationed locally, rotated regularly, and uninvolved in any local interests. More importantly, it allowed for immediate reporting and dismissal. This meant that if someone embezzled, there was no need for layers of reporting or lengthy approvals. They could be dismissed on the spot. A complex emotion welled up in Bradley's heart. This young lord's thinking was far more severe and more feasible than the old imperial system. That wasn't just a paper tiger, it was more like a sort of Damocles hanging over the heads of officials at any moment. Compared to the loose and crude oversight of the Empire, this was the real means to subdue the officials. Your Excellency is truly a man of great talent for governing the world, he murmured inwardly, his gaze falling on the young man behind the table. He felt incredibly fortunate to have the opportunity to follow such a leader in his lifetime. Just as Bradley was still immersed in shock, Lewis's tone shifted. There's one more thing. Write it down. The old man immediately picked up his pen, leaning forward slightly, afraid of missing a single word. Once all the departments are arranged and the framework is in place, I want them to submit a 5-year plan. Bradley paused, his pen hovering over the parchment, seemingly not understanding. Lewis ignored his expression and continued, short-term measures can at best alleviate the immediate predicament, but they cannot lay a long-term foundation. If Red Tide wants to go further, it needs a blueprint, so that its people know what to do and where to go in the next 5 years. Lewis paused, then pondered. For example, how many acres of farmland should be expanded? How much should the granaries be increased in capacity? How many workshops should be built? How much should the population increase? How many civil servants should be trained in schools? And how much should the army be expanded? You should understand the necessity of doing so. If we only focus on the harvest of one season a year, Red Tide will forever remain a surviving stronghold in the northern wilderness. With a long-term plan, even if the wind and snow are heavy, we can see the direction of the future. At this moment, Bradley understood that Lewis's thoughts and plans were, in the manner of a king, writing the future for Red Tide, and even for the entire Northern Territory. Lewis leaned back in his chair, his voice unhurried. I'm just offering some directions. Specific targets will need to be proposed by each department. But these must be set after investigation. They can't be fabricated arbitrarily to exaggerate their achievements. Of course, I'll be the one to review them last. His tone was devoid of any exaggeration, only a convincing pragmatism. Bradley lowered his head slightly. I understand. A complex mix of emotions welled up in the old man's heart. This young lord not only possessed extraordinary foresight, but also understood the importance of not rushing things and ensuring that decrees didn't become empty words. Bradley then fell silent for a moment, as if carefully considering his words. My lord, he leaned slightly forward, his tone tentative. Besides the integration of government affairs and the 5-year plan, there is another matter worth considering, annexing the territories of the surrounding minor nobles. Lewis smiled contemptuously upon hearing this. Indeed, although we have already taken control of most of the southeastern territories, they are still scattered and cannot be linked together. Many minor noble forces are already depleted. The insect plague and war have devoured nearly half of their labor force and land. Their granaries are empty, their mines have collapsed, and 7 or 8 out of 10 knightly orders have been wiped out. What they can barely maintain now is not their own strength, but the support of our Red Tide. In other words, they appear independent, but in reality, they are already pockets tied to our waists. Whatever they want, we only need to reach out and take. Once we bring these strategic locations under our control, the Red Tide can form a complete entity. Then, by thoroughly transforming this chaotic southeast into a unified core of order, we will have the ability to devour the entire North and become the true ruler of the North. His tone was calm, yet carried a chilling decisiveness. The Red Tide territory should take the initiative, using exchange, cooperation, or even force to gradually annex them. He then began to explain his methods, as if sketching out a winning chess game. We can use some peripheral territories and supplies to exchange for their strategic locations. Lewis's fingertip lightly traced several plots of land on the map. Or we can propose joint reclamation and territorial development, making them see the potential profits. Thus voluntarily relinquishing control, Lewis pondered for a moment, then continued, supply first, then restrict. When they no longer have rations for their knights and servants, raw materials for their workshops, and iron for their armaments, and are all dependent on the Red Tide, they will be unable to struggle any longer. Of course, there will be stubborn old fogies clinging to their ancestral territories, refusing to cooperate. Lewis narrowed his eyes slightly. We must strike hard against these diehards. We could provoke a border skirmish, or send troops under the guise of bandit suppression. Taking down one will be enough to deter the rest. As he finished speaking, the Red Tide marker on the map flickered slightly in the firelight. Bradley was silent for a moment, then slowly exhaled, his brow relaxing. Sir, I understand, he bowed. First divide them, then consolidate them. Use both soft and hard tactics, leaving them with no way out. Lewis nodded slightly, his expression unchanging, as if this was how it should be. The Red Tide's territory and influence must expand in the shortest possible time. His voice was steady and calm. We need to proactively shape the situation, not react passively, Bradley responded, his tone no longer hesitant, but rather brimming with eagerness. This is the most direct and effective method. I will immediately arrange for intelligence gathering to assess which minor nobles are suitable for cooperation and which should be dealt with. Lewis didn't look up, simply uttering 2 words. Very good. Those 2 short words fell like a hammer. Those minor noble territories still marked on the map were now like chess pieces, at the mercy of others. Because of the young lord's few words, their future had been laid bare. Chapter 305 Territory Exchange. Inside the government hall, the map on the long table was flattened, the candlelight reflecting off the sheepskin, making the various markings clearly visible. Bradley circled a spot with his pen, his voice steady. Most of the territories that need to be replaced are located around the Red Tide territory. This way, all the key locations can be woven into a complete road network, making travel easier and setting up defensive outposts much simpler. Several officials nodded in turn, adding information from the side. However, their gazes still occasionally fell on a few red markings. Those were located in remote and desolate places, not near waterways or trade routes. Compared to the surrounding prosperous lands, they were worthless. Finally, a young official couldn't help but speak softly. These places look unremarkable. Before he could finish speaking, The older official beside him coughed lightly, his tone stern. "Be careful what you say. These markings were left by Lord Lewis himself. Have you ever seen him make a mistake?" The young official was startled, then lowered his head, his face flushed. Bradley, observing without changing his expression, said, "If we can't understand Lord Lewis's orders, it only shows our lack of vision. Remember, our duty is to execute, not to question." A moment of silence filled the hall, then everyone bowed and nodded. Of course, Lewis didn't mark these locations randomly. He had mastered most of the secret resources in the surrounding area through the daily intelligence system, only marking places of strategic value. Some contained buried magic marrow veins, others harbored rare magical plants and beasts, and still others were hidden transportation hubs. These were seemingly just barren hills and wastelands, but in reality, they could potentially affect the future of the entire Crimson Tide territory. Of course, Lewis wouldn't tell these officials the actual reasons, but rather let them interpret them themselves, just as the sun doesn't explain why it shines. After a brief silence, Bradley spoke again. The negotiation strategy consists of 3 steps. First, courtesy. Use other territories, grain, and gold coins as bargaining chips to exchange with those minor nobles. Make them feel they've gotten a good deal, and they'll willingly sign the contract. He paused, his fingertips lightly tapping on the map. Secondly, if they still hesitate, cut off their lifelines, food, iron, or raw materials for their workshops. These lifelines are all in the hands of the Red Tide. Let them taste the bitterness of loss, and sooner or later they'll come knocking on our door. Bradley's voice turned colder at the end. If anyone still remains obstinate, then report to Lord Lewis and, under the pretext of defending against the barbarians, send troops to take them. One blow will be enough to make others understand the price. Of course, it's best not to go that far, as that would make Lord Lewis think we're too incompetent. The officials bowed their heads in unison and solemnly replied, "Understood." After a final, precise deduction and calculation, the list of envoys was finalized. They would set off with a contract symbolizing goodwill, embarking on this journey of courtesy before force. East of the Red Tide territory, along the solitary cliff of the Howling Wind Highlands, lies a small territory called Vine Slope. It was barren and desolate, isolated by trade routes, and possessed virtually no resources except for vines used for rope making. Its inhabitants numbered only about 100. However, according to the daily intelligence system, a rare magical plant, the abyss silk flower, was hidden on the cliff edge. This magical plant thrived only in extreme environments. If carefully refined, it could become the core ingredient for the next generation of magic bombs. This land belonged to a baron named Gareth Villain, a family outcast like Lewis, cast aside in the north due to the Northern Expansion Order. Upon learning of the arrival of an envoy from the Crimson Tide territory, Baron Villain hosted the most lavish banquet in the territory's history in his dilapidated old castle. Silks brought from the south were temporarily hung in the dilapidated hall, and sacks piled in the corners were covered with straw mats, yet from a distance, it still appeared respectable. He ordered his men to dilute the 3 remaining bottles of wine with honey and slaughter a few fat sheep. Cut in half and prepared for charcoal grilling and stewing. Spices were generously sprinkled on top, as if trying to mask the chill seeping through the cracks in the roof and walls of this dilapidated land, unrepaired for 3 months. Even the broken silver cups were polished to a gleaming shine and neatly arranged on the table. Not to show off, but to demonstrate respect. Villain knew perfectly well that the lifeline of her territory was now quietly tied to the grain carts of the Red Tide territory. Grain, seeds, ironware, salt, almost all the supplies necessary to sustain their livelihood and keep the knights running came from the Red Tide trade route. Without the Red Tide's favor, her so-called noble status was worth less than half a copper coin. Moreover, this time, the envoy sent by the Red Tide was Howling Greyland, said to be a highly trusted confidant of Lord Lewis. Even if Villain had doubts, she could only smile and respond politely. After all, in this northern territory rebuilt amidst snow and corpses, she knew very well who truly held the reins of power. Sir Howling Greyland, tall and imposing, dressed simply yet elegantly, his sword never leaving his side. He entered without a word, simply opening several wooden chests carried by his entourage, revealing jars of gleaming gold ceramic. This is newly brewed mead from the Crimson Tide territory. It can stimulate the activity of one's internal battle key. Consider it a small gift for His Excellency the Baron. Villain was taken aback. He hadn't expected this envoy to be so unpretentious, bringing a gift instead, which eased his previously tense nerves somewhat. Villain carefully sipped the mead, and indeed felt a slight surge of energy coursing through his veins. His internal battle key had indeed improved slightly. "Good wine," he blurted out. This gift eased the atmosphere of the banquet, and the two ate and drank without discussing serious matters. However, Villain remained uneasy, pondering Horn's intentions. It wasn't until halfway through the banquet that Horn put down his wine cup and slowly began to speak. His tone was gentle, without any official jargon or pretense. "Baron Villain, the Crimson Tide territory wishes to exchange territory with you." Upon hearing this, the smile on Villain's face froze almost imperceptibly for a moment. He quickly regained his composure, even pouring himself a glass of wine, but his heart was in turmoil. So, they had their eyes on this desolate land beneath his feet. It usually appeared shrouded in mist and possessed a mysterious air, but he knew best what this place was like. It barely grew any crops, the soil was barren, and the annual harvest was less than what could be used to feed livestock. For 3 whole months, sunlight couldn't penetrate. The mist swirled among the treetops like the size of the dead. Knights had even reported seeing ghostly figures, which had alarmed half the territory. And most critically, this place was utterly undevelopable, devoid of any resources. He had sent men to try and cut down the vegetation, but within 2 days everything was withered and lifeless. He tried to build a fortress, but the foundations always collapsed. The only resource was a type of vine that could be used as rope, to be traded for supplies with the Crimson Tide territory. His hasty acquisition of this territory was his biggest blunder since obtaining the right to expand into the north. So when the people of Red Tide territory offered to exchange it for the land, his first reaction wasn't anger, but surprise. A surge of excitement at striking it rich rushed through him. Were these Red Tide people blind? They actually wanted this land? But then, a hint of wariness lurked beneath the joy. Wait, these people wouldn't do a losing deal. Horn was Red Tide territory's official envoy. They were always as shrewd as foxes. Villain's smile froze, a sense of unease rising within her. If Red Tide gave him something worse, like Blackwater Swamp or Icebite Ridge, a place where even birds froze to death, wouldn't he be jumping from a life of hardship into hell? However, just as Villain was weighing the pros and cons and trying to steer the conversation away from the main issue, Horn calmly took out a scroll. He unfurled the scroll before everyone, and in the firelight, a detailed topographical map unfolded, a red seal of the Red Tide Metropolitan Administration affixed to its corner. "Your Excellency, please look," Horn said calmly, his fingertip lightly pointing. "We are willing to exchange this fertile land to the north for Vine Slope." The area he pointed to was located in the southeastern part of the region, adjacent to a tributary of a large river, with gentle terrain and abundant water resources. Several markings were meticulously drawn on the map: river mouth wetlands, 3 areas marked as suitable for farmland, 2 paths, and a suspected vein of cold iron. "This place is stable and not prone to flooding. The soil on the southern slope is gray-brown, suitable for growing wheat," Horn added, raising his eyes. "More importantly, there is a suspected extension of a cold iron ore belt here, most likely an iron mine." Villain's heart trembled, even her breathing slowed. Cold iron ore? This mature vein could almost feed an entire territory. This was undeniably a fine piece of land, a far cry from his desolate, ghostly vine-covered slope, a proper fiefdom every nobleman could dream of. But wait, something was amiss. Why? Why would Red Tide trade such a prime piece of land, practically a vassal territory of their main city, for this land? Regardless, he knew he had to raise the price. So, he slowly revealed a troubled expression, sighed, raised his wine glass to conceal his expression, and forced a smile. "Your words are rather sudden." "This is from my ancestors," Horn interrupted him, his tone still gentle, yet chillingly blunt. "Baron, you've only been in the north for 2 years. To call it an ancestral inheritance is perhaps a bit too presumptuous." The air froze. Even the thick-skinned Villain couldn't help but feel a jolt in her heart, nearly spilling her wine. He coughed twice, forcing an awkward smile. "Ahem, indeed, I misremembered," but Villain's skin was thick enough. Her expression shifted instantly, immediately adopting a feigned look of regret, her tone sorrowful. "Though there's no blood relation, I have a deep affection for this land. I patrol the mountain mists daily, listening to the birdsong within, and have long regarded it as my own child." The attendant beside her nearly spat out his wine. Horn, however, remained unmoved, merely smiling slightly, as if he had already anticipated this. In that case, he said unhurriedly, then add another 100 gold coins, and 3 months' worth of land rations. He spoke casually, as if discussing a trivial business deal, then added casually, the Crimson Tide territory is merely for the sake of trade due to its terrain. If the Baron finds it truly difficult to relinquish, that's fine too. Villain's heart leaped with joy. That's right. It was indeed the right decision to ask for the lion's share. He still wore a wronged expression, his brows furrowed so deeply they could trap a mosquito. Your Excellency is indeed a reasonable person. However, he paused, his eyes revealing a hint of expectation for more. Horn didn't respond, taking a sip of his wine, merely looking at him calmly, his gaze showing neither impatience nor any intention to raise the price. The two stared at each other in silence for a few breaths. Lacking negotiation experience, Villain realized this was probably the highest price Red Tide points could offer. If he demanded more, the prize might slip away. He could only grit his teeth, suppress his thoughts, cough, and adopt a calculating expression, slowly nodding. All right, for Lord Lewis's sake, let's exchange it. After saying this, Villain deliberately covered his face with his hand, muttering under his breath as if he had suffered a great loss, but the corners of his mouth had already subtly curled up. A perpetually foggy, barren slope that even nights avoided patrolling, had been exchanged for fertile fields, rivers, mineral veins, gold coins, and grain. It's like a windfall. Red Tide territory is truly generous, Villain chuckled inwardly. Horn tilted his head slightly, his gaze sweeping over Villain's barely concealed smugness. This newly promoted pioneering noble was still trying to suppress the corners of her mouth, but it looked extremely unnatural. She was truly a negotiation novice. But Horn didn't expose her, only offering a faint smile. He had achieved his goal. Although Horn didn't understand why Lord Lewis had personally listed this almost unproductive barren slope as a top-tier exchange target, he knew that, under the current exchange terms, Red Tide territory could offer at least 3 to 4 times the price. In other words, Horn had acquired an incredibly valuable target at a minimal cost. Mission accomplished perfectly. Horn smiled slightly, spreading the prepared documents out on the table. If there are no objections, please sign and affix your seal, Your Excellency. Villain had been impatient for a while. He could have maintained a few words of restraint before the envoy, but now, seeing the other party offer him paper and pen, he grinned from ear to ear. Of course. He pretended to flip through a couple of pages, muttering the terms are reasonable, and Lord Lewis is indeed an upright man. Then, without hesitation, he affixed his family crest. Horn silently took notes beside him, and after a polite farewell, rose and slowly put away the map and contract. Baron Villain, however, remained immersed in the small satisfaction of his negotiating genius, as if he had just gained the upper hand in a negotiation with a tiger. But neither of them knew that beneath this seemingly insignificant barren slope lay a priceless treasure. The roots of the abyss silk flower, winding like a spider web, if its core nerve fibers could be successfully extracted, would become the catalyst for a new generation of magic explosive bombs. In the future, it would become the core of a weapon that could turn the tide of battle. Chapter 306 The Art of Negotiation. As envoys shuttled back and forth between the various minor noble territories, the expansion of the Crimson Tide territory was progressing at an undeniable pace. The reason for this was that most lords of these territories didn't have a deep emotional attachment to their lands. Given sufficient incentive, they could easily relinquish them, for example, to territory more suitable for their own development. Moreover, these minor nobles knew that without the support and trade from the Crimson Tide territory, their small territories would have long been swallowed up by war and famine. Before the Crimson Tide territory's emergence, even without war, they had to endure food shortages and rely on external aid to survive. Now, the Crimson Tide territory acted like a beacon, radiating a reassuring light and protecting them from external pressure and harassment. Especially for those pioneering nobles who had only been in the north for less than 2 years, territory was more of a burden. In fact, if it weren't for the Northern Expansion Decree explicitly prohibiting pioneering lords from leaving the north at will, these men would rather sell their territories and return to the south, continuing their life of leisure. What was the point of being a miserable northern lord? We southern young masters did nothing but eat and drink. Now, Lord Lewis of the Red Tide territory has given them a new opportunity. The supply of food, money, and resources has helped them recover from their former poverty. Trade has allowed them to regain their dignity as nobles and enjoy the aristocratic lifestyle they once lost. Every cartload of wine sent by the Red Tide territory represents their hope for continued extravagance. Therefore, when the Red Tide territory proposed exchanging territory, many minor nobles agreed without hesitation. Looking at the land in their hands, they felt no reluctance. Who wouldn't seize such an opportunity for a more secure future? However, not everyone can complete the transaction in one go. A small group of nobles harbored an unspeakable obsession. This land was a symbol of their family's glory, a testament to the sweat and struggle of countless generations. Whether it was the wind-swept, sun-baked wasteland or the busy figures in the fields, this land was deeply etched into their lives, almost an inseparable part of them, even with such tempting conditions. The exchange offered by the Red Tide territory, food, money, resources, and guarantees for the future, still couldn't shake their attachment to this land. Therefore, Louis, one of the noble lords, didn't insist on a direct exchange. Instead, he proposed a new plan based on cooperation, joint development of the territory and building a future together. "We're not simply exchanging this land," the Red Tide envoy said gently. "We can cooperate to cultivate the land, establish workshops, and achieve mutual benefit. The Red Tide territory is willing to provide you with material and technical support, and we will share all the profits from this land. All you need to do is cede some power to the Red Tide territory." This proposal was practically the only acceptable option for these nobles. Although they found it difficult to relinquish this land, faced with the Red Tide territory's promises and a harsh reality, they understood they had no other choice. If they continued to cling to their own territory, their family power would gradually weaken, and they might even be unable to survive. After much deliberation, these nobles finally agreed to the Red Tide territory's proposal. "We are willing to cooperate and create a future," one of the lords nodded, his voice resolute. Even though their hearts were filled with bitterness, they were willing to set aside past glories and embrace new opportunities for the sake of their family's future. The Red Tide territory's subsequent cooperative attitude also softened the hearts of these nobles. They no longer clung to the status quo of this land, but instead strived for future common prosperity. Apart from this small group of nobles who upheld their ancestral honor, most lords only had immediate interests in mind. And although they knew that the conditions offered by the Red Tide territory were already quite generous, seeing the Red Tide territory's envoys extend an olive branch, many minor noble lords became greedy, believing that they held bargaining chips and could raise their demands even higher. They thought, "This is a huge piece of meat, how can I let such a rare opportunity slip away?" These people were not unaware of the importance of the Red Tide territory's protection to them. "Add another 3,000 gold coins as an extra reward in exchange," one lord said proudly, raising an eyebrow. "Or provide 2 more years of grain rations," another lord added greedily. Some lords even proposed more outrageous conditions, demanding that the Red Tide territory reduce land taxes, or even demand more land in exchange. They were confident of these proposals, believing that the Red Tide territory's envoys would surely compromise for a piece of land. After all, they had already given such generous land, they shouldn't be left empty-handed. But the Red Tide territory's envoys seemed to have anticipated this negotiating tactic. They calmly dealt with each unreasonable demand, but made no compromise whatsoever. Under the relentless pressure from this greedy noble, one Red Tide territory envoy coldly said, "Since that's the case, let's not waste any more time." He then left the banquet hall, leaving the lord who had been asked for a request looking bewildered. At that time, many lords still thought this was a negotiating tactic of the Red Tide territory. In any case, they were confident that they would ultimately gain more benefits and wouldn't give up this opportunity. However, in the following month, they discovered an unusual change. The aid goods and supplies that had previously been delivered from the Red Tide territory on time were now nowhere to be seen. Some lords couldn't sit still and immediately sent letters to the Red Tide territory inquiring about the situation. However, the Red Tide territory offered little explanation, only stating, "Currently, resources are scarce, and approval must be processed according to regulations." They didn't provide a specific date or the order of priority. As the days passed, more and more lords began to realize they might be deliberately ignored by the Red Tide territory. "Is this how the Red Tide territory operates? They're barbarians," they muttered, feeling uneasy. Those nobles who had initially believed they could gain more from the Red Tide territory gradually understood they had reached a dead end. The Red Tide territory's patience had reached its limit, Any attempt to be greedy in the trade would ultimately come at a price. As time went on, many nobles' initial firm stance against relinquishing their territories became more complex. Some once arrogant lords now showed helplessness and anger. Although dissatisfied, they gradually realized they couldn't refuse the Red Tide territory's offer. Several months later, almost all the lords proactively requested a territorial exchange from the Red Tide territory. But to their surprise, the Red Tide territory's terms were much lower than the initial version. This infuriated them, and they questioned the negotiators about this. The envoy shrugged, nonchalantly saying, "Next time it'll be even less." With their territories already struggling to survive, some lords had no choice but to accept. Others tried to negotiate, hoping for better or even the original terms. But with each negotiation, they discovered that the initial offer from Red Tide territory was the highest possible, and each subsequent offer only lowered the price. These greedy nobles had long lost their arrogance and even regretted not agreeing to the territorial exchange from the start. The despicable market monopoly had robbed them of any chance to resist. But what could they do? This world was never about fairness or dignity, it was a naked dog-eat-dog world. Moreover, the North was far from ordinary. After the insect plague and the barbarian wars, the entire power structure had collapsed and rebuilt. Besides Duke Edmund, the only one truly capable of survival was this young lord of Red Tide territory. Complaints? Even the window for complaints had vanished. Louis was the chairperson of the Imperial Northern Reconstruction Conference, not to mention the inspector who had long since fled the north and whose whereabouts remained unknown. Even the imperial capital itself was in political turmoil, so this minor incident in the north couldn't cause a ripple. In this snowy land of the southeast, the only place where they could eat their fill and survive was the Crimson Tide territory. The only power that could control resources, dominate the market, and decide life and death was the Crimson Tide territory. So they bowed their heads. Even knowing they were at a disadvantage, they could only grit their teeth and agree to the significantly reduced exchange terms. "At least, we can get something back, so we don't end up with nothing," they comforted themselves. And so, like an invisible giant hand, the Crimson Tide territory steadily took over piece after piece of land from the hands of the old nobles and pioneering lords. What was being incorporated wasn't just the seemingly resource-poor border hills or the seemingly dispensable forest valleys. What was truly important were the territories containing special resources or located at strategic passages and transportation hubs. The hidden vine slope was just the beginning. There's also Few Ferry, Cold Branch Valley, Red Earth Ridge. Every piece of land quietly circled in red on Louis's map has now legitimately changed hands. With contracts in hand, 80% of the target territories are already under his control. But there are always a few places where neither exchange nor cooperation is offered, refusing to budge even in the face of the most generous offers. There must be something fishy going on. This isn't just any ordinary lord, a decisive strike is necessary. For example, in the Red Tide territory's ever-advancing expansion plan, there's one corner that remains unusually quiet, Viscount Zacharias' territory. He's the only noble who hasn't shown the slightest sign of yielding from beginning to end, refusing to exchange or discuss cooperation. Even the envoy sent by the Red Tide was turned away, not even given a cup of hot water. Why? Of course, it's not that he's so stubborn as to be arrogant. In fact, Viscount Zacharias has been suffering terribly these past few days. Every morning, the first thing he did upon waking was to stand atop his tower and gaze southwards, silently praying, "Please, please, no more people, please, please, no more." He knew all too well that once the Crimson Tide people set foot on this land, forget about exchanging territory. His own body would likely be hung at the city gate, becoming a dried-up specimen. The reason was simple: he wasn't an ordinary nobleman. He was a descendant of the old Snow Kingdom, still entangled with the Snow Oathbringers, who had been eradicated. Even with his imperial noble status, his underground hall still housed the remnants of the ancient god of the Frost Abyss. Every year, he offered living sacrifices in exchange for immortality during the harsh winter winds. As for where those sacrifices came from, just grab a few from the territory. So when the Crimson Tide territory proposed a land exchange cooperation plan and sent a special envoy, Zacharias was terrified. Once the Crimson Tide territory entered, they would see through everything. "If I get caught, then it's all over, really all over," so he made a seemingly tough, but actually panicked, decision: close the city gates and refuse all Red Tide visitors. Even if it meant offending the Red Tide Lord, He couldn't let them in. The morning sun streamed through the high windows, illuminating a huge map of the southeastern north, densely marked. Most of the land was stained crimson, symbolizing the Red Tide's ever-expanding territory. These were territories being annexed, integrated, and exchanged, spreading like a tide around the main city. But a few places stood out. Small black stamps, forlornly embedded in the crimson, like rotting tumors. As of yesterday, the 9th batch of envoys has reported back. Bradley flipped through the files. 80% of the territories have been incorporated into the agreements, only 3 territories remain unreached. He pointed to a hilly area near the edge of the map, a particularly conspicuous black mark. For example, Viscount Zacharias' territory still refuses entry to the Red Tide envoy. We still cannot ascertain his intentions. A brief silence fell over the conference hall. Several negotiating officers exchanged glances, a hint of unease in their eyes. He has a problem, a middle-aged intelligence officer spoke. He clearly has a secret. We must use special methods, a reason for sending troops. A young official frowned. Without evidence, sending troops rashly will likely cause controversy. However, the young man sitting at the head of the table spoke calmly. No reason. Lewis raised his eyes, his tone chillingly calm. Open their doors first. If there really is no charge, he paused slightly, then smiled. Then find a suitable one to pin on. These words seemed to instantly chill the entire conference hall. No one spoke. For a Viscount, finding a suitable charge was never a problem. What they didn't know was that Lewis had already learned about Viscount Zacharias' worship of the evil god through the daily intelligence system. The Broken Edge Knights have a branch currently stationed at Red Rock Pass, and can dispatch 100 elite knights to reach the Zacharia border within a day, Lambert reminded them. Let Reggie lead the team, Lewis said softly, as if assigning a trivial matter. Chapter 307 A Powerful Strike. Crimson Cliff Pass. A soft neigh of iron horses, like long silent blades ready to be drawn. Over 100 knights of the Broken Edge Knights stood in neat formation on the platform at the pass. Their battle robes were no longer the deep blue of Frosthalberd City, but rather the red and blue cloak specially made for the Crimson Tide territory, signifying their descent from Frosthalberd and their current loyalty to the Crimson Tide. They were supposed to be stationed here, merely a buffer point for the Crimson Tide's northern defenses. But now, they were finally about to have their first opportunity to express their loyalty. At the head of the ranks, a lone rider stood in the wind. That was Reggie Olsen, the vice commander of the Broken Edge Knights, once the youngest extraordinary knight of Frosthalberd City. His silver hair fluttered slightly in the dawn light, a nice blue longsword resting horizontally on his saddle, his aura restrained yet as powerful as thunder. He surveyed the entire army, his sword-like gaze sweeping across the faces of every knight, and spoke slowly and deliberately. We have only recently joined the Red Tide, and have yet to fight a battle worthy of our oath. You all remember what Lord Lewis did for us. The resettlement allowances for our families, triple our salaries, the medicine sent when we were wounded, even the education of your children, all were arranged perfectly. And now it is time to repay all of this. With that, he slowly drew his longsword, holding it diagonally across his chest. Sunlight fell on the blade, reflecting a cold, icy light. We are the Northern Edge, the Blade of Oath. Reggie's horse took a small step forward. Behind him, 100 knights simultaneously slammed their sword hilts into the ground, the clanging of their armor like 100 iron bells ringing in unison, followed by a unified roar that shook the mountain pass. Fight for the Red Tide. We will not return until we are defeated. When the scouts rode into the castle, bringing back that chilling message, Viscount Zacharia was in the hall arguing with 2 advisors about the arrangements for the sacrificial ceremony. My lord, it's the Crimson Tide Knights at Crimson Rock Pass, coming this way. They're not a patrol, they're a knightly order. These few words felt like ice picks piercing Viscount Zacharia's heart. His face darkened instantly, and he slammed his fist on the table, roaring, Lewis! How dare he? His tone was filled with anger, but his eyes betrayed barely concealed panic. He had assumed that after the Crimson Tide envoy's month-long silence, he had successfully weathered the crisis. After all, they wouldn't dare to force a sale. But who knew they would send knights to rob him? Was there truly no law in the north? But upon learning that the enemy numbered only 100 riders, a flicker of contempt crossed Zacharia's eyes. This brat was truly arrogant. They needed to be taught a lesson. Only 100? They think 100 men can step into my territory, he sneered, tossing the military report into the fireplace. The paper quickly turned to ash in the firelight, but he felt no warmth. "Summon the entire army," he commanded coldly. "Summon all my old friends whom I sheltered during the insect plague. It's time for them to prove their loyalty." He donned his armor and ascended the high walls of the inner fortress, overlooking the warriors in the courtyard. 300 knights stood in formation beneath Zachariah's command, all hereditary knights of the Zachariah family. Raised and trained in the territory from childhood, they were his most loyal knights, his most trusted force. Outside the castle, another force of over 400 lightly armored warriors was quietly gathering. Unlike the regular knights, their armor was uneven, but their expressions were fierce and arrogant, their eyes revealing an almost beastly desire for attack. These were the Snowsworn, survivors of the insect plague. They had been the Empire's mortal enemies, igniting war and bloodshed in the north. Now, they had been secretly recruited by Zachariah, hidden within his private army, a secret he could never reveal. Once his harboring and privately supporting remnants of the old Snow Kingdom is exposed, even if the Crimson Tide territory remains silent, the other nobles of the north will never let him off the hook. He will not only lose his territory, but his corpse will be utterly destroyed. 800 men gathered, weapons clashing, banners waving. Zachariah ascended the city wall, raised his scepter, and his voice resounded throughout the army. "Let them know that the Crimson Tide's oppressive power does not apply to the bloodline of our Snow Kingdom." The soldiers echoed in unison, their shouts like thunder. The morning frost had not yet dissipated, and the cold wind whipped the Crimson Tide battle banners, making them flutter loudly. The broken-edged knights, 100 riders, stood in formation before the city, the Crimson Tide sun emblem gleaming in the sunlight. Reggie's gaze coldly swept across the high wall. Shadows beneath gray cloaks stood silently, their backs to the light revealing faces both strange and familiar. Reggie's eye twitched, he recognized them instantly as ordinary guards. He had served at Frosthalbert's Edge for over a decade. This smell, he knew it all too well. The Snowsworn. That name, which should have been wiped out by the insect swarm long ago, still lurked in the shadows like a venomous snake. He snorted coldly, his gaze growing icy, his voice low but sharp as a sword rubbing against armor. "Those rats, they're still not all dead." A fire was slowly burning within him. He harbored a blood feud with the Snowsworn. He had personally dragged the bodies of his brothers, ambushed and killed by them, from the battlefield. He had fought his way out of their ambush, just to leave a sliver of hope for his comrades. He thought these reptiles had long been devoured by the swarm, but unexpectedly, they had emerged once more from the rotting flesh like maggots. Reggie's hand was already on the hilt of his sword. "Looks like we came to the right place." He slowly drew the longsword engraved with the broken edge emblem and pointed it at the tightly closed city gate ahead. "Magic Blast Squad, prepare." Several heavily armored knights wearing Crimson Tide's specially made aura cloaks rode forward from the rear, carrying heavy Crimson Tide-style magic bomb launchers on their shoulders. The barrels vibrated, emitting a click of metal clashing. Reggie stood at the front, brandishing his sword, and roared like thunder, "Break through the enemy gate!" Boom! The next second, a magic bomb tore through the air, crashing into the front gate like a meteor shower. With a deafening roar, the entire wooden and iron double gate shattered, debris flying dozens of paces away. And the defending knights behind the gate were blown off their feet and onto their horses. The shockwave, along with the flames, instantly engulfed several rows of guards at the gate. Reggie's lips curled into a cold smile. "Not bad." He then slashed his sword diagonally forward, shouting, "Broken edge attack!" The knights roared in formation, like a moving steel fortress suddenly activated, their silver-patterned long swords raised in unison as they charged. On the city wall, Viscount Zachariah, his face deathly pale, staggered and fell to the ground, his cloak torn in a corner by the aftershock of the magic explosion, looking utterly disheveled. A frontal assault? Damn it, are they insane? He struggled to his feet, his throat tightening as he gazed at the Crimson Tide 100 knights breaking through the enemy lines like lightning. The 300 knights hadn't even fully formed their ranks, and the 400 remnants of the Snow Oath were still repositioning. He had thought there was at least time to build a defensive line, but that explosive magic explosion at the start had shattered the rhythm of the battlefield. Reggie charged at the forefront, a streak of blue-green light weaving through the enemy ranks, his sword flashing, blood splattering like spider lilies blooming suddenly in the snow. "Watch out!" the leading knight cried out in alarm. Before he could organize a counterattack, Reggie's longsword flashed, a crescent-shaped aura slashing through the air. Boom! Two leading knights, horse and rider, were sliced in two. Blood hadn't even dried at the cut before their bodies collapsed. "Don't be afraid. They only have 100 men. Surround them," a lieutenant roared, trying to bolster morale. But before he finished speaking, the Broken Blade Knight's flanks spread out instantly. Heavy cavalry pressed forward, crushing the enemy's front like an iron wall, while the rear cavalry pierced through the opening of Reggie's sword, like a giant sword tearing through a torrent of flesh. Blades sliced through armor, or shattered spears. Every movement of a Broken Blade Knight was textbook precise and deadly, as if conducting an efficient massacre. "Retreat! Retreat!" The cries of the routed army finally rang out, the front line collapsing like a snowdrift breaking. Suddenly, a roar erupted from the flank. "Kill!" It was a hastily assembled squad of snow-sworn warriors, clad in gray-white wolf pelts, their eyes bloodshot. Wielding heavy axes and spears, they charged through the broken stone bricks, roaring as they charged, utterly unfazed by the knight's battle aura surging before them. Their leader, clad in rusted armor, charged forward with a furious roar, his battle aura swirling like a raging storm. But Reggie merely glanced back coldly. He pointed his longsword forward and whispered, "Flanking maneuver, suppress." A horn sounded, and the Broken Blade Knight's left flank surged forward. Leading them was a female knight, her spear gleaming like a snake, her blue battle aura instantly solidifying into a blade, tracing an arc in midair. The strike pierced the snow-sworn warrior's heart, battle aura burst from his body, and blood mist exploded in the air. Then several riders arrived in unison, their shields advancing like a wall, their heavy blows severing the knees, legs, and shoulders of the snow-sworn warriors. Battle axes were knocked away, and before they could even mount a counterattack, they were reduced to blood and gore. These remnants of the snow-sworn, though fierce, were unable to form a battle line under the suppression of the Broken-Edged Knight's battle aura and were defeated one by one. The last wave of snow-sworn gathered behind the ruins of a stone building, constructing a makeshift defensive line, intending to fight to the death. But the right vanguard knight of the Broken-Edged Legion fired 3 magic explosive bombs in quick succession. The explosions were deafening, and the cries of the remaining soldiers were drowned out by the sound of the blasts. In just a few breaths, the resistance was completely over. The fierce wind dispersed the smoke, and the stench of blood and dust mixed with a rusty stench permeated the castle ruins. The knights who had shouted "Surround them!" now lay dead in the streets, their armor shattered, their war horses lying silently on the ground. The Broken-Edged Knights, 100 men, stood in neat formation among the ruins, only a dozen or so wounded, but not a single one had fallen. This was a complete rout, hardly even worthy of being called a war, but merely a merciless massacre of the weak by high-ranking knights. The enemy was reduced to lingering, struggling force. Viscount. Run. Run. Behind the last stone fortress, Viscount Zincaria, his face ashen, splattered with the blood of his men, grabbed a wounded snow-sworn soldier beside him and growled, "The cellar. To the cellar. Take the secret passage, to the sacrificial hall. There's still hope there." Under the desperate cover of the knights, he led a dozen or so remaining soldiers, stumbling and crashing into the main fortress, heading straight for the underground altar of the evil god, sealed for many years. As long as we offer our blood to him, he will surely respond. He will still be willing to protect us, the descendants of the old Snow Kingdom. Zacaria's eyes were filled with madness as he muttered incantations. Behind him, a series of shadowy soldiers, clinging to the walls, their steps faltering, blood streaming down their faces, yet they never stopped. Once those Crimson-Tide Knights catch up, there will be no chance of survival. At the end of the cellar in the lower level of the main fortress, a ghostly blue light silently seeped out from a crack. It was an ancient sacrificial hall, its circular dome made of snow-white stone bricks, but the cracks were already covered with twisted black vines like snakes, inlaid with dense reliefs. The upside-down statue of the ancient god of the frost abyss, with 7 eyes and 1 mouth, was like a nightmare awakened from the icy abyss. In the center of the stone altar, Viscount Zaccaria knelt on the ground, his face contorted, holding aloft a still-beating human heart, his incantation flying rapidly, like a cold wind passing through the crack, stirring up eerie echoes in the space. Blood for eyes, heart for body, blood debts to be atoned for. Lord of the Frost Abyss, please, enough. A deep voice coldly interrupted the echoing incantation. The next moment, battle key exploded like thunder, and the iron door of the cellar shattered. Reggie's battle aura swept across the altar like an extreme cold wind, followed by dozens of elite Broken-Edged warriors wielding swords. "You shouldn't have come," Lewis's dog, Viscount Zincaria, kneeling in a pool of blood, suddenly raised his head, deep blue runes flashing in his eyes. He bit his tongue, slamming his palms to the ground. Blood spreading like a spider web. Dozens of ancient curse marks instantly appeared on the stone slab, writhing like tentacles in the depths of a frigid abyss. The air seemed to freeze amidst the reverberation of the incantations, a tide of malice rising. Blood is the key, hard as the guide. Abyss-shattering words, a burst of pitch-black demonic energy erupted suddenly, a piercing scream like a soul being torn apart, aimed directly at Reggie's brow. It was the mental corruption spell of the ancient god of the frigid abyss, capable of tearing apart a person's will and leading them into the abyss of madness. But Reggie did not retreat a single step. Star Abyss Barrier, activate, he whispered, the starlight patterns on his forehead gleaming, his battle aura rising from within him like a shield. Instantly, a transparent azure barrier was erected, forcefully blocking the wave of spell. This was his bloodline talent, the Star Abyss Barrier, capable of blocking attacks from battle aura and magic, and spells were naturally effective as well. The evil energy impacted the edge of the barrier, creating cracking sounds, but it could not penetrate it. Reggie's eyes remained unmoved. In the next instant, he drew his sword, his figure flashing like lightning. The cold azure battle aura exploded, and the longsword transformed into a streak of light that swept across the sky before Zincaria could even complete his horrified spell. Slash! The sword light cleaved through the magic array and the evil intent. Ugh! Viscount Zincaria's body flew like a ragdoll into front of the cracked statue, spitting out a large amount of blood. His spell collapsed, and he fainted. The relief wall of the ancient god of the cold abyss trembled slightly under the aftershocks of the battle aura. The statue cracked open with a crack, as if it too was groaning softly. Reggie coldly sheathed his sword, his protective aura slowly receding. He turned calmly and ordered, sail off the scene, collect evidence, and escort him back to Crimson Tide City. Yes, the elite of the Broken Edge Knights began to disperse and clear the area, dismantling the remaining offering tables and magic array inscriptions, wiping out the entire heretical stronghold one by one without leaving a trace. Chapter 308 Integration of the Red Tide. Have you heard? The Crimson Tide territory attacked Viscount Zincaria's territory. What? They went to war over a land exchange? That's outrageous. Are they plotting a rebellion? The news sent shockwaves through the noble circles of the entire southeastern north. Whispers spread like wildfire in the council chambers and reception rooms. Even for the Crimson Tide territory, this is incredibly reckless. Who dares to negotiate with them? Today it's Zincaria, tomorrow it could be me. Many had already begun drafting anonymous letters of complaint to the capital. The letters were filled with accusations of seizing territory, threatening with force, and violating imperial agreements. Suspicion, fear, and anger quietly grew among the nobles and merchants. The Crimson Tide territory's prestige seemed to be teetering on the brink of collapse. Until the Crimson Tide territory publicly displayed the remnants of the war. Corpses were carried outside the city walls, the remains of the Snausworn brand still faintly visible on their arms. Meanwhile, fragments of broken stone statues were also found retrieved from the altar. Viscount Zincaria not only secretly worshipped the evil god, but even used human sacrifices as a medium for summoning it. Thus, letters of denunciation were burned to ashes before they could be sent. So that's how it is. They actually colluded with the remnants of the old Snow Kingdom and even worshipped the evil god. Red Tide has done something incredibly good. Public opinion instantly reversed, the winds of change completely shifting. People no longer talked about the land exchange controversy, only about the infiltration of the evil god in the poison of the north. After all, eradicating the Snow Oath was the absolute political correctness in the north, and no one dared to raise any objections. And when more information was exposed, the entire southeastern noble circle was in an uproar. Viscount Zincaria, draped in a tattered noble cloak, was dragged back to Red Tide City by 5 Broken Blade Knights. His face had lost its former arrogance, leaving only the emptiness cooled by madness. He quickly confessed to several nobles connected to the evil god's worship. Most were border nobles who had taken advantage of the chaos after the insect plague to gather the remnants of the Snow Oath army. In the southeastern heartland, the Red Tide territory dispatched knights to purge the inhabitants in batches. For the outer regions, Lewis sent lists to the prefects of the respective counties, suggesting cooperation in the handling. The Red Tide court then sentenced the Zincaria family to extermination on 3 charges: worshipping an evil god, harboring remnants of the Oathbreakers, and engaging in human sacrifice. The trial was led by the Red Tide Enforcement Hall, with no defense, no public attendance, and no pardons. Even his youngest illegitimate son from a collateral branch was not spared. Other nobles who worshipped the evil god and protected the Oathbreakers suffered similar fates. Their territories were all taken over and rebuilt by the Red Tide. Nobles throughout the southeast, regardless of their involvement with the evil god or contact with the Oathbreakers, were suddenly on edge after the news spread. The Red Tide Territories Administrative Hall received a flood of voluntary territory exchange applications, surprisingly. Many of these were innocent nobles completely unrelated to the incident. They weren't hiding anything, it's just, who knows? What if that lord thinks I might have a problem? The sooner we exchange land, the sooner we can have peace of mind, so we don't have sleepless nights. The nobles knew perfectly well that the Red Tide Territories' swift action, comprehensive evidence, and ruthless suppression left no room for explanation or maneuvering. Anyone who dared to insist at this point was truly foolish. As for the documents requesting land exchanges, Louis didn't bother to examine the underlying motives, leaving them to his subordinates to file. Regardless of innocence, since they came to him willingly, he accepted them all. Thus, with swift and decisive action and iron-fisted power, Louis acquired almost all the territories he desired without hindrance. And on the map of the southeastern north, the previously incomplete Red Tide territories, divided by the Black Territory, were finally connected, the pattern resembling a new era's battle flag. Red Tide Main City, Council Hall. Afternoon sunlight streamed down from the dome, quietly illuminating the newly drawn, enormous map. On the main wall of the Council Hall, a large, unfurled map of the southeastern north was laid out, with Red Tide City at its center. Crimson lines, like vines, stretched and coiled around dozens of territories, forming a unified whole. Only a few blue dots at the edge, like remnants embedded in the Red Sea, represented the territories of vassal nobles who had not yet been formally annexed but had signed cooperation agreements. Red Tide was no longer a survivor on the frontier, but a colossal entity in the shattered north. Inside the council hall, a long table stretched across the space. At the head of the table, Louis sat quietly, all eyes naturally drawn to him. Officials were seated in order, their expressions varied, but none were distracted. They were all the core members of Red Tide's current political system. Bradley, the old butler of the Calvin family, now held absolute power over Red Tide's internal affairs, his position as solid as a rock. Lambert, Louis's former guardian knight, is now a mid-level extraordinary knight and the commander of the Red Tide army, commanding thousands of Red Tide cavalry. Inspector Eileen, the only female knight among those who followed Louis north, is loyal only to Louis and wields the power of oversight and anti-corruption, a cold-blooded judge feared by officials. There's also the Director of Crafts, Mike, the Director of Trade, Destin, and the Agricultural Bureau official, Helena. Director Mick is currently stationed in Wheatfield Territory overseeing agricultural expansion. These names all belong to loyal followers of Louis from the early days. Most of them are of humble origins but possess extraordinary talents, all discovered and promoted by Louis through his daily intelligence system. These are the pillars supporting the Red Tide's current rule, leading this newly formed territory and its hundreds of thousands of people. After everyone was seated, the meeting officially began. Bradley, who had been standing silently to the side, slowly stepped forward, bowed slightly, and stood in the center of the long table. The Red Tide Land Integration Plan has been underway for 3 months now, Bradley read calmly. A total of 27 territories have been incorporated, 9 of which are strategic locations. Situated at key points of transportation routes, mineral veins, and grain production. 5 evil god shrines have been shut down, 3 heretical strongholds have been eradicated, and 12 cases of illegal noble autonomy have been revoked, fully integrating the territories into the Red Tide legal framework. As of yesterday, the newly incorporated population is approximately 64,000, with an additional 1,200 hectares of arable land and 480 hectares of pasture land. Bradley turned to the head of the table and nodded slightly to Louis. At the Lord's suggestion, the former Red Tide territory is now officially named Red Tide City. All other lands acquired through exchange, trusteeship, or cooperative integration are now under the jurisdiction of the Red Tide territory. Each territory will have a resident official, managed by both civil and knight officials, with an oversight team directly under the command of Inspector Eileen. The officials whispered amongst themselves, having anticipated this, yet still feeling a slight excitement at the initial formation of the Red Tide system. Bradley didn't put away the handbook. He turned to the last page, his voice slightly lowered. Although the integration is complete, we still need to be vigilant about follow-up matters. Nearly 100 new towns have been added, but the number of clerical staff is less than half, requiring additional personnel to be transferred from the Red Tide grassroots officials. The pressure on food rations is high. Some border towns haven't fully established granaries and distribution stations, so we need to plan for their construction in advance. While 30% of the border outposts have been built, the rest require cooperation with the Craftsman's Bureau to advance the remaining construction. Although the scattered barbarian soldiers and remnants of the Snow Oath haven't appeared, there is a possibility they may have infiltrated the territory. The inspectorate has initially designated key screening areas. Bradley spoke very calmly, without any emotional embellishment. Although the Red Tide territory has been established, the new people's hearts and minds still need to be cultivated. There are still gaps in the town's sense of belonging and public order. He paused, bowing slightly to the head of the table. The overall situation is under control, but we need a multi-pronged approach and proactive planning. Everyone at the table nodded, and several newly appointed officials quickly took notes in hushed tones, exchanging brief opinions. Bradley took his seat, and Lewis, in the main seat, slowly opened his eyes. His voice was not loud, but it instantly silenced the entire room. Very good, our Red Tide territory has finally taken shape. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the new map of the Red Tide hanging high on the wall. Now, it's time to bring it to life. All the officials sat up straight at the same time, listening intently. The most important thing, Lewis said softly, is roads. Development begins with roads. He looked at Mike, the head of the Craftsman's Bureau, sitting to his right, and said, the Craftsman's Bureau shall immediately prepare for the construction of the Red Tide Main Road. Centered on Red Tide City, it will connect to Wheat Wave and then to the various integrated territories. He pointed to the red line drawn on the map and tapped it twice. Every 20 li along the road, we will set up defense outposts plus relay stations, for patrols, guards, and for merchants to rest. Yes, sir. Mike quickly stood up, one hand on his chest, and said gruffly, my Craftsman's Bureau has prepared 15 construction teams, complete with blacksmiths, stonemasons, carpenters, and more. We are willing to open the main road from Red Tide to Wheat Wave before the snow melts. As for the design of the defense relay stations, I will coordinate with the Defense Bureau and the Trade Bureau to determine their locations. Very good, Lewis nodded. We can utilize the local people as labor, rewarding them accordingly. Yes, sir. Mike bowed again. Shortly after Mike sat down, Military Commander Lambert stood up. Regarding border defense, I have a simple and direct plan. He walked to the map and lightly pointed to 3 locations with his short command staff. 3 military districts will be established along the inner line, Wheat Wave, Starforge, and Red Tide City. These 3 places are the core area of Red Tide, where the Grand Knights will be stationed permanently. The remaining smaller territories will organize about 50 night squads. He then drew 2 thick lines. Next, establish 5 patrol cavalry units, each with 50 men, capable of reconnaissance, harassment, relaying orders, and disengagement. Equip them with light armor and fast horses, rotating day and night, every 5 days, patrolling along the border of the Red Tide territory. Although there are no major enemies in the north, the remnants of the barbarians are not extinct, and the Imperial Legion stationed in the north often crosses the border under the guise of patrols to test the waters. We don't need to stop all enemies, but at least we need to know they are coming and be prepared. Approved. Execute. Lewis nodded slightly. You can allocate a legion immediately to participate in the establishment of outposts and the formation of patrol cavalry. If there is still no war after a season, arrange a monthly live fire exercise, both for defense and training. Lambert saluted. Yes, sir. The military proposals concluded, and the meeting continued. The various gears of the Red Tide administrative machine started up one by one. With Lewis's nod and approval, practical arrangements were quickly finalized. For example, the arrangements for the trade office. Trade Commissioner Deslin, a lean and shrewd middle-aged man, presented a concise and effective plan. He proposed establishing post stations and trading posts at various passes and key transportation points, serving both as customs checkpoints and military outposts. He also suggested deploying skilled personnel to investigate smuggling and maintain order among caravans. Furthermore, he proposed a bulletin board system to promptly relay news from various regions back to the main city. allowing civilians to access policies and intelligence immediately. In addition, the Trade Commissioner encouraged the establishment of simple markets around the post stations. These markets would be freely open but required registration, both to attract people and facilitate supervision. Lewis nodded in support. After all, unimpeded trade routes were a prerequisite for the territory to truly thrive. The Agriculture Commissioner's plan was even more pragmatic. Under the leadership of Commissioner Mick, agricultural officials had begun working on replicating and promoting the wheat wave experience to other new territories. Mechanisms like the crop rotation system, wet-dry alternation planting method, field ditch zoning management, and farmer performance evaluation system, originally existing only within wheatfield territory, will now be transplanted to the newly incorporated lands as models. The wetlands of Zacharia's former territory, in particular, are listed as a key target for transformation, with plans to pilot greenhouse farming to address the current food problem. Finally, the inspectorate appeared. Eileen sat quietly at the end of the conference table with a stack of documents, only rising to report when Lewis called her name. The inspectorate would formally establish an anti-corruption team. Composed of honest and capable inspectors personally selected by her, they would prioritize inspecting grain officials, warehouse managers, and acting officials in the newly integrated territories. Monthly inspection briefings would be held to report typical cases, both to deter others and to establish rules and authority. In addition, Eileen also suggested establishing a partial system of civilian representatives. A prototype of the Red Tide Town Council would be piloted in some new towns, recruiting civilian representatives to participate in governance, preparing for a future semi-autonomous mechanism. Lewis approved of the proposal, as it would both attract talent and screen potential risk figures in advance, a win-win situation. Thus, the meeting in the Red Tide Council Hall gradually came to a close. Lewis slowly rose, his robes brushing against the map of the Red Tide territory behind him. The larger the territory, the harder it is to manage. His voice wasn't loud, but it resonated with everyone present. In the past, we only needed to guard a city, a few villages, keep an eye on the granaries and barracks, and that was enough to maintain order. But now, Lewis raised his hand and pointed to the large map, his fingertip tracing the land encircled by a bright red line. That was the fruit of their victory, and also a heavy responsibility. 27 newly acquired territories, 60,000 new residents, hundreds of trails, vast amounts of unregistered land and officials left over from the old system. This contains the hearts of the people, and also corruption. No one can keep a close watch on this alone. Therefore, each of us, whether in the military, industry, agriculture, commerce, or surveillance, must extend our responsibilities to places we have never been before. Some say the red tide has won. He paused, then his tone suddenly rose. No, we have only taken the first step. The real difficulties are yet to come. I hope you will not slacken your efforts, not underestimate the enemy, and not become complacent. Otherwise, this land we won with our sweat and blood will be lost sooner or later. Silence fell around the long table. Bradley was the first to bow. I will keep it in mind. I will keep it in mind. Lambert, Eileen, Mike, the Trade Commissioner, the Agricultural Commissioner, all rose and responded in unison. Chapter 309. The most important thing in the North is talent. A soft light filtered through the heavy maps, scrolls, and drafts, carrying a faint scent of ink. Outside the window lay the Red Tide Main Road under renovation, while inside sat the three who would soon decide the future of the Red Tide. Bradley stood by the window, silently turning the pages of the briefings, his expression still bearing the familiar old-fashioned sternness. Near the bookshelf, Lana, dressed in a simple navy blue robe, stood silently, her fingertips unconsciously stroking the parchment book in her hand, a hint of tension flickering between her brows. Lana Verdi, once the daughter of the renowned Verdi family on the northwestern border of the empire, was known throughout the frontier for her literary and historical talents from a young age. If everything had gone as planned, her life would have been one of companionship with poetry and books, followed by marriage to another nobleman, living a leisurely life. But the gears of fate suddenly snapped after her father, Viscount Verdi, openly opposed the land annexation proposal of the capital's powerful figures. The Verdi family was instantly abandoned, their noble fiefdoms were revoked, their private army was purged, her brother disappeared, and her mother died. Lana, dressed in commoner's clothes and escorted by several family knights, eventually arrived at the Red Tide along with a group of northern refugees from the now-sworn war. Because she was literate, she was assigned to teach children to read and write at schools, and she thought her life would end there. Until Lewis approached her, handing her only a draft bill. "You will write an educational pilot program." From then on, Lana abandoned her name, Verity, and referred to herself simply as Lana, gradually taking over the affairs of schools throughout the Red Tide. 2 years later, on the day the Education Bureau was officially established, she finally became one of the youngest core officials in the Red Tide system as its director. But she always remembered Lewis's simple words when he handed her the draft bill: "Do something meaningful." There was no pity, no testing, only trust. At that moment, Lana suddenly understood that she was no longer a fugitive noble orphan, but a useful person. On this rebuilt land, she found the dignity and meaning that had been stripped away for so long, and she found a lord worth following. Of course, Lana did not disappoint Lewis's expectations. During the rapid development of the Red Tide territory over the past 2 years, she gained the trust and full support of Lewis, and spearheaded the creation of a network of primary schools covering the main city, establishing a total of 12 primary schools and several adult literacy classes. Her curriculum, designed based on the principles of practicality first, order as the framework, systematically teaches the following 3 fundamental modules: elementary literacy, integrated with a Red Tide official document system, covering everything from interpersonal interactions to basic contract formats; practical arithmetic, aligned with the Red Tide grain rationing system and market trading system, ensuring students can independently calculate allocations and conversions; and legal education, featuring carefully selected, easily understood articles from the Red Tide Basic Legal Code, supplemented with story-based teaching to subtly instill the rule of law and public order. To date, nearly 3,000 children aged 7 to 14 from the returned settlers have entered school. In adult education, young people who have learned to read and write have been continuously selected for grassroots Red Tide administrative positions such as town officials, grain rationing assistants, and border patrol officers. More importantly, Lana assisted in establishing the teacher assessment and recruitment system, gradually integrating the teaching staff into the Red Tide civil service system and elevating the status of the education profession. All of this not only earned her the title of Lady Lana, but also laid the first foundation for the Red Tide territory's order and continuity. Today, she was here to report to Lewis on the Education Department's 5-year plan. "It's the Education Department's 5-year plan, please take a look," Lana said softly. She had never been so nervous. She could always handle other superiors with ease, but in front of Lewis, she never dared to slack off in the slightest. Lewis took the manuscript but did not immediately open it. He simply looked up at her and smiled. "Lana, don't be nervous. You're not here to be judged, you're here to report something we all value highly." Indeed, for Lewis, education was never just about teaching people to read. Coming from another world, he saw further than anyone else. To truly pull this land out of the shadows of war and famine, it wouldn't rely on knights' swords or harsh decrees. Rather, they are ordinary people capable of self-reliance, critical thinking, and changing their own destinies. The backward north, a wasteland repeatedly fought over by barbarians and empires, wasn't due to lack of courage, but rather to insufficient technology, a weak industrial base, and unclear systems. Education is the foundation of all these, the most crucial investment. For long-term development and a prosperous people, more alchemists, engineers, those who can understand the law, formulate tax systems, and design irrigation canals are needed, all of which require education. Furthermore, education offers the broadest path to upward mobility. Whether a child is an orphan from a fishing village or a barbarian outcast, as long as they are willing to study and work hard to build the Red Tide, they can become an official managing a region or a highly skilled craftsman controlling a workshop. They must leave a path for everyone on this land to rise. Moreover, education enables people to distinguish right from wrong, respect rules, and know shame and honor. When knowledge is planted, when generations of children learn to think independently and abide by the law, the true Red Tide era will finally have a chance to arrive. Lewis leaned back in his chair, flipping through the 5-year development blueprint drafted by the Education Department. Lana, standing beside him, couldn't hide her nervousness. Her hands were clasped in front of her stomach. She stood ramrod straight, her voice trembling slightly. "The Education Department's initial 3-phase plan is largely refined by our team after you proposed the core objectives." Lewis nodded, his tone calm. "Go on," Lana continued. "Plan 1 is basic compulsory education. We intend to establish 100 town schools outside Red Tide City within 5 years, covering the entire jurisdiction, especially densely populated areas or areas with concentrated populations. Each school will be equipped with at least one literacy teacher, several specialized teachers to teach according to local conditions. For example, in Wheat Wave territory, they will mainly teach agriculture, and itinerant lecturers sent by headquarters will teach a law and order course once a month. Of course, exceptionally bright children can study in Red Tide territory. Classes will be concentrated to avoid the busy spring planting and autumn harvest seasons, ensuring attendance. Lewis nodded slightly. Grain subsidies have also been considered. Yes, Lana replied immediately. Children enrolled will receive an additional 10% of their food rations, ensuring that families won't prevent their children from attending school. Furthermore, all teachers will be formally integrated into the Red Tide civil service system, enjoying the same benefits as lower-level officials, which will help attract and retain teachers. Very good. Lewis closed the document, looking directly at her. Were they drafted independently by you? Lana lowered her head slightly nervously. The general direction came from your initial arrangements. The rest was discussed and refined by the education department. Very good, Lewis repeated. Next item. Lana turned to the next page, her tone no longer reserved, carrying a hint of barely perceptible pride. The second phase is a pilot program for higher education, Red Tide High School. This is a plan you personally proposed. We plan to establish a new campus in the old Fortress District on the western outskirts of Red Tide City, named Red Tide High School. How many sections? Bradley interjected. 4, Lana answered concisely, then added, the first is a teacher's college, used to train the core teachers for the town schools. The second is an administrative department, preparing for the future civil service system of Red Tide. She paused, her gaze sweeping over Lewis's expression, and continued, the third is the craft workshop, training alchemy apprentices, craftsmen, and other technical personnel. Finally, there's the basic medical department. There's a huge shortage after the war, and we must fill it as soon as possible. Admission criteria? Lewis asked, clearly listening intently. The initial plan is to enroll 200 students, Lana replied. They will be jointly recommended and selected by the town mayors and the inspectorate, with a system of full tuition waivers plus 10 years of mandatory service. Graduates will be required to serve within the Red Tide system for 10 years. Lewis nodded. Very good. Lana smiled and turned to the last page. Finally, there's propaganda and supporting infrastructure construction. We will form a mobile vehicle fleet, composed of lecturers and performers, touring various places to promote our educational philosophy and benefits, encouraging children of our leaders to attend school. We will also establish a Red Tide talent list, publicly listing top students annually and giving them priority in allocating excellent job positions. Lewis closed the plan, lightly flicked the cover, and leaned back in his chair. Well done. Lewis's voice was firm. You have truly understood the meaning of education. Lana hurriedly rose and bowed, her voice trembling slightly. Yes, yes. We obey your Majesty's command. In that instant, her eyes welled up with tears, and she struggled to control her emotions. In the 2 years she had spent with Red Tide, she had long since learned restraint and composure. But these words suddenly weighed heavily on the exhaustion of her days of preparation and nights of proofreading, causing her emotions to surge. This is all thanks to your excellent teaching, Lana said, bowing her head, her words rapid and solemn. If it weren't for your personal guidance and the establishment of the system, we would never have been able to get to this point. Red Tide taught me what mission is, and you helped me find the meaning of life. She wasn't one to express herself easily, but at this moment, all the gratitude that had been building up in her heart transformed into sincere words. Lewis didn't respond immediately, but smiled gently. I only did a small thing. It was mainly because you did a good job. Keep up the good work. Lana nodded vigorously, her eyes shining like stars. And these newly written preschool textbooks, please take a look. Then, Lana respectfully took 3 newly bound textbooks from her leather briefcase and handed them to Lewis. There was a hint of nervousness in her expression, but more than that, undisguised pride. Lewis took them, glancing down at the first page of the cover. The thick paper bore a bright red title, Our Great Lord Lewis. He read the title softly, his lips twitching, feeling himself radiating warmth. A storybook. As easy as possible for children to understand, Lana explained. She added, we chose 3 events as the main storylines: the Red Tide defense during the insect plague, the Red Tide City restoration project, and the reinforcements to Burial Valley. The core words are courage, protection, dedication, and order. Each lesson has a concluding phrase, like this one. She turned to the last page, pointing to a beautifully written subheading and reading aloud, "When you encounter danger, remember what the Lord said, protect those you love, and be someone others can rely on." Lewis stared down at the words, silent for a moment. Had he really said those words? If you're unsure who said a famous quote, do you just say it was the great Lord? Lewis flipped through the illustrations again. One page showed him in a red cloak, riding a horse through the snow. Another showed him helping the people build the city walls. And yet another showed him as a silhouette, spear in hand, charging towards the front lines through a misty canyon. How exaggerated, he thought. He silently grumbled to himself, even suspecting that if he continued drawing, Lewis would ascend to godhood and slay evil gods with his sword. Lewis then opened the second book, Red Tide Common Sense textbook. The content was more practical, covering territory division, geographical knowledge, basic agricultural knowledge, and key points for identifying cult members, etc. Simplified legal provisions were clearly marked, such as no carrying weapons at night and changes in household registration must be reported, making it easy to understand yet serious. The third book, 3,000 Questions About Red Tide, used a light-hearted daily question format to repeatedly instill some knowledge. Do you know who dug the first well in Wheat Wave territory? Who led us out of the winter disaster? Why are cult members so terrible? Lewis closed the last book, gently pressing his thumb on the cover. Well done, he commented, placing the 3 textbooks on the side of the table, his tone as gentle as ever. However, isn't the content about me a bit too exaggerated? No, Lana answered almost immediately, her tone unwavering. This is necessary education. Her eyes were sincere and unwavering, as if she were explaining an absolute truth to him. Bradley, standing beside him, glanced at the illustration and nodded. It's quite moving. I think it's good, you too. Lewis looked at him with a slight headache. I just meant that we could cut a little bit, not just me charging into battle on horseback and waving to save lives. Add some paragraphs about ordinary citizens, craftsmen, and children making significant contributions. He paused, then added, the Red Tide wasn't built by me alone. Lana's eyes lit up, as if a creative passion had been ignited. I understand. I'll write another paragraph, telling the touching story of how the Lord led the people through the harsh winter, rebuilt the ruins, and ignited the flame of hope. No, that's not what I meant. Lewis opened his mouth, but ultimately couldn't stop her from rapidly memorizing the draft. She seemed to have misunderstood something. Lewis watched Lana, her face flushed with excitement, furiously scribbling in her notebook, and sighed. Fine, I'll revise it myself after the draft is finished, he muttered. At least, don't draw me jumping into the fire with a spear again. Chapter 310 Steam Creation. The workshop area on the west side of the main city of Red Tide was still shrouded in mist at dawn. Morning light slowly streamed into the factory from the east, illuminating the billowing white steam and furnace smoke, transforming the entire forging workshop into a faintly breathing steel monster. The gate creaked open, and Lewis and his group slowly stepped into the pilot area. He walked in front, followed by Mike, Hilco, Bradley, and the bright-eyed young genius Hamilton, carrying a tube of blueprints. A wave of scorching heat hit them upon entering, a mixture of the smells of coal coke, machine oil, and red-hot iron ingots, making their foreheads burn. Such a warm welcome, Hilco muttered, shielding his eyes from the steam with his sleeve. But no one responded, for everyone's attention was drawn to the enormous, roaring steam forging machine. Click, 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 that was the beating of the iron heart. The improved steam engine whirred at an extremely high frequency, its flywheel spinning rapidly, driving the massive connecting rod hammer to slam down. Sparks flew as the red gold metal on the anvil was repeatedly flattened, rolled, and hammered into shape. Pieces of iron were taking shape at a visible speed. The craftsmen were already in their positions, but seeing Lewis arrive, they worked even harder. A muscular worker gripped the control lever firmly, his eyes never leaving the main shaft. Another tall, thin man knelt beside him, rapidly copying down pressure and rotation speed records, the pages already damp with steam. 2 apprentices took turns applying alchemical lubricant to the pistons, their movements swift yet composed, their faces even flushed with excitement. The old craftsman, standing behind the main valve, sweat beaded on his forehead, periodically turning the valve ring to adjust the steam injection rhythm. Amidst the roaring steam, The forging hammers thundered like war drums, the air itself seeming to heat up with the vibrations. Macmillan stepped forward, his voice brimming with pride, and introduced it to Lewis. "Lord Lewis, please look, this is Heavy Hammer 1, it's a linked structure. The power comes from a steam piston pulling a flywheel shaft, which then transmits the power to the forging hammer joints." He gestured with his hand to demonstrate a connection between the piston and the flywheel, his voice louder than the steam. "It can strike metal at a stable frequency, about 12 times more efficient than human power, and it never tires or stops." Lewis turned his head to look at the rapidly spinning flywheel and connecting rod. He didn't speak immediately, but simply watched quietly as the iron monster hammered the red-hot metal into shape, one strike at a time. Hamilton, standing to the side, saw Macmillan's gesture and subconsciously straightened his back, as if mustering some courage. I drew its gear structure," he said nervously, his voice low, but his eyes gleaming. "I optimized the meshing precision between the piston and flywheel. At the third scale of steam pressure, it can operate stably for more than 70 consecutive times, with almost no stalling." Hamilton finished speaking and slightly lowered his head, his hand unconsciously gripping the drawing tube behind him, his ears turning red. Facing this legendary lord who was said to have rebuilt the North, although they had met several times, he still wasn't used to how to interact with him. Lewis turned slightly to look at the still somewhat immature boy and smiled gently. "Well done, Hamilton, even better than I imagined." The boy was stunned, as if he hadn't realized that the praise was directed at him. "You were able to think of reducing the load on the structure instead of simply increasing the pressure, which shows you truly understand its operating principle," Lewis continued. "That's not something you can achieve by rote memorization, it's something you have to develop yourself. The steam engine has only just taken its first step, the future is long, and it needs young people like you to continue moving forward. You've done very well, Hamilton." At that moment, Hamilton's eyes widened, as if sunlight had shone into the deepest corner of his heart. Yes, I will definitely continue to work hard." Hamilton hurriedly bowed, his voice filled with excitement, slightly cracking, as if he were about to ascend to heaven at any moment. Mike nodded beside him, very proud of this protege. After inspecting the Heavy Hammer 1, Mike led the group to the furnace platform beside it. It was a blackened, cast iron-clad rolling furnace embedded in the foundation, running at full speed. Whoosh, the vents roared like a dragon's mouth, scorching air waves whipped up dust from the ground, and flames danced wildly inside the furnace as the blacksmiths pulled out iron billets while the temperature was at its peak. "The steam pressure, through this connecting rod," Mike said, pointing to a set of steam pipes and gears, "drives the bellows to draw in air, precisely controlling the temperature fluctuations. Now, it's what maintains the entire furnace temperature." He grinned. "No more 4 strong men taking turns cranking the blower. Less manpower, more stable temperature." Bradley nodded. "If this thing were rolled out to every foundry, production capacity would more than double." Lewis took 2 steps closer, a wave of heat hitting him. "Constant temperature, stable airflow, higher efficiency, and safer." Mike nodded vigorously beside him. "Indeed. Before, we relied on manual blowing, which often resulted in uneven airflow, either not burning through or causing the billet to explode. Now it's different. According to our previous tests, this steam blower can complete the heating curve within 10 breaths, almost always keeping it within the optimal temperature range." "In other words," Bradley interjected, his eyes sweeping over the craftsman pulling the billets, "the same amount of coal is used, the same amount of manpower can produce more." "Yes," Mike smiled, his eyes crinkling. "And it can connect multiple air vents, one furnace supporting 3 units." Lewis remained non-committal, only nodding slightly, and slowly turned to look at Hamilton. "This one, you were involved too?" "I only did auxiliary calibration on this one," the boy answered shyly, his voice low. "I changed the gear ratio of the blower intake valve to make the airflow change smoother." Mike couldn't help but add from the side, "Don't let his modesty fool you, he drew all the blueprints for several key parameters." "I didn't expect it to be so precise." "Very good," Lewis simply commented. But this made Hamilton's shoulders twitch, and his ears turned red again. Lewis didn't seem to notice, only nodding slightly. "Isn't there another one? Take me to see it." So Mike led everyone to the back, to a brick and stone well house, its walls mottled, its roof covered with sheet metal. Pushing open the door, the steam pump was already running at full speed, the pistons clicking and clacking rhythmically. Thick copper pipes spiraled up the wall, the sound of water roaring. An iron pipe emerged from the bottom of the well, connecting to an elevated water tank, from which clear water gushed forth like silver snakes, shimmering softly in the morning light. This I designed the most, Hamilton said, mustering his courage, a hint of shyness in his voice. I readjusted the valve flow ratios and the check valve structure, so one person can operate it. It can pump water from a well 6 zang deep, Mike said, standing to the side, his eyes crinkling with laughter. We just tested it this morning. It filled all the tanks in the workshop in one go. What used to take 6 watermen a whole morning, now only takes a few minutes. Lewis watched quietly as the pump, still belching steam, lingered on the churning clear water in the elevated tank. He glanced back at the boy, who stood ramrod straight, yet nervously clutched the hem of his shirt. He reached out and gently patted Hamilton's shoulder. You are the future of this city. Hamilton seemed to have been struck by lightning, his face flushing red. After several seconds of struggling, he managed to squeeze out, I will continue to work hard. I will definitely not let you down. All right, Lewis interrupted him with a smile, turning to Mike. Record a first-class merit for him. Award him a Red Tide Craftsman medal and 500 gold coins. Mike was taken aback, then nodded with delight. Understood. In addition, Lewis looked at the boy again. From today onwards, you are granted the title of Master Craftsman. Upon hearing this, even Bradley raised an eyebrow. What was the status of a Master Craftsman in the Red Tide? Fewer than 5 people in the entire territory possessed this honor, mostly veteran craftsmen of Mike's level. And now this 16-year-old boy, who hadn't even grown a stubble yet, stood amidst the roar of the steam pumps and received the same title. I will work hard, Hamilton managed to say after a long pause. Several young craftsmen had already cheered, surrounding Hamilton in celebration. Lewis, standing at the edge of the crowd, simply smiled, his gaze fixed on the still pattering steam pump. He gestured to Bradley, his tone decisive. These 3 devices, the hammer, the pump, and the blower, must be standardized immediately with standardized workshop specifications and operating manuals. Mass production, Lewis said calmly but firmly. Prioritize their deployment in blacksmith workshops, well areas, and areas with a high concentration of foundries. Start with Red Tide City and gradually expand to all major territories. Yes, sir. Bradley pulled out his notebook and scribbled it down. Then Lewis gazed at the still gushing spring above the pump, pondered for a moment, and finally spoke. Quiet down, I have a few words to say. His voice wasn't loud, but everyone present fell silent, looking at Lewis. Even the roar of the pump in the well house seemed to quiet down. The potential of this thing. Lewis's gaze swept over the flywheel, piston, copper pipes, and blast furnace, is far more than what we see here. What I need is a path. A technological path of our own. Lewis's tone was calm, yet carried a thunderous pressure sweeping across a mountain top. You must try, build, and verify what steam can actually do. You can try turning it into a power source for forging, a workshop that doesn't rely on human or animal power. You can also make devices for irrigating farmland, replacing the water carriers of a dozen people. Try making transport carts, using steam instead of horses. Imagine a convoy that can cross snowy trails without horses. Even something for the battlefield. Make it move, turn it into a roaring iron beast. If you can do it, he looked around, pausing, then in the future, Red Tide won't have to depend on anyone else. Mike was already fired up. Bradley nodded silently, as if he had already written these words into Red Tide's future plan. But the boy behind them was completely stunned. Hamilton's eyes widened, his lips slightly parted, staring at Lewis as if he were hearing some divine revelation for the first time. In that instant, countless structural sketches, gear connections, valve iterations, pipeline guides, all erupted in his mind like a volcanic eruption. It can not only drive the hammer, if we add a branch-guided flywheel, if it can turn, respond to operations, wouldn't it be? If we add a bias valve, perhaps we can make. His hands unconsciously gestured in the air, his lips murmuring softly, like a dream, or perhaps a creation of a god. I must try. I must create something for Lord Lewis that has never existed before. Lewis quietly watched the young man. Hamilton stood before the steam pump, immersed in a world that belonged only to him and the machine. This is genius, Lewis murmured softly, then turned and said in a steady yet firm tone, effective immediately. Establish the Red Tide Mechanization Team, directly under the Craftsman's Bureau, dedicated to the research and development of steam-powered mechanisms. Mike will be the team leader, overseeing all aspects. Hamilton will be the deputy team leader, participating in design, verification, and model prototyping. This is one of the key priorities for the Red Tide Territory's future. Resources will be prioritized and full support will be provided. The moment his words fell, the entire workshop erupted like embers thrown into a furnace. We're finally going to do something big. God, can I design a textile doll that can weave itself? I want to build an iron bird that can fly, the kind that won't die if it jumps off the city wall. Don't be silly. Why not build an iron claw beast that can dig 10 wells a day? Get lost. I want to be a working ox or horse. The craftsmen huddled together, as if liberated from their repression, letting their wild imaginations run wild, though most of them were unreliable. Mike grinned, his wrinkles crinkling with laughter. Understood. I'll personally lead the team to build it, and anyone who dares to slack off will get a good whack on the head. Bradley raised an eyebrow, a rare look of satisfaction on his face. The future of the Red Tide might really be hidden in this cloud of vapor. Hamilton, who had been thrust into the limelight, hadn't recovered yet. He was still standing by the water pump, one hand gripping the blueprint tube tightly, his gaze drifting into the distance, as if chasing a monster steam-powered war machine yet to be born. It was as if all the cheers and announcements hadn't interrupted him. He remained immersed in the world filled with years. Just as the craftsmen were excitedly shouting, high-fiving, and reciting sketches of their fire-breathing iron chariots and flying water birds, the rapid sound of hooves echoed from the stone path outside the workshop. Clatter, 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 the laughter ceased, and everyone turned to look. The iron gate creaked open, and a crimson-tide knight, covered in dust, entered. He strode to Lewis, handing him a sealed letter with its wax still wet. Lord Lewis, urgent news from Prosperous City. Lewis's smile vanished, and he steadily accepted the envelope. On the snow-white paper, a gray-blue frost spear emblem was quietly imprinted. He lowered his head, tore open the wax with his thumb, and pulled out a letter. Sunlight fell on his eyelashes, but couldn't conceal the slight contraction in his pupils. This day had finally arrived. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 311 The Death of the Duke of Edmund. The nights in the north were bitterly cold, and the towers of Prosperous City lay shrouded in snow and wind. Inside the study, a dim candle flickered, casting dappled shadows on the heavy curtains. Duke Edmund sat in his familiar high-backed chair, wrapped in a thick blanket, yet his fingers still trembled slightly. His figure was gaunt, like a withered branch, a far cry from the imposing, city wall-like figure of a few months ago. He slowly poured the black potion from the bottle into his glass, the bitterness and potency mingled, and he drank it down in one gulp, a searing, knife-like burning sensation coursing through his spine. But Edmund didn't flinch, he simply gazed silently at the opposite wall. There lay a map of the North, a family genealogy, and 3 portraits. His father, Beltran, had fought tirelessly for 7 days and nights, battling 3 snow-sworn elders to the very end, his spear still clutched in his hand. His elder brother, Otton, gentle and taciturn, had used his last breath to detonate the enemy leader's weapon to cover the main force during the barbarian invasion. The eldest son, Meek, died in the Great Rebellion, his demonic bomb detonated by a traitor, reducing the entire battle platform to ashes, leaving not even a trace of his bones. Edmund closed his eyes, his mind filled with faded memories. He was young then, full of vigor, standing atop Prosperous City in silver armor, having angrily rebuked his brother, Otton. Leave the drawing of the enemy to me. The family's honor cannot be extinguished in your hands. His brother remained silent, finally leading his iron cavalry across the mountains until his figure disappeared into the raging flames of war. After that night, he took up the frost steel sword, and with it, the fate of the entire North. But now, looking back on 30 years of guarding the border, what he saw was the broken walls of the city after the Great Rebellion, the council hall burned down by the roots worn, the northern civil officials skinned and hanged, the knights who ultimately froze to death in the snow valley. He also saw the city crawling with corrupting demonic energy after the plague of the insect corpses, and the trembling figures of parents burying their sick and dead children in the snow. He personally ordered the burning of 17 plague-stricken towns to contain the spread of the insect plague, and personally signed a survival code that kept tens of thousands of refugees out. Finally, There was the overwhelming influx of enemy troops after the barbarians' complete mutation. Frost behemoths with bone spurs, vine-bound barbarians burning with fury, and frost giants roaring and howling under the sky. The north became a graveyard for countless people. Edmund slowly opened his eyes, the pain still lingering, even intensifying. He looked at the old painting hanging on the wall, in which a blond, blue-eyed middle-aged man stood back to back with him on the battlefield, the burning snowfield behind them. Ernst August, before he became emperor. He was only 14 then, fighting alongside August against the barbarian on the frigid plains. August patted him on the shoulder and said, "You are the future shield of the North." He remembered those words for his entire life, and guarded the North for the Empire for his entire life. But in the last decade, he began to doubt whether he and the Edmund family were expendable pawns of the Empire. As aid from the capital delayed, as military supplies dwindled, and as the death toll in the North piled up like snowdrifts, the capital was preoccupied with power struggles. Edmund understood that they had never intended to save the North, they only wanted it as a shield. The Shield of the North, what an ironic title. Yet he still deeply loved this snowy land. This frost-covered land, the people toiling in the cold nights, the craftsmen who built the walls with their own hands, the knights who protected it with their lives. But he disliked this era. An era that turned knights into gold coins, glory into tokens, loyalty into folly, and human life into livestock. And what he once thought was what he was meant to protect, now seemed like nothing more than corpses dressed in new robes. After I die, what will become of the North? Edmund pondered this question for a long time. He knew his days were numbered, but he didn't want this land to be buried with him. And once again, the young man's face surfaced in his mind, Louis Calvin. Emily always spoke of this son-in-law with an undisguised reverence. She described Louis as a saint from legend. At first, he dismissed it as a little girl's rosy view and didn't pay much attention. But then came the constant stream of intelligence from his spies planted in the Red Tide territory. These spies were all his most trusted old subordinates. Some disguised themselves as refugees, some as Red Tide officials, and others as Knights of the Broken Blade Knights. But the reports they brought back were so consistent that they aroused his suspicion. This young lord was too clean, too positive, too perfect. A pioneering lord, receiving 100,000 refugees within 3 years, rebuilding farmland, establishing a complete military industry, and having loyal subjects. If it's all an act, it's a bit too perfect, so he also suspected that these were merely facades concentrated in a few places. He even instructed a trusted old knight to personally travel to the outskirts of the Red Tide territory to see if there was consistency, or if it was only in the core territory. When the old knight returned, he only said one sentence, "That place is where I'd like to retire." Those words were more effective than anything else. One can act for a month, a year, but 3 or 4? A lifetime? Can one act with such respect that even farmers look at him with admiration? Can one make even a refugee unwilling to flee south? Edmund looked at the map. The Red Tide territory had turned from gray to red. He didn't want to admit it, yet he couldn't deny it. Louis had accomplished what he had wanted to do in his youth but couldn't. In just a few years, he had taken in exiles, cultivated the wilderness, and united the knights. At least under Louis's rule, those people were living a life he had never been able to provide. Perhaps the North would be reborn under Louis's rule. Thinking of this, Edmund couldn't help but sigh softly. Emily, he murmured. She was his smartest, most stubborn, and most mother-like child. Edmund had intended not to disturb her, not to disturb the woman who was carrying a new life, until his death. In this stage play destined to end, he didn't want her to see him grow old and crumble. But now, he suddenly wanted to see her. This thought had been recurring these past few days. Between the Crimson Tide and the Frost Spear lay the mud and ruins of post-war reconstruction, and even more so, the relentless cold of the North. Letting her risk her life would be too selfish. Yet he still wanted to see her. After a long silence, Edmund suddenly laughed. The laughter was like rusty armor, making a soft, clicking sound in the still night. Forget it. Let me be selfish one last time. He reached out and opened the bookcase beside him, taking a while to pull out the hidden drawer. Inside lay a letter that had already been sealed. The pale red wax seal bore the Frost Spear emblem, and the edges of the letter were slightly yellowed. He had written this letter more than once, and revised it more than once. Only 7 days after the letter was sent, Crimson Tide's carriage arrived at the gates of Frostalbert's inner palace. The first to jump down from the carriage was the stubborn yet gentle girl he remembered. "Father," Emily called out with a smile, her eyes slightly reddening. "I'm back." Edmund squinted at her, saying nothing, only nodding slightly, then extending his old, withered hand. Emily gently took it, just like when they were children. In the days that followed, Frostfulbert's inner palace finally echoed with long-lost laughter. Emily brought pastries from Crimson Tide's specialties, Elena personally brewed tea, and their young son, Isaac, chased after the cat. Edmund sat in a chair by the window, like a quiet observer, watching this scene that seemed like a painting from his dreams. That night, Emily played chess with him, deliberately losing, but her father saw through her act. "Don't let me win." Edmund coughed twice, but a rare smile appeared on his face. "I don't need you to cheat." She simply nodded and smiled, but secretly clenched her fist in her sleeve. Louis had come too. But this time, he deliberately remained transparent, neither disturbing nor seeking attention. The matters that needed to be settled had already been agreed upon 6 months prior, on that night in Burial Valley, and in the secret correspondence exchanged over the past 6 months. Power, promises, and the future direction had all been arranged. Therefore, he didn't intrude into this warm family atmosphere. He chose to stand outside, quietly watching over the man who had once been the shield of the North, welcoming the final peaceful moments of his life. Until the morning of the 7th day, before dawn, Emily went to her father's room and found the door ajar, the fireplace still warm. Edmund, dressed in a casual robe, sat in a high-backed chair by the window, gently holding Isaac in his arms. The child was still small, sleeping peacefully in his arms. His withered hand gently cradled the child's head, as if protecting a flame. Emily quietly approached and found her father with his eyes closed, a serene smile playing on his lips. He showed no pain, no struggle. Overnight, like an aging eagle, he silently sank into the earth. The 3rd day after the Duke's death, at dawn. Outside Frostspear City, on the southwestern hills of the Old City, the Guardian Cemetery, this is a silent white stone slope, surrounded by forests on 3 sides, facing north towards the snowfield, bearing the bloodline of the Edmund family for generations. At this moment, the entire cemetery is shrouded in snow mist, as if heaven and earth have lowered their voices, lest they disturb the peace of this sleeping man. There is no public square for mourning, no procession of carriages from distant nobles, no overwhelming obituaries and funeral music. Just as he wished in life. Everything is kept simple, arranged only by the Frostspear City government, with only family members, representatives of the 3 major knightly orders, old subordinates and representatives of Frostspear officials, and a few northern nobles still stationed in the area, a mere few dozen people. Everyone stands silently before the tomb, no one speaks, even coughs seem to be frozen in their throats. The coffin is carved from a single piece of northern black fir. Simple and silent, draped in coarse gray cloth, it seemed to have emerged naturally from the snowfield and returned to the earth. Presiding over the funeral before the wooden coffin was the dragon ancestor high priest of Frostspear City. An elderly man over 90, he wore an ancient ceremonial robe of dark blue and silver gray, his scepter engraved with ancient inscriptions, a pale silver ribbon dangling from its tip, fluttering lightly in the wind with his slightly trembling gestures. He did not proclaim aloud, but spoke softly in a hoarse voice in the silent snow. On the coldest border, he raised his sword above his head. On the Silentest battlefield, he stood guard until the last man. He was not perfect, but he accomplished everything a loyal subject could do. The high priest paused slightly, tapping his scepter on the snow before the coffin. Today, he will no longer bear the burden. Coincidentally, at that moment, the wind seemed to suddenly stop. Emily stood before the coffin, her posture ramrod straight, her belly protruding, as if using all her strength to resist the cold wind and her grief. She was expressionless, for she was the daughter of a northern nobleman, the daughter of Edmund. Louis stood beside her, saying nothing, only gently holding her hand. His hand was warm and firm, just like the one the sleeping man had given her countless times. Lady Elena stood to one side, supporting young Isaac. She wore a dark black cloak, her expression blank, her eyes unfocused, her mind still lingering on the image of her husband laughing a few days ago, not yet truly accepting the fact that this man was now asleep. Isaac looked up at the sky, reaching out to touch a falling snowflake, but failing to grasp it. As the high priest finished reading the final oath, Farron, the Grand Master of the Frost Iron Knights, stepped forward through the snow, knelt on one knee, and loudly proclaimed the oath. Duke Edmund has returned to the silent snow. We swear not to dishonor his will, The broken-edged knights, the silver-fang knights, the old frost-iron knights, one knight after another removed their helmets and knelt on one knee in the snow. Finally, several of the Duke's guards slowly lifted the coffin and placed it into the pre-dug stone pit. There was no mournful music, no drumming, only the dull thud of the wooden coffin slowly touching the snow. The ceremony ended, and everyone silently withdrew. The knights bid farewell and returned to their posts, while the old subordinates and officials helped each other away, their faces etched with sorrow. Elena led Isaac away, her gaze lingering on the cemetery several times. Emily, however, remained standing, watching everyone leave. Her expression was calm, she even managed to exchange pleasantries with others, comforting her stepmother. Until she returned to the inner quarters and pushed open the familiar study door. The room remained as it had been in the Duke's life. The old high-backed chair still leaned against the fireplace. A thick blanket draped over its back, an unfinished bottle of medicinal wine on a small table beside it, and an unfolded newsletter, its corner slightly curled. The fire was extinguished, but everything still carried the lingering scent of her father. Her shoulders trembled slightly. Then, as if an invisible string had snapped, Emily collapsed onto the chair, burying her face in her arms. Only then did the sobs, suppressed for so long, finally burst forth from the depths of her throat, a heart-wrenching scream. Emily cried until she was almost speechless, as if tearing apart all the emotions that had been weighing on her chest for the past 6 months. Just then, a warm hand gently landed on her shoulder. Louis had appeared beside her at some point. Without a word, he simply sat down slowly, opened his arms, and gently embraced his wife. Emily didn't struggle, didn't even look up, letting the tears flow freely. And the emotions that had hardened into hardened armor finally crumbled quietly in the familiar warmth of his presence. The fire in the fireplace quietly rekindled, slowly illuminating the cold night. Chapter 312 Aftermath and Conspiracy. On the morning of the first day after Duke Frostspear's death, Emily solemnly handed him a document sealed with red wax and addressed to Louis Calvin. This was written by my father himself. He said it would be given to you after his death. Louis slowly pulled out the thick letter. The 10-plus pages, neatly formatted like military documents, were all written in the Duke's own handwriting. The opening section outlined methods for dealing with the seasonal calamities of the North. The second page detailed the deployment procedures for the Frostspear Army and brief assessments of the generals' personalities. The third page detailed strategies for maintaining stability, rather than balance, among the nobles. The fourth page directly pointed out the weaknesses and flaws of several northern noble families. A total of over 10 pages, filled with his political and military experience, including even a warhorse and ration ratio table and a draft of a military ration inspection system within the territory. And on the last page, there was no more formatted language. It was just a few lines of hastily written, yet clearly written with great care and slow strokes. These are merely my personal experiences, perhaps outdated, perhaps pedantic. You should proceed according to your own ideas. Also, please take good care of Emily and Isaac for me. Louis remained silent for a long time, turning the entire letter page by page, then reread it. The methods of governance were somewhat outdated, conservative, cumbersome, and bore the deep imprint of the old imperial aristocracy. One page even contained instructions on how to distribute stew during festivals to appease the people, which Louis found both amusing and absurd. But regarding the military affairs, he admitted he had never thought of them in such detail before. This was likely the essence of the Duke's life. Battlefield deployment, supply rhythm, hierarchical command structures, crisis response triggers. Louis extracted many key lessons from it. But whether useful or not, Louis could see the Duke's expectations of him and his sincere feelings. He carefully closed the letter, pressed it flat, and placed it in his personal letterbox. The news of Duke Edmund's death didn't shake the earth like a thunderbolt, but rather fell silently like the first snowfall of the season, quietly settling in every northern territory. This old Duke, who had guarded the frontier for over 30 years, ultimately couldn't survive the winter. The news was first released discreetly by the Frostspear city government, without a public square for mourning or any memorial service. Yet, this very discretion, like a dull old sword, pierced the heart of every noble and knight in the north. They remained silent, not out of fear, but out of respect. He held on for too long. No one understood the ice and snow of the north better than him. The Frostspear wall was built by him, brick by brick. Everyone had received favors from this Duke and knew what a great man he was. But in the markets of the north, In the farmhouses, at the entrances to the mines, the obituary was nothing more than a piece of waste paper fluttering in the wind. Most of the ragged commoners glanced at it, then turned away indifferently to continue their hawking, chopping wood, and driving their carts. His Excellency the Duke has passed away. Is that so? In their eyes, the shield of the empire was too distant, existing only in the mouths of those high above. Just another lord had died, and another name would sit in that chair, continuing to issue tax-collecting orders. Meanwhile, in various parts of the empire, several black envelopes from the north quietly arrived. The swift bird traveled thousands of miles, personally delivering them to several long-dormant branches of the Edmund family: Earl Edmund of Radiant Rock, Viscount Edmund of the Northwest Wastes, a distant relative serving as an intelligence assistant in the Southern Legion, and several young men who had not yet inherited the title but were eager to try. They opened the letters and saw only a few short, cold lines. This Duke hereby bequeaths the title to his youngest son, Isaac. From this day forward, all military and political affairs of the North will be handled by Lord Louis Calvin of the Crimson Tide. There were no pleasantries, no room for discussion, and no contingency plans. At that moment, many restless thoughts seemed to have been doused with cold water. Of course, they had considered it. Who wouldn't want to be the new Duke Edmund? Especially now that the Knights of the North still existed, with vast fiefdoms and no real power. But it was precisely because they understood this that they dared not act rashly. These branches knew very well, they had no army in the north, no granaries or gold to keep frost spears running. If they forcibly took over, they would only be like stones thrown into an icy lake, slowly sinking into the deep sea. So they endured, observed, and waited, but their hearts were filled with sneer. A little brat, daring to take over the north, does he think winning a few battles will allow him to control the empire's borders? Ridiculous. Is he Emily's child's husband? No wonder, on the surface, they respected the Duke's last wishes, but inwardly they were like a flock of patiently waiting vultures. Waiting for the storm to come, waiting for the avalanche to bury them, waiting for Louis to make a mistake, lose control, and collapse. Waiting for the day Frost Spear turns to ruins, so he can fly down, tear apart the remains, and claim a mouthful of warm blood and bone. On his deathbed, Duke Edmund wrote a decree in his will. The title would go to Isaac, to be raised by his mother Eleanor in Red Tide, with Louis acting as his guardian, until he came of age and returned to Frost Spear. The arrangement on paper was uneventful, without a grand investiture ceremony or a family council election. But it was precisely because of this that the Duke's power seemed terrifying. Thus, before he was even 2 years old and had learned to ride a horse, Isaac bore the title of Duke of the North. The title of his proxy fell to the young Red Tide Lord. Proxy and guardianship were not inheritances, but all truly intelligent people understood that real power had fallen into Louis's hands, not that of the toddler. Of course, Louis was never formally appointed governor of the North by the capital, nor did he undergo any swearing-in ceremony. He relied on the powerful documents handed over by the Duke on his deathbed, the flowing supply of provisions and salt from the Red Tide territory for 3 consecutive months, and controlled the dominant discourse at the Northern Reconstruction Conference. Without the crown, Louis had already garnered approximately 70% political support in the North. Louis's sharpest tool, naturally, was the data collected daily by his intelligence system, forming a near-cold political map. Those who could be won over were marked usable, with accompanying strategies and needs. Those with a weak backbone or tainted pasts were marked to be wary of. Those observing were left blank in the determine a plan after the situation evolved section. Louis was neither in a hurry to purge nor to curry favor. He knew that with 70% support, the remaining 30% had only one option: silence. Of course, Louis himself did not pave the way for all of this. But he never denied that what truly allowed him to sit in this chair was the deceased Duke. It was he who, before his death, sent letters one by one, intimidating those family branches that coveted power. It was he who prematurely relinquished real power, silently filing the power vacuum in the North. It was he who, in his posthumous name, shielded Louis from countless questioning gazes. Louis knew this was not a simple inheritance, but a debt of gratitude heavy enough to break one's spine. He was deeply grateful. On the 3rd day after the Duke's death, the snow in Frost Spear City was still lingering in the early morning. Louis convened a very brief closed-door meeting in the inner city of Frost Spear. There were no observers, no civil officials, only 3 people in attendance: the 3 Grand Masters of the Knights, Broken Edge, Cold Iron, and Silver Fang. The meeting place was an old stone hall, with a long table laid out in a brazier dimly lit. Seated closest to Louis was Grandmaster Broken Edge, Remmer. He smiled faintly, as if he had been waiting for this moment, and nodded first. "We obey you. The Duke said so before his death, and we are already familiar with your rhythm." This legion had been personally handed over to Louis by Duke Edmund half a year ago. After Louis's 6 months of cultivating relationships, it had now become one of the most stable military arms of the Red Tide. Louis didn't need to repeat his thanks, he simply nodded slightly as a promise. Seated in the middle was Captain Farron of the Cold Iron Legion, clad in impeccable armor, his posture as imposing as a mountain. His tone was steady. "The Duke ordered us to protect our master, and we will protect him until he can stand alone on his saddle." This was the most disciplined legion, almost obsessively devoted to Edmund's orders, and this time was no exception. Louis tapped the map on the table, his tone softening. "Then please escort Lady Emily and young Master Isaac South back to the Red Tide." Farron had no objection, only a slight bow. "We will obey the Duke's dying wish." Seated at the far end was Captain Ozer of the Silver Fang Legion. He remained silent for a long time before finally speaking slowly. "We are willing to obey orders, but if possible, we still wish to remain with Frostalbert." He wasn't lying, nor was he telling the whole story. But Louis had already learned everything clearly through the daily intelligence system. This knightly order possessed an independent will, its own political leanings, and the captain privately harbored many doubts about his policies. More realistically, given their large numbers and the large number of their families, Louis had no intention of taking the entire legion to the Red Tide. Housing, food supplies, and maintaining morale were all problems. He smiled, his tone gentle yet hitting the nail on the head. "Then Silver Fang will guard Frost Spear." Ozer then rose and bowed, accepting silently. He gained face and preserved his unit's independence. Louis, on the other hand, cleverly left this potential variable on the strategic periphery. The meeting ended without argument or shouting. There was only a slow reconstruction of order and the relinquishment of a temporary guardian's power. From this point on, the temporary command of the three major knightly orders, Broken Edge, Cold Iron, and Silver Fang, officially fell into Louis's hands. Until Isaac Edmund came of age, there would be roughly a decade or so, and Louis could do many things through these knights. Duke Simmons, the patriarch of one of the 8 great families of the Empire, was recently riding high, hardly behaving like an old fox of his age. Dressed in a deep purple and gold family robe, holding an ivory scepter, his smile was as sweet as honey, even his few white hairs seemed to have turned back to green. Half a year had passed. Emperor Ernst August, his first legion, the Dragonblood Legion, and the Royal Guard, all had been silent for half a year. During these 6 months, the capital was turbulent. The Dragon Throne Council appeared calm on the surface, but in private, the center of power had shifted several times. He, originally the member of the 8 great families closest to the capital and the one most severely suppressed by the Emperor, could finally catch his breath. "How are things going with the 4th prince?" he asked casually. "He has secretly met with 3 marquises, and their attitude is positive," Odd replied, bowing his head. "Very good. Continue recruiting people, slowly getting them used to an empire without Ernst." At that moment, a young attendant knocked and entered, holding a secret letter. "Your Excellency, the latest intelligence from the north, Duke Frostspear, Edmund, has passed away." The air seemed to freeze for a moment. Simmons glanced back at the letter, took it, opened it, and quickly scanned it, raising an eyebrow slightly. "Finally gone, that old codger," he murmured, though he already knew of Edmund's serious illness. His impression of Edmund was complex. For over 30 years, he had almost single-handedly defended the entire northern frontier, resisting barbarians, insect plagues, rebels, and even court purges. He admired his loyalty, but also thought him foolish. Fighting to the death for the Empire his entire life, and now only a few peripheral figures remain in the Edmund family. Simmons shook his head and chuckled. "So, who is the new Duke of the North?" he asked casually. "It's Lord Isaac, his 1.5-year-old son." Odd paused, his voice lowering slightly as he delivered the information. "An infant? Ha." Simmons put down the letter, glancing at it as if watching a farce. "And who truly holds power, according to intelligence from the north? It's Louis Calvin, currently effectively in control of military and political power." "Calvin? Which branch of the Calvin family?" Simmons frowned. "He's Duke Calvin's 8th son, sent to the north to expand the territory. He married Duke Edmund's daughter, Ode answered cautiously. Simmons slumped back in his chair, his knuckles tapping lightly on the back. So, the Calvin family now controls both the southeast and the north. Theoretically, the north still belongs to Edmund, but real power has been entrusted to Viscount Louis. An unusual silence hung in the air. The Calvin family, one of the 8 great families of the empire, was already powerful, and now, through marriage, they had seized control of the vast north. If the emperor were still alive and the capital stable, this would never have happened. Duke Calvin was truly shrewd. He recalled the order to expand the north a few years ago. He had also sent several family members to the north for training, 2 nephews and his 3rd son. Unfortunately, they all died mysteriously in that insect swarm incident. It was truly infuriating to compare oneself to others. Simmons stood before the map for a long time, slowly moving his finger from the southeast to the words Frost Halberd, tapping them lightly as if confirming a certain reality. The 8th son of the Calvin family, he laughed, half mocking, half astonished. Who would have thought that lecherous fiend obsessed with having children would actually produce a talent? A moment later, his smile faded. However, Louis Calvin isn't yet the governor of the north, is he? Yes, Odd nodded immediately. Currently, he's only His Highness Isaac's guardian. While many northern nobles support him, he hasn't received a formal appointment from the capital. Simmons laughed. That's where things get interesting. Without an appointment from the capital, everything is temporary and illegitimate, and I remember there's a prince in the north. Chapter 313 The Dragon Throne Meeting in the Emperor's Absence. The morning mist hadn't completely dissipated, casting fleeting shadows on the windowsill of the Iris Tower mansion. Eleanor Calvin sat before the mirror, quietly letting her maid comb her hair. Her evening gown was perfectly layered, the gold buttons beneath the blue satin all askew. Her gaze fell on a thin sheet of intelligence lying open on the corner of the dressing table. She blinked only briefly before silently reciting the 17 secret reports delivered the previous night. The Treasury held a closed-door meeting last night. The agenda is unknown. The regent has established a new procedure for receiving guests in the palace. Even his personal knights must obtain multiple layers of approval before approaching him. The Overwatch Council raided and detained a former Heron Knight in the 9th Hall of the inner city. His identity is unknown. Eleanor didn't frown. Even the slightest movement of her brow remained calm. Only her posture was more upright than usual. 6 months was not a short time, and the situation was beginning to change. Some people were starting to become restless and were beginning to make their moves. These tests, however, remained clandestine, subtle, cautious, and far from overstepping boundaries, like taking the first, tentative step on a frozen river. It seems the nobles of the capital still retain a basic degree of patience. After dressing, Eleanor, surrounded by guards, headed to the dining room, looking out the window. A flock of swift birds swept across the capital, flying off to various destinations, a sight that had persisted for 6 months. Upon arriving at the dining room, fragrant green tea sipped warm, and a maid gently placed a loaf of toast spread with apricot jam before her. Eleanor grasped the silver spoon, stirred it twice, but didn't drink a drop. Her thoughts continued to swirl, like a slow but relentless undercurrent, subtly intertwining in her mind. The Dragon Throne Conference was convened again today. The topic had been circulating for a week, the death of Duke Edmund, governor of the North. Eleanor closed her eyes. Not out of shock, but out of mourning for an old adversary and ally. How many nobles today would remain utterly loyal to the Empire? Edmund was one of them. He deserved the title of Shield of the Empire. He defended the northernmost city of the Empire to the death, a pity. But what surprised her was the young man who succeeded Edmund as the de facto ruler of the North, Louis Calvin. Before Eleanor went to the North, she barely remembered this nephew. But now, at just over 20, he was the most powerful person on the northern border of the Empire. After Edmund's death, the power in the North was almost seamlessly handed over to him. Eleanor rarely praised anyone, but this time, she couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Truly, the younger generation surpasses the older. The rewards for the last great battle were still not fully decided. And her duty today was to secure what he deserved. Not just confirmation of Red Tide Territory's status, but at least a promotion in rank. This was a task personally entrusted to her by her brother, the current head of the Calvin family. It was both a strategic move for the family and a way to secure a crown for Calvin's future in the North. His casual remark in the letter still echoed in her mind. If there's an opportunity, mention the title, but don't put in too much effort. A subtle thought stirred within Eleanor. Her brother's attitude was becoming increasingly intriguing. He wanted a piece of the pie in the north, yet he was unwilling to take any risks, or even truly tie himself to Lewis. His unspoken message was all too familiar: it would be best to get some benefit, but it's okay if we don't. We can't siphon our money from that frozen land. Was this because he didn't want Lewis to escape too much control? Or had he never considered the North a worthwhile long-term investment from the beginning? Her brother's thoughts were always difficult to fathom, and she didn't need to know. Eleanor took off her gloves and walked slowly out of the mansion. The morning wind was still biting, causing the hem of her cloak to flutter slightly. The carriage passed through the morning mist in the heart of the capital and entered the golden avenue lined with the bronze knight statues. Outside the carriage window, the majestic dome of the imperial palace was faintly visible, like the back of a sleeping behemoth, silent and solemn. Eleanor sat quietly in the carriage, expressionless, but a barely perceptible emotional fluctuation flickered in her eyes. Half a year ago, she had also traveled to the imperial palace, draped in a cloak symbolizing the Calvin family. Back then, His Majesty the Emperor personally presided over the meeting, the hall filled with the scent of dragon's blood, and under the almost suffocating pressure of imperial authority, no one dared to utter more than 10 words. Eleanor was merely a mouthpiece then, simply reading out her brother's opinions. As for the outcome, that was naturally left to the Emperor's judgment. Eleanor adjusted her gloves, a weary smile appearing on her lips. Now, however, she could not only speak, but even influence the direction of the meeting. She was truly a representative of the 8 great families, fiercely clashing with the representatives of other nations. The Emperor was gone, the old order was crumbling. This was the stage for politicians. The carriage stopped, and she slowly stepped down, passing through layers of golden guards and banners, entering the imperial palace amidst the echoing morning bells. The imperial hall remained as solemn and timeless as legend had it. This temple-like hall, with its massive stone dome, was adorned with a colossal alchemical chandelier. Blue flames still danced from the center of the rings, burning for a full 373 years without ever extinguishing, symbolizing the eternal will of the empire. The hall's walls were inlaid with 12 emblems symbolizing the glory of the ancient empire, from the shattered dragon shield of Dragon Breath City to the crescent moon spear of Darkwine Ridge, all petrified memorials of a 1,000-year lineage. As she slowly entered and took her seat, she scanned the emblems she knew all too well, feeling no awe, only irony. After all, most of these descendants of nobles, who symbolized so-called order, now concealed their daggers. Even the eternal fire could not suppress their restless ambitions. And the throne was gone. To be precise, the obsidian throne, carved from a single block of obsidian, still stood atop the highest steps of the hall, like a deity overlooking the mortal realm. But since Emperor Ernst August's disappearance, no one has dared to sit there. The eldest prince, the nominal regent of the empire, now sits in the high chair at the center of the long table, pale-faced, weak, and his gaze barely focused. Eleanor glances at him. A recent secret report flashing through her mind: someone attempted to poison the regent, but failed. Specific details unknown. Judging from his current appearance, it's probably true. Only half a year has passed, and someone has already acted impulsively. The progress is faster than she imagined. The dragon blood fragrance in the hall is long gone. That deep, noble, and intimidating scent has completely dissipated. In its place is an invisible musty smell of power, a damp aura brewing from various factions. Eleanor walks across the long table and sits down at the Calvin family's seat. She doesn't immediately flip through the documents on the table, nor does she nod to any acquaintances. She simply rests the back of her hand on her snow-white gloves, her gaze sweeping over the attendees from left to right. She was observing, and recalling. 6 months ago, Eleanor had sat at this very table, even in the same spot. Back then, the Emperor was still alive, but everyone was 100 times more cautious than they were now. And now? Those who had once only dared to bow their heads and speak in hushed tones, feigning deafness and muteness before the Emperor, were now sitting upright and speaking loudly, one after another. Especially those noble representatives from the western and southern borders of the empire, whose territories were far from the center. In the past, they were cautious and timid, but now their eyes were sharp and their smiles were beaming. On the other hand, the once imposing group of civil officials now mostly looked haggard, with deep-set eyes. The exception was Mace of the Censorate, who remained as upright as an ice sculpture, as if nailed to his seat. The civil officials are being depleted, while the regions are expanding. This was Eleanor's clearest conclusion at this moment. With the emperor gone, the imperial hall was no longer a majestic stage, but a long table for dividing meat. Some were eager to try, some remained still, some feigned composure. Eleanor's gaze swept past the regent's seat. The frail figure still struggled to maintain his composure, as quiet as ever, yet as always, meaningless. This isn't a meeting of the Dragon Throne, but a hunting ground for power. Eleanor picked up her warm teacup and took a sip. And wasn't she herself a hunter? At that moment, a faint sound of footsteps broke the silence, interrupting the tense breaths of the nobles. The imperial household minister, Lin's aunt, emerged slowly from the shadows. His face was thin, his steps silent yet impossible to ignore. Even though the emperor had been missing for half a year, this old man still dutifully fulfilled his duty as the representative of the imperial will. Eleanor lowered her head slightly, her gaze calm. She wasn't close to this minister, but she couldn't help but respect him. This was a privy councillor who had remained in office under 3 emperors, and was said to be nearly 200 years old. Even though the throne was now vacant and the empire was without a ruler, the imperial hall remained silent when Lindsay unfurled the scroll of mithril paper. It wasn't until he began to read, Item 1. Regarding the death of Duke Edmund, governor of the northern border, who was wounded and fell ill during the Battle of Barrett-Bones Canyon, this is hereby confirmed. His achievements during his lifetime, the stability of his rule, and his contributions to resisting barbarian calamities on the empire's borders are hereby conferred the Imperial Order of Merit. However, with his passing, there is a political and military vacuum in the northern border, and no successor exists in the province. Succession arrangements must be discussed. Around the noble tables, a silent rustling of pages filled the air. Some nobles were quietly turning the pages of official documents, or trying to conceal their excited expressions. Agenda 2. Lindsay continued reading before the echoes faded, regarding the achievements and rewards for the Northern Barbarian disaster, the Imperial Capital's Merit Records Office, the Ministry of Military Affairs, and the Censorate have submitted a joint review. The rank of reward will be determined based on military merit, stability, and logistical contributions. The Northern Independent Noble Knights and the Imperial Knights, among others, have performed exceptionally well and are included in the list of those to be rewarded. Lindsay's tone was neither loud nor soft, as if he were merely dissecting a frozen corpse and reading its history. Finally, he slowly closed the embroidered silver scroll. The meeting officially began. At the start of the meeting, several border marquises put forward some insignificant proposals, such as rebuilding the northern post road system, inscribing a monument for the northern war dead, and providing limited tax relief for the northern border. Some were quickly passed, while others were shelved due to the need for further evaluation. The noble representatives behaved politely and spoke respectfully, as if this were still a stable and orderly empire. The meeting proceeded in a calm and uneventful atmosphere, with no one mentioning the vacancy of the Governor-General of the North or the post-war power struggle. This was the expected slow pace. Eleanor Calvin sat quietly at one corner of the long table, her eyes lowered, waiting calmly. Suddenly, a calm yet measured voice broke the silence. Lord Lewis's achievements and post-war contributions are undeniable. Should he be awarded a medal and a knighthood? All eyes turned to the speaker, the Marquess of Asheville, a moderate old nobleman from the southwestern province, outwardly unrelated to the Calvin family. But at this moment, he was speaking on her behalf. A barely perceptible glint flashed in Eleanor's eyes. This was the opening remark she had made several days earlier in secret, personally visiting him and exchanging the southeastern port's tax revenue for it. And this was precisely her primary objective for this trip, to secure an imperial earldom for Lewis, without getting involved in the power struggle. After all, her nephew Lewis was too young, only in his early 20s, born into a pioneering noble family, and had risen from an unknown baron to the de facto ruler of the North in just 4 years. Adding the title of imperial governor would only expose him to the envious gazes of everyone. Leaving aside the taboo word governor, focusing solely on military achievements and promotions was the furthest possible step in the empire's current chaotic power structure. As long as this proposal wasn't rejected, even without anyone else agreeing, her mission would be half complete. On the imperial steps, the regent prince leaned against the ebony armrest, his face pale and his eyes bluish. He wasn't a man of decision-making power, at least not now. He slightly tilted his head and whispered a few words to his royal attendant, Linga. Linga leaned closer and whispered in his ear. No one knew what he said. A few breaths later, the regent, supporting himself on the edge of the table, struggled to his feet. His voice was weak, but he still tried his best to maintain royal decorum. Louis Calvin is hereby granted the rank of Earl for his bravery in the campaign against the North. Silence fell over the hall. Then, a few weak claps broke out, not enthusiastic, but no one objected. However, many nobles wore cold expressions, their eyes concealing contempt. Earl? Another promotion, only 4 years? They really know how fast the shortcuts to nobility are. Tisk, just for holding down a barbarian fortress, and he gets a title. Looks like it's easier to rise to power in chaotic times, but it's alright. The North, that freezing place, not worth a few coppers. He'd probably be more comfortable as a baron in the South, they sneered inwardly. They didn't object to Louis's promotion, but they expressed their disdain in 100 ways. They had always looked down on northern titles. Eleanor saw it all clearly, yet maintained the posture of a neutral observer, only nodding slightly, seemingly thanking His Majesty for his favor, but a slow, relieved breath escaped her lips. The goal was achieved. While the title of Earl wasn't that of a governor, it elevated her from a provincial noble to an imperial title. This meant that Louis legally possessed the authority to be transferred out of the province and was qualified for military service. The Calvin family had placed this pawn in their new game. But just as she was about to calmly take a sip of wine and celebrate this initial victory, a sudden voice interrupted her. Chapter 314 Turbulent Waves. Just as Eleanor was casually assessing the victory, a previously silent representative quietly rose. Due to the sudden death of Duke Edmund and the instability in the north, the defenses are as thin as ice. I propose that His Highness, the 6th Prince August, succeed him as governor of the north to oversee the aftermath and restore order. Everyone turned to look. It was Duke Simon's representative. The old man rose from the side of the long table, his tone seemingly concerned for the safety of the empire, but in reality, sharp as a knife. This proposal was like a stone thrown into a still pond, creating ripples. Immediately, another nobleman rose to second the motion, followed by a third, a fourth. These people were mostly from the central noble faction, with a few figures from the imperial capital's military system, and even some former members of the censorate. Their expressions varied, but their tone was uniform. This proposal is very sound. The 6th Prince has pure blood and already possesses a nominal territory in the north. The position of governor is vacant, and the people's hearts are adrift. The 6th Prince is of royal blood, symbolizing stability. This wasn't a spur-of-the-moment decision, it seemed like a pre-planned encirclement. Eleanor's gaze swept casually over the folds of the clothing and badges of the speakers, instantly making her judgment. They came from different factions, yet responded to Simon's with astonishing tacit understanding, clearly a well-coordinated joint attack. Even more alarming were those who should have immediately refuted him, yet remained silent. The chief of the Overwatch Council, Mace, slightly adjusted his thin-rimmed glasses, his expression as cold and restrained as ever. General Yoda, who had previously expressed many objections to many matters in the north, now seemed deaf, toying with his brown seal as if calculating the pros and cons, and the imperial treasurer, the gray-haired, overweight man known for his stinginess and caution, was completely silent. Eleanor's brow twitched almost imperceptibly, but a silent, cold smile played on her lips. She had underestimated them. The Simons family and these people didn't intend for the 6th Prince, already exiled to the north, to truly rule it. On the contrary, this attack struck at the heart of the matter, precisely targeting the Calvin family and Louis. Having a prince as nominal governor, seemingly respectable but in reality powerless, was enough to nominally block Louis's legitimacy and upward mobility in ruling the north. This way, even if most of the northern nobles supported Louis, he couldn't truly rule the north. More importantly, this step could thwart Calvin's attempt to expand his power through the north. Eleanor knew where she had gone wrong. It had been too smooth, so smooth that she had forgotten she was under the throne. From the beginning, everything had gone smoothly. Louis's promotion to nobility was unchallenged, his nominal control of the north was firmly established, and there had been no obstacles in her efforts to win over supporters. Eleanor had even thought the meeting would end as she methodically planned. But now she realized, the other families weren't without ambition for the north. They had already laid their pieces, waiting for her to let her guard down. Damn it, she cursed under her breath. Duke Calvin's letter seemed to flash before her eyes. The interests of the north are worth fighting for, but not worth exchanging for excessively high costs. Indeed, she had saved herself the cost of exchanging interests, but in doing so, she had fallen to a disadvantage. But Eleanor wasn't the kind of person who would be trapped on the chessboard and simply give up. She had served as an envoy in the capital for over a decade, representing the Calvin family in negotiations with various parties, laying the groundwork for her brother, and securing benefits for the family. She had witnessed countless falls from grace, the deaths of powerful ministers, and the rise and fall of nobles from the throne. This experience allowed Eleanor to immediately devise a plan to avoid the worst-case scenario. She didn't intend to directly refute the proposal to make the sixth prince governor. That would be too foolish, as if the Calvin family were rushing to refute the royal family and seize power for personal gain. She intended to approach the issue from the angles of human relationships, etiquette, and tradition, an angle acceptable to everyone. Of course, this time Eleanor hadn't prepared a backup spokesperson, nor arranged for any noble allies to secretly assist her. Therefore, she had to step in herself. Eleanor slowly rose, her movements as steady as if she had planned it all along. She glanced around, paused, lowered her eyes as if in sorrow, and spoke with a slightly hoarse tone. Duke Edmund defended the North for over 10 years until his final battle, and now his body is barely cold. His youngest son has just inherited the title and should also inherit the position of Governor-General of the North, as the position has always been held by the Edmund Patriarch. It's not that His Highness the Sixth Prince is unsuitable, but the capital doesn't even know the attitude of the nobles in the North. To appoint a prince who has only been in the North for a little over a year as Governor-General is far too hasty. Those old nobles of the North might become estranged. In such turbulent times, we should be even more cautious. Her words fell silent, the imperial hall chilling to the bone. Some gently set down their teacups, their expressions grave, others exchanged whispered glances with their neighbors. No one readily echoed Simon's proposal anymore. Eleanor hadn't called the sixth prince incompetent, mentioned the Calvin family, or spoken of vying for power. But with a single sentence, those old nobles of the North might become estranged. She transformed the entire North into a minefield that the royal faction couldn't easily touch. Most brilliantly, she also used the phrase, "The bodies are still warm," to subtly stir up a sense of shared fate among the nobles present. Today, a single word from the royal family could strip a deceased ducal family of its centuries of achievements. Tomorrow, any family could be stripped of its lands and honors. Thus, whether they were those whose interests were intertwined with the Calvin family, nobles who had been favored by Edmund, or representatives of other nobles worried about the shared fate, they all weighed their options and chose silence or nods of agreement. Most of them weren't necessarily supporting Eleanor herself, they were merely supporting the self-preservation behind that statement. Just as the tide had turned, the Simmons family representative, whose eyes usually held a smile, looked rather displeased. His eye twitched slightly as he glanced discreetly at the scroll of notes on the table, seemingly weighing whether to forcefully push through the existing plan. But before he could fully grasp the situation, Eleanor had already delivered her sharpest blow. If His Highness the Regent wishes to secure the northern border, perhaps he should bestow upon the sixth prince the title of Royal Envoy for the reconstruction of the northern border, temporarily granting him some administrative power. Once the situation becomes clearer, the succession to the governor can be determined. She spoke casually, as if genuinely out of consideration for the prince, without a trace of aggression. But this was a masterful example of concealing the blade with an etiquette and decorum. Granting the seemingly prestigious title of Royal Envoy for the reconstruction was, in reality, a way to give the sixth prince a respectable position without actual command. The governor's position would remain vacant for the time being, leaving room for future power struggles. If the sixth prince's influence needed to be eliminated later, it wouldn't become a major case for dismissing the governor. This move, taking a step back to block 3 moves, using 1 step to resolve the overall situation. A glint of cunning flashed in Simmons's eyes. He understood perfectly what Eleanor's words meant. It wasn't that they had lost, but that Eleanor had timely closed the gap, leaving no room for a decisive blow. If you were to forcefully refute her now, it would appear as if you were coercing the emperor and disrupting the meeting. If you were to retreat casually, it would confirm his reputation for reckless advance. A stalemate ensued. In the imperial hall, many nobles nodded slightly, and even General Yoda on the military side quietly and slowly put away the brown seal in his hand. The regent didn't speak, but turned to look at the old chief steward Lindsay beside him. Lindsay bowed slightly and whispered a few words in the regent's ear. After a moment, the frail regent spoke, his voice low and hoarse, yet undeniably authoritative. The position of Governor-General of the northern border will remain undecided for now. The sixth prince will be appointed special envoy for the reconstruction of the northern border, to assist in all matters, under the joint supervision of the Oversight Council. Everyone in the imperial hall rose and bowed in respect. Eleanor bowed slightly, her face calm, but inwardly she breathed a sigh of relief. She had won, not a complete victory, but enough. Now, however, it would likely be up to Louis himself. The title of Royal Reconstruction Envoy, though seemingly insignificant, was in reality the eyes and hands of the imperial factions planted in the north. How to handle the future power struggles, checks and balances, and compromises with him would depend on Louis's own skill. The Calvin family could do as much for him as possible. To strive for more would come at too high a price, as her brother had said in his letter, "Don't exert yourself too much," but she wasn't worried. Louis, who had risen from a pioneer in the southeastern corner of the empire to the de facto ruler of the north in just 4 years, must possess exceptional political acumen. The meeting was not yet over. The subsequent proposals, though numerous, were unlikely to evoke the same fierce debate as before. Most of the topics concerned the reconstruction of the north. The issues included how to repair Prosperous City's defenses, whether to restart funding for the northern granaries, and whether minor nobles who had rendered meritorious service in the war should be rewarded. These issues, which might have required careful consideration while the emperor was alive, were now hastily glossed over. Some neutral nobles proposed detailed funding for the construction of the northern defenses, and some councillors suggested increasing the troop deployment in the north, citing the remaining barbarian remnants. However, these were ultimately merely recorded and left for financial review. Only those families allowed to submit reports of their achievements showed a hint of smugness. Although everyone knew that these so-called achievements were mostly elaborated figures, the real problems were only just beginning to emerge. As the reconstruction of the North entered the practical stage, the meeting inevitably touched upon the issue of material aid arrangements. The atmosphere instantly became delicate, but the nobles' expressions revealed a hint of indifference. The real problem was not a lack of resources, but the emperor's absence. If the emperor were still alive, even if they were dissatisfied, the nobles would have complied out of respect for his authority. And now, which of these important figures sitting around the long table wasn't harboring their own calculations and secretly testing the waters? Where should the grain be allocated from? A Marcus asked, his brow furrowing slightly. To the northern border? Even if 10% is allocated, getting 30% would be a miracle. On the other side, a duke's representative scoffed, his arrogance barely concealed in his whisper. If the emperor were alive, perhaps these people would be more obedient, but without an emperor, the capital wouldn't truly lean towards the north. The slogan of supporting the northern border remained solemn and lofty, but the actual resource mobilization was far less forceful and authoritative than when the emperor was in power. After all, the regent was not the true ruler. Even though he now sat on the throne, listlessly directing the vast machinery of the empire, he couldn't rule with the absolute authority of the previous emperors. Moreover, there was an extremely awkward possibility. While various parts of the empire did respond to the call and send grain and equipment, these resources were embezzled and exploited at every turn during transport. Sometimes local officials took advantage of the chaos, and sometimes it was the legion's usual practice of subsidizing military supplies. Even worse, some simply obeyed orders to transport supplies but turned back halfway, making the accounts look good while the supplies remained untouched. Moreover, the North was currently leaderless, with no one having the authority to hold anyone accountable for these losses. These people were even more brazen in their embezzlement of resources. How much of the supplies will actually reach the North? Eleanor coldly observed the nobles discussing ways to aid the North with smiles on their faces. In her mind, she could already see cartloads of empty crates and rotten grain piled up before the broken docks and charred fortresses, turning to ashes in the wind. Anyway, the barbarians are almost wiped out. I heard the snowfields were quiet for months after the war. Besides, even if they attack, the Imperial Legion is watching. Our reinforcements in the southwest are just symbolic support. The empire is so vast, surely they won't really let the north perish. The whispers of some noble representatives drifted over, tinged with half-joking seriousness. This was the true political atmosphere of the empire at this moment. Everyone was weighing their own gains and losses. From the tower not far from the window came the low murmur of soldiers changing guard, an echo from a dream. On the bed, Louis slowly opened his eyes. This wasn't the familiar domed bedroom in Red Tide City, but the inner chamber of the tower in Prosperous City, cold and hard. Even the thick carpet couldn't hide the chill. Today was the 12th day since Duke Edmund's death, They should prepare to return to Red Tide. Emily rested quietly on Lewis's left arm, her snow-white skin making her lips appear even paler. The once proud and aloof daughter of the governor was now nothing more than a weary, sleeping girl beside him. Her brow was no longer furrowed, her breathing even, as if she had temporarily withdrawn from the grief of losing her father in the political strife. Lewis gazed at her for a long time, his fingertips gently stroking her fallen hair. She's strong enough, he murmured to himself. She was Duke Edmund's daughter, the true bloodline of the Shield of the North, and had long been prepared for her father's departure. Only in the quiet of the night would she occasionally hold his hand tightly, as if searching for a last vestige of support on the verge of collapse. Lewis gently reached out and brushed a stray hair from her forehead. Emily's brow twitched slightly, but she didn't wake up, she was too tired. Lewis then slowly raised his other hand and gently drew a line in the air. A semi-transparent screen of light silently appeared before them, unfolding without a sound. The pale blue interface shimmered with subtle light, a few streaks of dark blue flashing by, accompanied by a faint hum. The familiar interface loaded. Daily Intelligence Update complete. Chapter 315 New Daily Intelligence. Lewis slowly raised his other hand and gently drew a line in the air. A semi-transparent light screen quietly appeared before him, unfolding silently. Daily Intelligence Update complete. 1. A spine-splitter snow scorpion has appeared in the shallow valley north of Winterdawn Ridge. 2. The Imperial Capital Dragon Throne Conference officially passed a proposal appointing the 6th Prince, August, as the royal envoy for the reconstruction of the Northern Territory. 3. Fishermen have shown signs of activity near Sinking Wave Reef outside Wavabreaker Bay. Their numbers are currently unknown. Lewis raised an eyebrow, his gaze first falling on the first item. Spine-splitter snow scorpion, another resource-type creature, Lewis muttered to himself, already accustomed to categorizing intelligence. These precious magical beasts, appearing in remote, cold regions, often carry something that can be refined. According to the description, the snow scorpion's gallbladder is rich in highly toxic glandular hormones, but its venom is not purely lethal. Rather, it is a catalytic factor that can stimulate fluctuations in blood and battle aura. After cooking or refining, it has a significant enhancing effect on the cultivation of knights. Lewis pulled out a small booklet from his bedside table and quickly jotted down, Winterdawn Ridge, Ridgeless Snow Scorpion, Gallbladder, Battle Aura Catalyst, Priority Hunt, even circling it in red at the end. Once back in Crimson Tide City, the beast hunting knights would be in action. Over the years, supported by the intelligence system, Crimson Tide Territory had secretly accumulated an astonishing amount of battle aura enhancement resources. Monster meat, enhanced mead, combat meditation incense, blood-stimulating herbs. There was even the Shadow Trial Grounds, a bug-level battle aura training space. Training resources that outsiders considered priceless and unattainable were practically daily occurrences here. Lewis had even joked once, the biggest problem for knights in Crimson Tide is not having enough stomach space for this week's supplies. Knights from other territories would probably find this absurd. But under Lewis's command, it was the most real daily occurrence. The knights' initial cautious observation had transformed into unwavering loyalty, not through empty slogans, but through the gradual realization of resources. These resources were cohesion, they were combat power. Unlike the knights of other noble families who had to queue for a year and draw lots just to get a bite of monster meat, the knights of the Crimson Tide knew perfectly well that as long as they followed Lewis, there would always be rewards to look forward to, and their cultivation would naturally rise accordingly. The Lord's kindness could never be repaid. Lewis looked at the intelligence report, a smile appearing on his lips. Snow Scorpion Gallbladder, another addition to everyone's menu. Then the second intelligence report slowly slid into view. 2. The Imperial Capital Dragon Throne Conference officially passed a proposal appointing the 6th Prince, August, as the special envoy for the reconstruction of the Northern Territory. Lewis didn't seem surprised, only his brow furrowed slightly, as if confirming a result he had predicted days ago. It's finally here, he murmured softly. This wasn't a sudden storm, but rather the ancient pot in the Imperial capital finally beginning to boil again. The Emperor had been missing for half a year, and the Imperial power center was shrouded in turmoil. He knew that neither the royal family nor other nobles would sit idly by and allow the Calvin family to control the two major territories of the Northern Territory and the southeastern provinces. Even though the north is ravaged and resource poor, It still possesses considerable mineral deposits and resources from cold-blooded magical beasts. Louis gave a self-deprecating smile, but his eyes remained as calm as ice. As for the sixth prince, Asta August, a pawn almost forgotten, now brought onto the chessboard and given the title of Reconstruction Envoy, clearly not for management, but for checks and balances. However, it's better than directly appointing the sixth prince as governor. This indicates that there had already been internal power struggles and compromises within the Dragon Throne Council, with the Calvin family temporarily shielding the north. The title of Reconstruction Envoy is essentially a transitional fig leaf. At least formally, the north remains vacant. That's enough, because as long as the governor's chair remains empty, Louis remains the de facto sole ruler of the north. However, Louis sat up straight, a hint of wariness in his eyes. The sixth prince, after all, he's royalty. He wasn't naive enough to think that a weak prince was truly without threat. Even a marginal pawn, half-exiled, can attract a swarm of sycophants as long as the golden halo of his bloodline remains. This is especially true of the southern nobility who, despite their limited understanding of the northern situation, consider themselves wise. But Louis wasn't afraid. A mocking smile even played on his lips. Now, do I fear a prince who can't bring supplies or raise a knightly order? The entire northern territory, from Frostspear City to Crimson Tide territory, from the southeastern granaries to coastal engineering projects, was already a political machine he had single-handedly built. He controlled resources, popular support, terrain, and the unique advantage of the daily intelligence system. Even if the enemy tried to plot in secret, he could always see the situation before them. The intelligence isn't enough. I can only proceed cautiously. Of course, Louis didn't let his guard down, but without more detailed intelligence, he could only wait. So he continued reading. 3. Signs of merfolk activity have appeared near Sinking Wave Reef outside Wavabreaker Bay. The number is still unclear. Louis's eyes narrowed slightly. This third intelligence report was a danger warning, but for him, bad intelligence isn't necessarily a bad thing. If they only discovered it when the fishermen came ashore and chewed through the masts of the grain transport ships, it wouldn't be a warning, but a disaster. Louis opened his notebook and recorded this on the priority intelligence page marked in red. South of Uten Slope, on the west bank of Broken Wave Bay, lay an uninhabited mudflat called Sinking Sand Beach. He had been planning for this coastline repeatedly over the past 3 months. Backed by rolling hills, it formed a natural arc bay facing the sea, sheltered from storms year-round, a truly divinely bestowed harbor structure. As early as last winter, Louis had secretly discovered that this beach nominally belonged to a former imperial naval nobleman who had long since migrated south. This man hadn't set foot in the north for decades, and his territory documents were yellowed and moldy, existing only in name. So he simply sent someone to detour south, personally offering 1,000 gold coins to exchange for this future portcover. On the day the deal was completed, he wrote a few words in his notebook. Sinking Sands Dawn Harbor. To other minor nobles, it was just a dilapidated mudflat. To Louis, it was the first waterway trade gateway connecting Red Tide territory to the southeastern provinces, leading them out of the north. In the past, every month he had to transport various mineral resources refined by Red Tide overland to the southern port of Calvin to exchange for other resources. This was time-consuming, expensive, and the transport teams were vulnerable to attacks. Once winter snow blocked the roads, supplies were almost cut off. But if Dawn Harbor could be built, water transport would solve all these problems once and for all. Cargo ships could sail south, reaching the cargo warehouses of southeastern Calvin Port in a little over a week. It could open up a sea trade route to the north, attracting refugees and foreign merchants. It could also connect to the ports of other southern nobles, providing leverage and a link in political negotiations. Of course, ideals are ideals, but reality is like a mudflat on the coast, full of traps. The ideal is rich, but reality is like a sinking sands. One step in, and you're surrounded by traps. The new port, though ideally located, was incredibly difficult to build. The tidal flats were soft, requiring the construction of sand-resistant dikes to stabilize the foundation. There was a shortage of timber, nails, and ropes. Even lifting equipment had to be sourced from the southern territory. Not to mention, skilled craftsmen were scarce throughout the northern territory. Those knowledgeable in port construction were few and far between. Anyone else would likely have given up long ago. But Louis was prepared. After all, the Calvin family controlled the most ports in the empire, making things simple. He had secretly brought in manpower and supplies over the past 6 months, waiting for this moment. In just a few more days, construction could begin. But the real problem stemmed from the outside world, such as the merfolk mentioned in the intelligence. Merfolk were once an intelligent sea race, having engaged in superficial trade with humans. 1,000 years ago, for unknown reasons, they degenerated into half-beasts, becoming greedy, insane, and nearly uncontrollable. They could come ashore at night, assassinating sentries, tearing apart civilians, and secreting corrosive acid to melt wooden ships. But the merfolk weren't the biggest problem. The biggest problem lay in the lair of one of the 7 pirate kings, Calvino Irontooth, located at the northern end of this sea area. This legendary steel-toothed mad king was not only ferocious and tyrannical, but also commanded nearly 100 small harassing ships, plundering countless coastal merchant fleets every year. Once Wavabreaker Bay opened to navigation, Red Tide Port would likely become his top priority target. However, these objective factors could not prevent him from entering the port. She was prepared for battle. She turned to the first page of her notebook, circling the Fishman activity area, Cavil's boundary, and Newport coordinates. Just then, Emily slowly opened her eyes and saw Lewis sitting beside the bed, tidying up his documents. Awake, Lewis's voice was gentle as he looked up at her. "We're returning to Red Tide today," Emily nodded gently, a hint of reluctance flashing in her eyes. Lewis smiled slightly and shook her hand. "Lady Elena and little Isaac will also be returning. We're not leaving, just moving to a different place to continue our lives. We'll come back again someday, I know." Emily's voice was still somewhat low. "I'll go make preparations." In the afternoon, the caravan had already assembled outside Frostspear Keep. Lewis, clad in a crimson cloak, stood behind the Cold Iron Knights in full battle array. He glanced at a broken yet still standing castle, then waved his hand and led the caravan away. As for Frostspear City, he had entrusted its administration to the Silver Fang Knights and selected several senior officials to form a temporary council. Lewis required them to report monthly, and once little Isaac came of age to succeed him, the rightful ruler would take over everything. Inside the carriage, Lady Elena gently parted the curtains, watching the receding silhouette of Frostspear City, her eyes misting over. She remained silent, her fingers tightly clutching the handkerchief embroidered with the Edmund family crest, as if using this small gesture to carefully preserve the memories. This city held the happy years she and her husband had shared, and also buried the lonely figure of a Duke of the North. In her arms, little Isaac, just over a year old, giggled, patting the carriage window, his big eyes filled with curiosity about the distant scenery. He didn't understand what parting meant, he only felt the carriage moving, the snow on the road, the wind, and the novelty. Everything was incredibly fun. A slight chill rose, and the distant snow line undulated like sleeping veins. The carriage wheels were once again heading towards Red Tide City. In a remote northern territory, the wind and snow howled, and the rebuilding mansion still led in the cold wind. In the makeshift study, by the brazier, the 6th Prince, Asta August, wrapped in a blanket, was reviewing the post-disaster reconstruction inventory presented by officials. Hurried footsteps sounded outside the door, and a servant pushed it open, clutching a letter sealed with the gold thread. "A letter from the swift birds of the imperial capital, Your Highness. It comes from the Dragon Throne Council." Asta paused, his expression shifting. He slowly took the letter, his fingers trembling as he unsealed it. "His Highness Asta Augusta is hereby granted the position of Special Envoy for the reconstruction of the Northern Kingdom, temporarily in charge of the reconstruction and administrative coordination of the Northern Kingdom." He stood frozen, as if struck by lightning, his fingertips repeatedly tracing the words until he was certain it wasn't a hallucination. Finally, it's my turn," he murmured, then abruptly stood up, bringing a gust of cold wind with him. "The Northern Kingdom, this forgotten snowfield, will become the starting point of my achievements, Asta Augusta," he then proceeded like a victorious general, sketching grand plans on a tattered map. However, just as his blood boiled, and he even considered ordering the reorganization of the troops and the establishment of a government, the steady footsteps outside the door abruptly ended his reverie. "Calm down, Your Highness," his mentor, Cypher, entered. "I advise you not to be too quick to succumb to this appointment," Asta frowned. "Why?" "This is an official order from the capital. I have the title of royalty, the duty of oversight. Can't I intervene in northern affairs?" Cypher said in a deep voice. "For the past 6 months, The capital hasn't sent a single soldier, a single ration, or a single cavalryman to the north. This sudden appointment of you is merely a test. If you can keep Louis Calvin in check, it will be a blessing for the royal family. If not, they will immediately abandon you. They have never cared whether you succeed or not." His tone was cold. "Your Highness should understand that true power in the north is already in the hands of others. Don't rush into a decision, at least wait until the capital's envoy and resources arrive before we consider anything further." Asta lowered his head in silence. The fire in his eyes seemed to be extinguished by cold water, his body trembled slightly, and his hand slowly loosened. His gaze fell on the map, marked with vibrant circles, and he remained silent for a moment. The firelight in the study was dim at night, and the wind and snow howled outside the window. Asta sat alone in the dilapidated hall, gazing at the boundless snowfield outside the window, silent and still. "This is the last chance, there won't be another. Once Louis has digested the resources of the Edmund family, I'll have no chance," Asta murmured softly, his fingers slowly tightening. But in the firelight, a glimmer of light still shone in his eyes. He thought of Louis Calvin. This young nobleman, who had been unknown before, had accumulated prestige, power, army, and popular support at an astonishing speed. Even the Duke of Edmund had entrusted part of the north to him. If it were him, what would he do? Asta whispered, his tone filled with self-questioning and resentment. He might be able to do it too, as long as he was given time, as long as he was given space. So on the surface, he concealed all his sharpness, pretending to be calm. But in private, he had secretly summoned several minor lords of the pioneering nobles who had migrated from the south, and even took in several barbarian tribes that were willing to submit to the imperialization. Under the guise of post-disaster self-governance, he distributed some land rights, food rations, and armed licenses. Not out of benevolence, but because he was waiting for the day when his true intentions would be revealed. He believed that day would come. Chapter 316 Wheat Fields in Farron's Eyes. After settling Duke Edmund's affairs, Louis didn't linger in Frostspear City, as the autumn harvest was fast approaching. This was the foundation of Red Tide Territory's existence, not the swords of the knights, not the imperial seat, but the golden waves of wheat. Missing the harvest season, or encountering problems during the harvest, would result in reduced yields, which in the north was practically suicidal in this day and age. The Cold Iron Knights should escort Emily, Lady Eleanor, and little Isaac back to Red Tide City to settle down. "I'll return after the harvest," Louis said, looking at Emily beside him on the return journey. Emily's eyes were lowered, her hand resting on her pregnant belly. She didn't whine or try to dissuade him, but simply said softly, "The harvest is in your hands." Louis paused for a moment, a warmth spreading through his heart. Emily needed his company more than ever, yet she still thoughtfully shared his burden. He gently took her hand. "I'll be back as soon as possible." Emily nodded without saying anything more. The carriage rumbled along the mountain road, and the scenery ahead gradually opened up. The entire valley was covered in a heavy blanket of golden wheat, the ears dripping like golden waves, undulating in the sunlight. Hundreds of semi-transparent greenhouses stood in neat rows, reflecting a silvery white sheen in the autumn sun. Is this really the north? Lady Eleanor stared at the scene before her, her eyes filled with disbelief. She was accustomed to the famine and desolation of the north, but she never imagined that such abundance could be seen on the barren, frozen land. At the same time, Farron, the captain of the Cold Iron Knights, rode forward, his expression also filled with undisguised curiosity. He didn't beat around the bush, but said directly, "Lord Louis, may I stay? I want to see for myself how your Crimson Tide territory produces such amazing grains on this frozen land." Louis smiled slightly and didn't refuse, of course. After all, seeing it with your own eyes will put your mind at ease. In fact, Louis was happy to do so. Some things didn't need to be said. Only by letting them witness the strength of the Crimson Tide territory could these newly surrendered knights truly put aside their doubts. So Emily, along with Lady Eleanor and little Isaac, and most of the Cold Iron Knights, had already set off to return to the Crimson Tide territory. With the Cold Iron Knights escorting them, Louis wasn't worried about their safety. After all, this knightly order, known as the strongest in the north, was more than capable of protecting his family and ensuring their safe arrival in Crimson Tide City, even during the insect plague. He himself left only a small group of followers and headed straight for Wheatwave territory. At the entrance to the valley, Green and Mick had been waiting for a long time. Although Green was a Calvin Knight by birth, He was now dressed in a civil official's uniform, carrying a thick stack of account books. Mick, still resembling an old farmer with graying hair, his sleeves still carrying the scent of earth, had been standing for half an hour, ready to pay his respects the moment the Lord arrived. "I apologize for keeping you waiting," Lewis said, dismounting and glancing briefly at Green and Mick. One managed administration, the other production. They had run wheatfield territory impeccably, ensuring not only bountiful harvests and stable morale, but also seamlessly integrated storage and transportation. Under their management, wheatfield territory was no longer just a subordinate territory, but the most important cornerstone of the Red Tide banner, second only to Red Tide City. Lewis felt genuinely satisfied with the two men. Seeing Lewis dismount, Green immediately stepped forward and respectfully said, "Lord Lewis, on behalf of all the people of Wheatwave territory, Green welcomes your return, Lord." Mick also cupped his hands, his face full of an undisguised, honest smile. "Everyone has been looking forward to your visit. The people heard you were going to inspect, so they all worked hard to show you. How is this year's harvest?" Lewis asked directly without much pleasantries. Green then opened the ledger he had prepared beforehand and reported, "Lord, the estimated total yield for this autumn harvest is 197,000 tons, an increase of more than 70% compared to the 115,000 tons of the first autumn harvest. Among them, there are more than 60,000 tons of green wheat, more than 30,000 tons of rice, and about 100,000 tons of miscellaneous beans and root crops." This series of figures and details struck everyone present like heavy hammers, especially the Cold Iron Knights who were unfamiliar with the Red Tide. Farron, who had been relaxed with his arms crossed, had already been shocked by the grains he had seen in the fields along the way and was mentally prepared. As Green reported, his expression gradually grew serious until it froze completely. 197,000 tons. What kind of concept was that? In his memory, even if all the dozens of large and small territories in the entire North were combined, they might not be able to produce such a quantity. But now, a newly cultivated territory in just 2 years could independently support the food supply of hundreds of thousands of people, and even have surplus grain to support other territories. This is simply a fantasy," Farron muttered to himself, his brow furrowed. He didn't consider himself a civil official skilled in accounting, but as a knight who had fought all his life, he knew all too well what grain meant. It meant military strength, it meant survival. He even suspected that Louise had exaggerated the figure for him. Farron turned his head and stared directly at Green. "Are you sure these figures are correct?" "They're not exaggerated." Green's expression didn't change. Instead, he straightened his back and said, "Word by word, although it hasn't been officially collected yet, it's almost certainly true. I'm willing to stake my life on it." At that moment, Farron saw a kind of confidence in the young overseer's eyes. Mick chuckled beside him, raising his calloused hand. "My lord, if you don't believe me, come with me to the shed and see for yourself. Vegetables grow here even in winter, the irrigation ditch is always flowing, and the soil is as fertile as springtime." Farron remained silent for a long time. He had thought he had mentally prepared himself for the Red Tide Order's bountiful harvest. But these numbers, these people, these proud expressions made him realize that he might have underestimated it. This is astronomical," Farron finally spoke, muttering to himself. Green, Mick, and Lewis all couldn't help but show a hint of pride. Green spoke firmly, flattering him. "All of this is thanks to the Lord's foresight and command?" Lewis shook his head, his expression calm. "No. This is the result of everyone's hard work. I only offered some small suggestions. It was you who truly made it happen." Mick chuckled softly, his calloused hand gently stroking his sleeve. His simple pride needed no words. The group walked side by side into the fields, preparing to inspect the fields before officially settling in. It was the first day of the harvest. As the horns sounded, farmers from all the villages shouted in unison, and tens of thousands of people swung their sickles simultaneously, creating a golden sea of wheat. New-style long-handled sickles and hand-pushed hay brooms darted up and down the field ridges, far more efficient than the old-fashioned sickles, the air filled with the crisp sound of stalks being cut. Farron's gaze was completely captivated by what he saw. He was a member of the Cold Iron Knights, having roamed the Northern Territory for many years, yet he had never witnessed anything like this. What's that?" he asked, pointing to a semi-transparent greenhouse not far away, gleaming silvery white in the sunlight, its interior lush and green. Green smiled and replied, "That's a greenhouse, kept warm by geothermal heat and pipes. allowing vegetables to be grown even in winter. What you see are southern vegetables. Farron was stunned for a moment. In the Northern Territory, fresh vegetables in winter? It was practically a fantasy. Before he could recover, a series of loud boom, thud, sounds rang out. Accompanied by white steam, a barrel-shaped machine was spewing hot air and roaring as it pumped water from the ground, channeling it into the irrigation ditches through wooden troughs. What the hell is that? Farron instinctively gripped his sword hilt, his eyes wary. Green chuckled and patiently explained, "It's a steam pump. It uses fuel to heat water, generating steam that drives a piston, continuously pumping water from the well. This way, even in drought, the fields won't lack water." Farron opened his mouth, speechless with shock. Lewis, seeing his expression, smiled inwardly. This was exactly the effect he wanted, to let the Cold Iron Knights witness the Red Tide Territory's strength firsthand, putting their minds at ease. Farron had initially thought the Red Tide's bumper harvest was just an exaggerated rumor circulating in Frostspear City. After all, Duke Edmund had repeatedly mentioned Lewis's governing talent to him, to which he had merely smiled, thinking it was just the ailing Duke paving the way for his successor. But on the first day, standing on the hillside of wheat waves, watching the golden wheat fields undulate like waves, and thousands of people simultaneously begin harvesting, he silently withdrew his initial disdain. There was no exaggerated mobilization, no overbearing air of miracles, only a steady, orderly, almost calm rhythm of harvest. As the days passed, Farron became increasingly silent. He had thought the scenes of the first few days of harvesting were the limit, but the pace of the autumn harvest didn't slow down. Instead, it roared day and night like a tightly running machine. Harvesting by day, transporting in the afternoon, threshing at night. The three-shift system was as precise and seamless as military orders. Children bundled sheaves of wheat on the field ridges, women carried them in teams, and Red Tide Knights patrolled in formation. No one shouted urging, there was no chaos or noise, everything was orderly. It hardly resembled a grain harvest. It was more like a military operation without bugles. He even suspected that this was a facade maintained by coercion. One night, by the threshing floor, he finally whispered to Green beside him, "These people can do this, how did you force them to?" Green didn't answer immediately, but silently gazed at the people wielding flails in the wheat fields for a moment before speaking. They did it voluntarily, because they were working for themselves. This is the power of the Red Tide system, the greatness of Lord Lewis. Those few words seemed to ignite a long-dormant passion within Farron. He looked at the people toiling in the night, some sweating profusely yet singing with smiles, others taking out freshly picked vegetables from the greenhouse to make soup during breaks in threshing. They weren't suffering, they were reaping. They were using their own hands to exchange for a better future. At that moment, Farron suddenly realized, what he couldn't understand wasn't these people, but rather the order operating in this place, on this land, which seemed completely different from the Old North. Torches lit up the threshing floor, illuminating the entire valley. Each strike, the sound of wheat grains separating from stalks, echoed like war drums. The firelight flickered on their faces, reflecting their sweat and an unspoken satisfaction. Farron stood at the edge of the threshing floor, speechless for a long time. He had never imagined that one day he would use the word magnificent to describe a threshing scene. Just then, a craftsman pushed in a new type of drum thresher. Its metal structure, though simple, performed remarkably well during testing. With just 2 people operating it, a single rotation could thresh an entire cartload of wheat sheaves cleanly, the grains flowing into bags like mercury spilling onto the ground. "Did you make this yourself?" he couldn't help but ask in a low voice. "The third-generation modification developed by Red Tide Workshop," Green replied from the side. "It was originally an old watermill modified by Mick. Hamilton proposed a reversible axle design for this, which saves a lot of effort." Farron nodded slightly. He wasn't particularly surprised, because in the past few days, too many things had surprised him. Greenhouses capable of growing vegetables in the dead of winter, steam pumps that automatically draw water, light reflectors that adjust their angle according to sunlight, geothermal pipes that can store heat. The miracle of Red Tide lies not in 1 or 2 inventions, but in the continuous progress. An autumn harvest quietly changed Farron's heart. Initially, he had no expectations for Red Tide Territory and Lewis, and even questioned in his heart, why Lewis? What makes a young nobleman worthy of shouldering the great responsibility of rebuilding the North? He even asked Duke Edmund himself. At the time, The Duke simply smiled and said, "Perhaps this lad can bring something new to the north." At that time, he did not understand the Duke's meaning at all, taking it only as the helpless words of an old and ailing man entrusting his son to someone. But now he understood. He had seen this land with his own eyes. How hope was cultivated with hoes and sickles, how southern vegetables grew from the frozen soil, how orderly they were amidst the roar of steam and the wind. He had seen how proud the farmers were, how calmly the people cooperated, and how calmly and disciplinedly the knights maintained order. He had seen the drum threshing machine, the greenhouses, and the water pumps, novel tools. But most importantly, he saw the will of the entire territory. It was a will rooted in the land, a will that relentlessly moved forward. And its source, without a doubt, was Lewis. At this moment, he no longer doubted the young lord's abilities. Even in a corner of his heart, he had to admit, perhaps disrespectfully, that in matters of governance, 10 Dukes of Edmund might not be able to match one Lewis. Because this young man had not only maintained order, he had changed the underlying structure, reshaping hope for the North. For centuries, the rulers of the North had maintained stability, and Lewis was the first to attempt to change its very nature. Farron finally understood that the Duke's talk of rebirth did not refer to replacing someone with someone else in power. It meant that someone truly intended to rebuild the North, starting from the land itself. Chapter 317 Wheat Wave Celebration. The autumn sun was warm, and carts rumbled along the main road in front of the granary. The entire grain route was packed with fully loaded convoys, the sounds of horses' hooves and shouts rising and falling, yet not chaotic. A temporary registration point was set up at the front of the convoy, where dozens of clerks scribbled furiously, adding bags of grain to ledgers and attaching numbered cloth tags. Each number corresponded to a village, a field, and the name of a worker. Green stood in front of the granary, loudly directing the work. "The north section of the 4th granary is full. Move to the 5th granary. Group 3, enter from the west slope. Have them write the numbers clearly." He personally checked whether the cloth tags were securely fixed, whether the writing was clear, whether the classification was correct, and even whether each entrance to the granary was covered with a moisture-proof cloth before leaving. At this moment, a clear voice came from down the slope. Green paused, then immediately turned and stepped down from the platform, quickly stepping forward to greet them. "My lord," he bowed, a rare hint of relief on his face. "The autumn harvest is progressing smoothly. 40% has already been stored, and we expect to complete over 70% today." Lewis dismounted and surveyed the busy yet orderly warehouse. "Well done. This way, my lord." Green immediately led the way, passing through the warehouse corridor while giving a brief report. The 3 newly built warehouses are now operational. The 4th and 5th are temperature-controlled structures, combined with a forced air drying system and sealed grain bags, capable of storing at least 2 seasons' worth of staple grains, with a spoilage rate kept below 20%. The forced air system is maintained day and night by the workshop craftsmen, ensuring 2 inspections daily. They walked along the 2nd floor corridor, the mountains of grain bags inside the warehouse stretching as far as the eye could see. Sunlight streamed through the ventilation windows at the top, dust particles floating in the beams of light, as if the entire warehouse was filled with the aroma of a bountiful harvest. "Once the warehousing is complete, we will conduct a unified inventory and post the results publicly." Green glanced at Lewis. "This year's figures will be enough to shock the entire Northern Territory." Lewis nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the busy porters, registrars, and patrolling knights inside the warehouse, and smiled. "Then I eagerly await the final results of this autumn harvest." His tone was relaxed, but it seemed to be an acknowledgement of the entire wheat field territory. Then Lewis changed the subject. "Regarding the celebration, is everything prepared?" Green's expression turned serious, and he immediately replied, "My lord, all supplies have arrived. The wine for tonight's harvest celebration has been transported from the main city to Wheatfield, including 800 bottles of specially selected mountain grape wine and 300 jars of rye wine. The meat includes cured beef and mutton, smoked ham, and salted dried fish, totaling over 600 caddies. 96 hot soup pots have been set up, and over 200 cooks are taking turns preparing ingredients to ensure a continuous supply throughout the feast. Furthermore, medals, lists, and notices have been printed and will be sent to the venue setup points in advance." "Well done." Lewis interrupted him, but with a slight smile. "You've certainly worked hard this year. Let's celebrate properly together tomorrow night." Green's expression sharpened, and he bowed his head, replying, "As you command." By the evening of the following day, the once overgrown open space in the center of the valley had been compacted and leveled, the ground gleaming with a pale golden sheen like dried oatmeal. The main platform stood there, a temporary high platform with the golden banners bearing the wheat ears and sun emblem of the wheat wave territory fluttering in the wind atop four corner pillars. Below, laborers and craftsmen were busy with the final preparations. Several red-tied knights had also removed their shoulder armor, rolled up their sleeves, and were helping to carry the wooden platform. Influenced by Lewis, they didn't consider this ceremony a matter for ordinary people, but rather participated instinctively and happily. This was a festival belonging to the entire territory. Green held the heavy ritual program book in one hand, while the other hand constantly drew annotations and comments. He wanted to ensure that this celebration of tens of thousands of people would proceed without a single mistake. Someone whispered, "This supervisor hasn't slept a wink since last night, and he started moving the fields early this morning." Another village woman echoed, "He's really working hard. I heard the Lord ordered him to personally oversee the entire process." Many more villagers quietly discussed the still absent figure. "Do you think the Lord will personally speak tonight?" "Oh, his words last year were so moving. We harvested nearly 200,000 tons of grain this year." An old farmer's eyes gleamed. It would be even more reassuring if he could personally explain next year's plans. On the other side of the valley's low slope, cooking smoke and the aroma of soup intertwined into a flowing golden thread. Stewed beef, salted mutton soup, mushroom stew, large iron pots, each 2 meters in diameter, were uniformly transported to the hot soup area constructed from wooden sheds. Signs hung from the sheds, clearly indicating green wheat and vegetable soup, elderly warm soup, and night special. Beside the pot, a thick soup simmered, its aroma filling the air and making one's mouth water. Children, carrying firewood, flitted about, some carrying charcoal, others running errands, their noise like a pack of hamsters scattering their nest, only to quickly return to their places at the women's stern rebukes. The housewives rolled up their sleeves, skillfully stirring the bottom of the pot, carefully sprinkling in salt, soy sauce, and powdered herbs, gradually thickening the soup to golden sheen. Pushing through the crowd, a slightly hunched figure squeezed into the soup stall. It was Mick, muttering instructions as he walked. "Remember, the first round of soup should go to the elderly and children," he said to a girl by a stew pot. "The second round is for the young and strong. The workers can wait, but the elderly and children can't go hungry." The girl smiled and nodded. "Understood, Uncle Mick." He bent down to check the heat. "Don't let the wind blow too hard. Simmer it over a low flame to bring out the flavor. Don't add salt to the mushroom soup too early, or it will turn bitter." Just as he finished speaking, a noise came from the side. A group of children were pointing and whispering around the pot. A chubby boy secretly reached out with a wooden spoon, scooped up a mouthful of scalding soup, and screamed as soon as he brought it to his mouth, "Hot! Hot! 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 Hot!" Mick pulled him away and patted him on the back of the head. "You tried to steal a drink before it was even cooked?" The boy nodded repeatedly in fright, covered his mouth, and ran back to the crowd, causing a burst of laughter from those around him. "The children are practically drooling," a village woman said with a smile. "No wonder, we didn't see so many pots last year." Meanwhile, on a distant slope, Farron stood quietly watching. As the commander of the most important knightly order in the north, he had attended countless banquets throughout his life. If he wanted, his title and prestige alone could allow him to frequent noble ballrooms almost every night. But this scene was unlike anything he had ever seen, and it astonished him. There were no opulent crystal chandeliers, no elegant bands. Instead, there was the bubbling of thick soup, the aroma of mother seasoning, children running errands, and elderly people sitting on straw mats waiting for a bowl of hot soup, a scene of everyday life. It wasn't the capital, not a royal celebration, not a noble banquet. It was a celebration for the people. And such a large gathering, was it really organized in a newly conquered territory in the north? Night slowly fell, the temperature in the valley plummeted, and the chill of the autumn night seemed to sweep over them from the distant mountains. But at that moment, a blazing light suddenly pierced the darkness. "Light the fire!" With a brief command from Green, 3 wheat stalk fire towers were simultaneously ignited, flames shooting upwards along the intertwined wheat stalks, instantly bathing the entire square in a warm, golden red light. The flames surged, reflecting the shimmering patterns of the wheat banners, and the blowers started up at the same moment, blasting out plumes of white, steaming heat that dispelled the chill. For a moment, a warm, dawn-like light enveloped the area, transforming the valley into a temple of harvest. Immediately following, the drums sounded, boom, boom boom. Dozens of red-tide drummers struck their drumsticks simultaneously, the rhythm quickening, echoing throughout the valley. This signaled the official start of the banquet, and the crowd began to move. The elderly walked slowly forward, children skipped and ran ahead, and housewives held their children's hands. Young men and women sat in twos and threes at the back, their laughter, anticipation, and shouts merging into a chorus of sounds with the drum beats. The elderly farmers who had come from distant villages were wrapped in blankets, dressed simply, but their eyes shone brightly. The top 10 village teams, prepare to enter. At Green's command, the ceremony officially began. As the drumbeats changed, representatives from the 10 villages marched in to receive their awards. Each held aloft a wooden staff adorned with carved wheat ears, and wore a representative shawl sewn by the village's women, some with a base of green wheat, others with red trim, rough yet solemnly simple. "This isn't just my honor," one man, nearing 50, said loudly, his voice trembling. "This is something our village earned with every hoe stroke, every drop of sweat." A burst of applause and laughter erupted around them, the villagers' shouts rising and falling. 13 villages. 13 villages. Our 4 villages aren't bad either. Next year, the top spot will be our 21st village. On stage, the villagers were too nervous to speak, but below, the excitement was like a flood bursting its banks. Amidst the commotion, a familiar red and black cloak slowly appeared from behind the platform. Knights stood on either side, their long shadows cast by the flames. "It's the Lord!" A shout suddenly rang out, and the crowd fell silent. Then came a deafening roar, drowning out all the rhythm and the sounds of the fire. "The Lord, Lord, our Lord has arrived!" Lewis, after ascending the platform, simply raised his hand and gently pressed his palm down. The drumbeats slowly ceased, and the valley fell silent, save for the flickering flames. Gentlemen," Lewis's voice wasn't loud, but it carried clearly throughout the valley with magic. "From last autumn until now, a full year has passed. In this year, we've cleared wastelands, dug irrigation ditches, planted vegetables, raised cattle, and harvested wheat together. Some planted seedlings by lamplight at night, some carried fertilizer to the fields in the wind and snow, some slipped into the irrigation ditches while watering the fields. I haven't been able to remember all your names, but your efforts are reflected in the land." Lewis paused, his gaze slowly sweeping over the pairs of eyes looking at him, some excited, some nervous. "It is my honor to announce this year's total harvest." He held up the handwritten sheet of paper in his hand and proclaimed loudly, 207,000 tons. "That's double last year's harvest." Wow! Applause and screams erupted almost instantly. Countless people looked up and raised their arms, some laughing and crying, some holding their children and sobbing. This was their year's sweat, their most direct and tangible glory. But Lewis's voice remained firmly in control. "This year's rewards will be distributed according to the cultivation ranking and spring plowing performance. Outstanding villages and communities will receive tool supplies, tax reductions, and priority promotion to management positions for outstanding households. The cultivation king will be granted prime private land, and the sons of model workers will receive exemptions from education and conscription." He looked straight at the audience, his last words the most fervent. "Every single one of you, every drop of sweat, the red tide will not forget, the entire Northern Territory will not forget." For a fleeting moment, the entire valley fell silent, followed by an even more fervent roar. "Lord, long live Lewis! Red tide! Red tide! Red tide!" Every face illuminated by the firelight, some smiling, some weeping, was gazing up at the figure standing on the high platform. Not because Lewis was particularly strong, but because they knew he would forever shine like the sun over their territory. After the cheers subsided, night fell completely, but the fire tower's glow grew ever brighter. On the south side of the square, a long, winding queue had already formed at the soup stalls. Each large pot was simmering different kinds of hot soup, green barley and beef soup, salted lamb and mushroom stew, milk-stewed mixed vegetables. The aroma filled the air, constantly tempting everyone's stomachs. "Come this way. Children can cut in line. Old men, come this way, another spoonful. No skimping today, plenty." The villagers, holding wooden bowls and earthenware cups, laughed and shouted, their sweat and smiles mingling. On the other side, more than 10 large tables were already laden with stewed beef bones, roasted lamb legs, and freshly baked barley biscuits. Red Tide soldiers patrolled and maintained order, ensuring the distribution was orderly. Initially, Not everyone was completely relaxed, such as the newcomers to the Red Tide territory this year. A middle-aged man stood by the pot, looking at the large chunks of bubbling beef, hesitant. This is really for us," he murmured. "They don't even charge us," his elderly mother whispered behind him. "Such a big pot, so much meat, this wine, this food, we've never seen anything like this for ordinary people before. It feels too extravagant." As he finished speaking, the image of his family surviving on mois soup during last year's snowstorm flashed before his eyes. If it weren't for the Lord, where would we be this year? Then, remembering the village chief's words, he shook his head sharply, banishing the extravagant thought. "We can afford it. This isn't free, it's something we earned with our sickles and shovels." He then tilted his head back and gulped down the scalding hot, salty beef soup, almost bringing tears to his eyes. On the high platform, representatives from the top 10 villages were conducting a unique toasting ceremony. Each holding a bowl, they filed forward, bowing to present Louis with gifts woven by the women of their respective villages: golden wheat ear crowns, red-edged shawls, woven sashes. Though the designs were rough, each piece was filled with sincerity. "These were made by our own village, not luxurious, but we hope you will accept them. We are full, and the children are full too." Louis accepted each gift without refusing a single one, for they were all tokens of the villagers' goodwill. He then shared a cup of barley wine with each person, drinking it down in one gulp. Another loud cheer erupted from the audience. Just then, several children excitedly jumped onto the main stage, their youthful innocence brimming with confidence, and began directing and acting in a little play called Lord Louis Takes Us to Eat Our Fill. They sang and danced, their movements exaggerated and comical, the lyrics simple yet innocent. "Lord Louis takes us to farm. There are mushroom slices in the stewed beef. The children aren't hungry anymore, and the old are warm. The Red Tide territory is truly a treasure. Lord Louis has taken us to eat our fill." The firelight illuminated their joyful faces, their voices echoing through the valley, mingling with the aroma of hot soup and the lingering scent of wheat fields. Laughter erupted from below the stage, even the knights couldn't help but laugh. Louis watched the children perform with practiced ease, a rare smile of relaxation spreading across his face. At first, it was just a few children singing for fun. Someone started a line, and then more and more joined in humming. Though the pitch was off and the rhythm uneven, the lyrics were simple, the melody catchy, and it gradually spread throughout the valley square. "The Red Tide territory is truly a treasure. Lord Louis has given us a good meal." In the firelight, some raised their cups, some danced, children ran in circles, and the elderly nodded gently, swaying their shoulders to the beat. Even the Red Tide Knights were infected by the joy, clapping and joining in. This wasn't a noble's ball, nor a church blessing ceremony. This was a true festival belonging to the people, a feast for the land, a celebration of hard work. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 318: Roads and Return to Town. On the morning after the festival, wisps of smoke still rose from the remaining bonfires in the Valley of Wheat Wave territory. After the autumn harvest, there were a few days of rest. Most people were still asleep. Occasionally, a few cleaners would gather scattered decorations and move festival implements, carefully restoring the square to its original state. Green was already standing by the road leading to the mountain path, his posture upright, awaiting the Lord's arrival. Louis, mounted on his warhorse, sword at his waist, cloak fluttering in the breeze, glanced across the valley. Though he felt a pang of reluctance to leave this bountiful scene, he had to set off today. He had promised Emily he would return to Crimson Tide City as soon as possible. After all, she was pregnant and her father had recently passed away. She needed someone by her side now. Now that the most important matter of the autumn harvest was resolved, other less important matters in the territory could be set aside, allowing him to focus on spending time with Emily. Secondly, according to the daily intelligence system, an envoy from the capital was about to arrive in Crimson Tide City to convey the contents of the Dragon Throne meeting and the promotion of nobility. So he had to return to ensure he appeared important to the Empire, even though he already knew the gist of the messenger's report from the intelligence network. Of course, before leaving, Louis still had to personally instruct on a few post-harvest tasks. He trusted Green, but for such an important territory as the wheat fields, A few extra instructions were better than any oversight later. So he summoned Green to his side. Within 3 days, you must complete the distribution of rewards to the top 10 villages and towns on the cultivation ranking. Private land allocation maps must be delivered to every village entrance, and tools and livestock must be distributed according to the list, without omissions. Exemption certificates and exemptions for citizens' children must also be fully documented, and a notice board must be erected in the village and town center to ensure transparency in rewards and punishments. The rewards cannot be delayed. Everyone needs to know that I remember every drop of sweat from the laborers. Green nodded, the pen in his notebook gleaming slightly. Lewis thought for a moment and continued, winter preparations must also begin. Organize irrigation teams to inspect and repair spring irrigation canals, fertilizer pits, and geothermal pipelines, and clean up the silt. Also, the wear and tear on tools and livestock must be accurately tallied, and winter supply plans must be arranged early. The entire autumn harvest process must be documented and transcribed into 3 copies of the Wheat Wave Autumn Harvest document. 1 copy will be sent to the Red Tide main city's agricultural department, 1 will be archived in the Wheat Wave territory, and 1 will be used for subsequent institutionalization, replicating the Wheat Wave model to other territories. Green silently noted down each instruction, inwardly admiring the Lord's meticulousness. Lewis paused, his gaze falling on the migrants finishing their work in the distance. Those who join the migrants after the autumn harvest must be screened and reassigned. Priority should be given to ensuring that those from harvest villages remain in their original locations. The remaining people can gradually develop the second batch of wasteland. Also, draft a preliminary list of participants for the winter agricultural training course, selecting farmers' children willing to become craftsmen or technicians. Green took a deep breath and wrote down each instruction. These were the key factors that allowed Wheatfield territory to continue operating even without its lord's presence. Lewis patted him on the shoulder. Green, these are my requirements. The rest is up to you. I trust you with Wheatfield territory. Green immediately bowed and replied, understood, I will not fail you. Farron, on horseback, stood on the side of the valley, holding the reins, quietly watching Green meticulously record and verify each instruction. Although he had never been a civil servant, years spent by Duke Edmund's side had given him a basic understanding of administrative logic. He watched as Lewis meticulously outlined each instruction: grain, rewards, straw, supplies, training courses. Every link was clear and interconnected. Indeed, the smooth operation here was not accidental, but rather due to Lord Lewis's planning and execution. This young lord was composed and unassuming, his allocation and instructions were just right, truly a good lord. Let's go, back to Red Tide City. As he was lost in thought, Lewis's voice sounded from beside him. Farron glanced back and saw Lewis already mounted, his cloak fluttering gently in the morning breeze. He responded softly, composed himself, then mounted and followed Lewis. The journey to Red Tide City would take several days, but Farron felt a slight excitement. It was said that the city was even more magnificent, a wonder of the north. Having witnessed the miracle of the wheat fields, he couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation for the miracle of Red Tide. As the sound of hooves entered the mountain bend, a sudden roar and clanging sound came from ahead. The crisp sound of hammers shattering rocks, the creaking of wheelbarrows, and the low rumble of steam blowers mingled together, somewhat chaotic yet full of life. A road-building team of several hundred men was busy at the mouth of the valley. The craftsmen wielded hammers, breaking up rocks piece by piece and filling potholes. The laborers pushed wheelbarrows back and forth, carrying stones and sand, sweat streaming down their backs. The steam blowers roared to life, the bellows blasting hot air, melting the viscous, gelatinous substance and pouring it into the cracks in the stones, gradually sealing the road surface. At a nearby stone table, officials were diligently recording work hours and material consumption, the accounts neatly organized and easy to understand. A small flag of the Red Tide Trade Office stood before the roadblock, and a notice board hung on a wooden stake. Road construction is underway. Workers can exchange labor for food, lodging and meals provided. Construction period 6 months. As soon as Lewis and his entourage appeared, the workers stirred. Many recently surrendered refugees were particularly excited. They had no skills and would have been treated as unpaid slaves in other territories. But in Red Tide, they were incorporated into the road construction team. They received daily meals, work points, and even a small amount of iron and copper coins. "It's the Lord," someone recognized him and whispered. "This is Lord Lewis, A young man gripped his hammer tightly. His eyes filled with both tension and curiosity. They had heard many old craftsmen boast, the great Red Tide Lord, who could single-handedly defeat 100 barbarians. This made them curious about his appearance. Was he truly as imposing and powerful as the rumors suggested, with 3 heads and 6 arms? But when they saw him with their own eyes, they found him simply riding quietly on his horse. He was handsome, tall and slender, with a cool and composed expression. There was no divine aura, nor any unapproachable pressure. He simply nodded slightly to them and smiled as Lewis passed by. At that moment, it was as if the sun, rarely seen in winter, shone through thick clouds, warmly warming their hearts. Everyone felt that the Lord was smiling at them. Thus, the refugees, who had expected a spectacle, were not disappointed. Instead, in this unexpected ordinariness, a deeper sense of emotion and belonging arose. Looking at the half-finished road, Lewis didn't engage in much small talk, but inquired, "How is the progress on this section?" A foreman quickly replied, "Lord Lewis, in another half-month, the mountain road will be completely paved." At that time, the caravan can travel directly from Red Tide to the entrance of Wheatwave Valley. Lewis nodded, said nothing more, and continued riding forward. At this moment, Farron, standing beside him, couldn't help but frown. This mountain road, it's clearly passable, why go through so much trouble to repair it? Lewis turned his head and answered without hesitation, "Passable and easy to pass are 2 different things. If it's just horses, people can manage, they can walk on snow, but caravans will be stuck halfway if they encounter rain, snow, or mud. Moreover, most of the time in the north is snowy, and roads are the lifeblood of the territory. If goods and food cannot arrive on time, everything is in vain." He glanced at the refugees ahead who were hauling stones with carts, "So it must be repaired." Farron paused, looking at the stone road taking shape before him with a complicated expression. After traversing the mountain path and descending further, the dust and gravel gradually leveled out. In less than half a day, a newly built post station came into view. This post station, situated at the confluence of a river valley, featured blue bricks and gray tiles, with the words Red Tide Post Station hanging under the eaves. A dozen or so caravan wagons were parked in the courtyard, and horses leisurely drank from long troughs. It was a caravan from the south. The wagons were covered with tarpaulins, the shapes of wine barrels vaguely visible beneath. Smoke curled from the stoves, and the drivers drank thin porridge around the fire, occasionally letting out bursts of laughter. When Lewis and his entourage stepped into the post station, they immediately attracted many gazes. "It's Lord Lewis," some whispered, but there was no commotion. They simply looked at him with respect from afar. The middle-aged merchant leading the group, upon seeing Lewis, mustered his courage and stepped forward to bow. "Sir, we've met before. You've come from the south this time, intending to sell wine in Red Tide City." After a few pleasantries, the merchant couldn't help but exclaim, "I've never traveled so smoothly on this journey north. In the old north, it was common for wheels to get stuck in the snow, but now we're all going smoothly. The roads in Red Tide are even smoother than those in the south." Several people nearby echoed, "Yes, we can sell our goods here in Red Tide, and everyone has money to buy things. I heard that fewer and fewer people are going to Prosperous City." These seemingly ordinary words of business caused a slight unease in Farron's heart. Prosperous City, the city he had served his entire life, once the heart of the north, was now being described so casually as desolate. He turned to look at the continuous stream of people in the post station, the citizens, refugees, and merchants of Red Tide coming and going. As the commander of the Cold Iron Knights, he should have been pleased with the prosperity of the north, yet a sense of melancholy lingered in his heart. Prosperous City, which he had guarded his entire life, was losing its former glory. Meanwhile, this new territory established by Lewis was rising to become the new commercial center of the north. Farron remained silent for a long time, finally murmuring softly, "Perhaps, this is just the changing of the times." Lost in complex emotions, he suddenly heard Lewis's voice beside him. "Don't overthink it, Farron. Rest well. In 2 more days, we'll reach Crimson Tide City," Lewis said simply, his eyes remaining calm, showing no sign of noticing his thoughts. Farron nodded slightly, suppressing the melancholy in his heart, and followed behind Lewis. 2 days later, the morning mist gradually dissipated, and on the distant horizon, the silhouette of a magnificent city slowly emerged. Crimson Tide City, the foundation of Lewis's power. It wasn't as opulent as the imperial capital, but it possessed its own profound and solid aura. Towering walls, winding their way up a mountainside, stood in rows of towers, their crimson banners fluttering in the sunlight. The grayish-white stone walls, covered in a thin layer of frost, reflected a cold light. Iron beams were deeply embedded in the stone, like armor clad the city, exuding a unique sense of oppression. The city gates were tall and heavy, their wooden panels studded with iron nails, reflecting the morning light like a forest of sharp blades. From the perspective of Farron's knights, the city's defenses were quite complete. Although it couldn't compare to Frostspear City, which had stood the test of time for a century and was as solid as a rock, he had to admit it was a miracle that the city had been built in just a few years. The gates of Crimson Tide City slowly closed behind them. The knights and members of the Cold Iron Legion who had followed them hadn't even had time to fully appreciate the city's prosperity and grandeur when Lewis reined in his horse and stopped. He didn't personally lead the way as usual, but simply instructed, "Bradley, take them to their lodgings." He then turned and left without a word of explanation. The group exchanged bewildered glances. This was unlike Lewis's usual style. He was always composed and thorough, never neglecting courtesy to his guests, and certainly never abandoning knights newly arrived in the Crimson Tide. Just as some were exchanging confused looks, the old butler, Bradley, smiled slightly and cleared up his master's confusion. "Gentlemen, don't worry," he whispered, "the Lord is in a hurry to see his wife. After all, she's about to give birth." The group suddenly understood, their faces immediately breaking into knowing smiles. "I see, no wonder, yes, we should go back and keep Miss Emily company." Especially the officers of the Cold Iron Knights, who exchanged glances, their doubts immediately dissipating, replaced by a sense of agreement. After all, the child in her womb was not only Lewis's heir, but also the grandson of the late Duke Edmund. For these Cold Iron Knights, it was of paramount importance. Lewis himself thoroughly lingered. His cloak billowing in the wind, he strode briskly towards the earthen building in the south of the city. The Red Tide Castle plan had already been drawn up, but due to the urgency of road construction and defense works, all the manpower and craftsmen had been diverted. The castle construction was forced to be delayed, and he and Emily were still living in the original earthen building. But actually, that earthen castle wasn't simple. After all, it had only been built 2 years ago, though its exterior looked somewhat unattractive. Pushing open the heavy wooden door, he found the fireplace warm inside. Emily was sitting on the couch, nearly 8 months pregnant, her cheeks flushed in the firelight. A maidservant gently attended to her, bringing her water and laying out blankets. Sif stayed by her side, chatting to keep her company. Seeing Lewis return, Emily's eyes lit up with relief, her voice soft yet gentle. "You're back." Lewis stepped forward and gently patted her shoulder. "Yes, I'm back." The baby was due in just 1 month, and winter was fast approaching. Looking at Emily's growing belly, he made a decision. He would not travel again until next spring. At least this winter, he would stay here, by their side. Chapter 319 Spies of the Silver Plate Guild. In the afternoon, the commercial square of Red Tide City was bustling with activity. Wooden stalls lined the streets, adorned with vibrant banners. The aroma of stewed meat, the steam of baked flatbreads, and the colors of southern brocade mingled together, creating a scene as lively as a market in the capital. Amidst the throng, 2 merchants from the south huddled together, chatting idly. "Phew, the north wind is cold, but this city is even more lively than the one I saw at the east gate of the capital." The older merchant patted his wine flask, his eyes filled with astonishment. "Who would have thought? I thought the northern border was long gone. After 2 great calamities, the whole empire was saying that only bones remained here. I never imagined there would still be a place like this, able to support so many people." The other, plump merchant stroked his beard, his tone full of emotion. They were both merchants from the southwestern province of the empire. Seeing fellow countrymen with tears in their eyes, they gathered their stalls together, chatting occasionally. Several bolts of southern silk were displayed on the stalls, their lustrous sheen still shimmering in the cold wind. Pedestrians stopped to look, occasionally pulling out silver coins to negotiate. Behind them, a thin assistant silently arranged the fabrics, observing everything with a cold gaze without uttering a word. "Let me tell you," the fat merchant said in a low voice, his belly jiggling with laughter, "if you really want to do business, this place is better than Frostspear City. They're even struggling to eat their food there, but here, the people actually have spare cash and dare to buy our stuff." The old merchant nodded, looking at the bustling crowd, and sighed. "It's strange that there's a place like this in the north." As they chatted, night fell, and the lights in Crimson Tide City's commercial square gradually went out. Stalls packed up one after another, the shouts fading into the distance, leaving only the sound of patrolling knights' iron boots. The two merchants also finished packing up their last few bolts of silk, placing them in wooden crates, tightly wrapping them in canvas, bidding each other farewell, their figures disappearing with the crowd. The portly merchant and his men didn't choose a bustling tavern, but instead turned into a secluded alley and went to a remote dwelling. This was an early collective housing complex built by Red Tide. Some of the buildings that hadn't been demolished were given to traveling merchants from other places, mainly because the rent was cheap. The heavy wooden door closed, candles were lit, and the atmosphere instantly changed. The portly merchant, who had been sweating profusely and laughing incessantly, immediately stopped smiling, bowed low, and became extremely respectful, even somewhat fearful. "My lord, Red Tide City is indeed completely different from the north." As he spoke, he didn't dare look directly at his thin deputy. The thin man, who had been silent all day, finally raised his head. The firelight illuminated a cold, hard face, his eyebrows and eyes sharp as knives, carrying a sinister air that made people afraid to look directly at him. His name was Anthony, a high-ranking agent of the Silver Disc Guild of the Emerald Federation. He was now in charge of all affairs in the entire northern territory of the Empire. His predecessor, Karen, had died mysteriously in an operation 2 years ago. But the guild hadn't given up on this land, because of the rumored massive mineral veins buried beneath the frozen ground. Controlling the undeveloped mines in the Empire's northern border meant they could rival the Azure Radiance Guild, and even rewrite the power landscape within the Federation. That's why Anthony was needed here. Known for his meticulousness, he was specifically chosen to take over the mess in Karen. The portly scout bent over, reporting in a low voice what he'd learned in Red Tide. "I've been infiltrating Red Tide City for over a year, arriving as a merchant after the insect plague. But something's increasingly strange about Red Tide City. The granaries are overflowing, and the people even have extra money to buy silk. It's unbelievable." Anthony listened silently, nodding occasionally in response. Too much talk leads to mistakes. Caution was in his nature, and even long-time subordinates couldn't be trusted. Red Tide City. Anthony had discerned the truth in just one day of observation. The streets were orderly, the security was tight, and the warehouse accounts were transparent. Every aspect was precise and in place. This was by no means a matter of good luck out of thin air, but rather the result of a powerful and well-coordinated effort. The main reason was the great Crimson Tide Lord, Lewis, mentioned by the people. Before coming, Anthony had already reviewed Lewis's information. The most insignificant son of the Calvin family, abandoned as a pawn to clear the northern frontier. Yet, in just a few years, he had repeatedly distinguished himself, even playing a crucial role in the insect plague and the barbarian invasions. He was highly regarded by the old Duke Edmund, who took him as his son-in-law and, on his deathbed, entrusted him with the actual rule of the North. Such a person cannot be underestimated, Anthony murmured to himself. Originally, he had another secret mission on this trip, to establish contact with a high-ranking pawn hidden within the Empire. But the current situation in Crimson Tide City was far more complex than expected, and rash action might expose his whereabouts. Caution is the best policy. This was his only creed throughout his journey. So Anthony made a silent decision. Contact with that pawn would be postponed for now. He would wait until they moved to a more secluded place before making his move. This time, the main purpose was to investigate the secrets of the Crimson Tide Lord. The subordinates' reports gradually ceased, leaving only the crackling of the candlelight in the room. Anthony listened quietly, expressionless, until the other party was completely silent before he slowly spoke. "I understand." His voice was low, but devoid of any emotion. He paused, as if pondering for a moment, then added briefly, "Tomorrow I will go to other places for a stroll. You all proceed as usual, without revealing any flaws. Now go and rest early." With that, he turned and walked into the inner room, without saying another word. The room fell silent again, only his subordinates responding softly, cold sweat beading on their foreheads, barely daring to breathe. Late at night, the candlelight flickered in the dilapidated hut, and Anthony still hadn't closed his eyes. A thick stack of papers lay spread out on the table, containing fragmented intelligence gathered by his spies, who had previously disguised themselves as merchants, during their covert observations. Red Tide's grain prices, cargo allocation, night patrol routes, everything had been meticulously annotated and analyzed. Public ledgers in the granaries, clear contract markings. This system is even more tightly controlled than under the rule of the nobles in the capital. Targeting them won't be easy, a cold thought surfaced in his mind, and he was about to devise a plan for planting spies, when suddenly, a strange killing intent pierced his heart like a sharp blade. Anthony jerked his head up, his pupils shrinking sharply. His instincts as a transcendent knight instantly triggered an alarm. The next moment, boom, the wooden wall shattered, dust flew everywhere, and a door was kicked away, crashing against the stone wall and shattering. Half the house tilted violently, dust falling in a torrent. Anthony's heart tightened, but his body reacted faster than his mind, his fighting spirit instantly igniting. Silver flames erupted around him, and he swiftly retreated to a corner of the room. On the other side, a metal cabinet in the corner of the room suddenly cracked open, and 3 tall, black-armored knights stepped out simultaneously. The sound of their heavy armor scraping against each other was chilling. Their eyes were empty, yet their bodies exuded a terrifying aura. Each one was a transcendent knight-level battle puppet, modified with guild potions and runes. Following closely behind, more than 10 gray-armored guards of slightly lower strength also appeared, their eyes equally empty. Yet their movements were perfectly synchronized, like puppets. Anthony whispered, "Charge out!" With a roar, the battle puppets stepped forward in unison, their silver battle aura surging, instantly filling the room as if a whirlwind had swept through. However, the enemy was faster than he had anticipated. Several figures suddenly leaped into the shattered walls, their battle aura burning into a blinding blue light in the darkness. Their aura was sharp, steady, and ruthless. Anthony felt a chill run down his spine. All above transcendent, blue light and silver flames intertwined instantly, and the battle erupted without warning. An attacker slammed down, his longsword cleaving through the air. The black-armored war puppet swung its great sword to block, a deafening clang of metal clashing and sparks flying. But the next instant, the sharp edge of blue battle ore cleaved through the puppet's armor. The modified knight, treasured by the guild, exploded in the chest along with its steel, crashing to the ground, its body convulsing and disintegrating. What? Anthony's pupils constricted. Before he could react, another attacker had already darted into the gray-armored guards like a phantom. Blades flashed like lightning, blue battle aura tearing through the air, leaving behind a trail of blood mist and metal fragments. The gray-armored guards attacked in unison, but were utterly annihilated in an instant, their blood staining the stone floor. Within moments, the entire room had been transformed into a hellish inferno. Anthony gritted his teeth and roared, his battle aura surging, charging like a silver comet, tearing open a gap in his path, attempting to escape through the side window. But a mountain-like pressure suddenly crashed down upon him. Another blue figure appeared ahead, the blade slicing through the night with a cold whistling sound. Anthony barely managed to parry with his sword, but felt a jolt in his arm, as if his bones were about to crack. The next instant, his left knee was struck hard, and he fell to the ground. The excruciating pain made him break out in a cold sweat, but his consciousness was forcibly suppressed. He struggled frantically, his silver battle aura burning in his chest, but it was instantly crushed by the combined attack of several blue auras. Then, a blade was pressed against his neck, and several chains simultaneously tightened, binding him tightly. Anthony gasped for breath, his chest heaving violently. It was over. His heart was filled with despair. Why had he been exposed? Was it the betrayal of that fat merchant's subordinate? Or was it a spy sent from the capital who stabbed him in the back? Or perhaps, the Crimson Tide territory had been watching him all along? His mind was full of questions, but he would never know. The enemy didn't give him a chance to speak. A final, heavy blow landed on the back of his neck, and everything went black before his eyes. Anthony's body crashed to the ground, his silver battle aura dissipating like smoke into the night. Silence reigned, broken wooden beams swaying gently. The leading blue-armored knight slowly sheathed his sword, removed his mask, revealing a cold, hard face. It was Farron, commander of the Cold Iron Knights. He stepped forward, kneeling slightly, his tone relaxed, reporting to the Lord, "The mission is complete." He paused, glancing at the unconscious prisoner on the ground, adding with a touch of helplessness, "However, one of my men was reckless and broke his leg." Lewis, who had been watching from the sidelines, raised his chin, a smile playing on his lips, his expression calm and composed. He shook his head, his tone relaxed. "It's all right. As long as he can still speak." Farron grinned, "That's good. As for the interrogation, that can be left to us. The knights have the best interrogators in the north, Louis raised an eyebrow, smiling with admiration, as expected of the strongest knights in the north. Even these equipment are complete. Farron bowed and smiled, ordering his men to drag the unconscious Anthony and the prisoners away. This scene was actually within Louis's expectations. He had already learned through the daily intelligence system that there were spies from the Silver Disc Guild lurking in this city. However, he didn't alert them, but patiently laid the line, waiting for the big fish to surface on its own. Now, Anthony, the leader of the North, had finally been captured, and he was carrying an unfinished secret mission. Perfect, Louis thought to himself, a smile playing on his lips. When the distinguished guests from the capital arrive in a few days, I'll show them Red Tide's welcoming gift. Around the dilapidated house, many residents, awakened by the commotion, peeked out, whispers rising and falling. Is this catching thieves? Look, the knights. And, Lord, someone recognized the tall figure and exclaimed, attracting even more people. The streets under the night sky quickly filled with onlookers, their shouts growing louder. Lord, Lord Louis, they waved, their cheers enthusiastic, their eyes filled with respect. After all, aside from the government offices, very few people had seen this lord in person recently. Faced with this sudden surge of attention, Louis slightly raised his hand, his expression gentle, and said, everyone, disperse. It's just catching some bad guys, no need to disturb. Go back early and get some rest. With that, he mounted his horse, his cloak fluttering, and led his entourage away. The winter wind howled, and the procession stretched for miles. A carriage adorned with black and gold patterns slowly rolled along the rugged mountain road, the riders forming a square formation, displaying the majesty of the empire. Thick snow covered the official road, the horses' hooves often sinking deep into it, the animals panting heavily. Occasionally, a wheel would slip, and the attendants would have to dismount and push, their legs covered in mud and snow. Sitting in the spacious carriage, Camille covered his mouth and nose with a handkerchief, frowning as he looked out the window. In the distance were snow-covered ruins and broken walls, occasionally revealing a few charred wooden stakes, villages destroyed by insect plagues and war. What a god-forsaken place, he couldn't help but mutter, his eyes filled with disgust and impatience. The capital didn't even keep me, sending me to the north, an inspector? It's more like exile. The attendants exchanged glances, not daring to reply. The investiture ceremony was supposed to be held in the capital, or at least in a proxy city. But now the emperor's whereabouts are unknown, and the northern border is in ruins, with Frostspear City not yet fully rebuilt. In the end, they had no choice but to settle for second best and hold the event at Red Tide. Camille was even more dissatisfied. The northern border is in such a state, and we still need to station a permanent presence there? Frostspear City, that half-ruined fortress, is going to be my base for the next few years, but in fact, this assignment was not forced upon him. He had volunteered for it himself. Chapter 320 Lunchbox. Camille Thorin, a civil official in the imperial court, a graduate of the censorate, currently serves as the special envoy of the Northern Territory, nominally respectable, but in reality a thankless job. Which official in the capital would want to be in the Northern Territory now? Many years ago, however, he didn't think that way. Back then, Camille was just a bright-eyed young man in the censorate, busy day and night copying documents, checking accounts, and writing reports. He believed in the system, that through loyalty to the emperor and his own efforts, he could correct the course of power. Until his first promotion was imminent, Camille saw a glimmer of light through the crack in the door, but the light wasn't of loyalty to the emperor, but of gold. Without this money, you won't even be on the shortlist, his superior patted him on the shoulder. Camille hesitated for 3 days before finally pushing open the door to that inconspicuous little shop in the eastern alley of the capital. He had drunk with the owner there a few times. Later, he learned that the little shop was an organization of the Emerald Federation's Silver Plate Guild in the capital. The loan was a small sum, enough to buy a few respectable pieces of jewelry for his superiors, which led to his promotion. From then on, the cracks in the door to power were completely pried open. Spices, jewels, and the sensual pleasures of the lavish couch, like effortless waves, pushed him from the shore into warm, deep waters. It's nothing, everyone does it, he told himself. Later, the Silver Disc Guild began asking him to deliver a letter, to let a page of the ledger pass by. He became the first link in the Silver Disc Guild's chains of the empire. The power of money transformed him from an unnoticed minor official into a highly sought-after honorary viscount in the capital. The higher he climbed, the tighter the silver disc guild gripped him. Copies of ledgers, lists of gifts received, secret meetings, the list of courtesans from that night. Any one page could drag him from glitz and glamour into an endless abyss. Just a few months earlier, news had arrived that the former Northern Inspector, Mace, had been forced to step down from the Dragon Throne Council for not being tough enough on the local nobles. The Silver Disc Guild zipline smiled at Camille. The opportunity has arrived. We'll provide the money and the connections. You'll become the resident inspector in the Northern Territory, leaving the comforts of the capital for a desolate, frozen wasteland. Camille's mind conjured a nightmare of blizzards, roaming wild beasts, and howling barbarians. That wasn't a world for respectable people. But he knew very well that refusing the guild was never an option. The Silver Disc Guild held him firmly in their grasp. He could only swallow his reluctance and put on a willing to serve the guild smile. Camille regretted it, deeply regretted it, but there was no turning back. He could only go down this path. His upline on the street still offered him a promise before parting. If you handle this well, you'll be free, and you might even get a high-ranking counselor position in the Emerald Federation. A high-ranking counselor in the Emerald Federation. That was a position comparable to, or even more secure than, his current envoy position. More importantly, with that identity, he could openly live a life of luxury, instead of sneaking around like this. Camille clung tightly to that promise, like a drowning man grasping at his last straw. He mentally recreated that beautiful future, trying to prevent himself from completely collapsing on the Psyche journey. Before setting off, his contact had specifically explained the details of the rendezvous. The person in charge of the northern frontier will meet you in Red Tide City. A quick sketch was then handed to him. The person in the drawing was thin, with cold, sinister eyes, like a venomous snake buried in a cellar, never to see the light of day. Camille stared at the sketch for a long time, silently memorizing it. The carriage wheels rolled along the official road, accompanied by the heavy clatter of hooves, and the outline of Red Tide City finally emerged from the distant morning mist. Camille lifted the curtain, his eyes arrogant, a cold smile playing on his lips. This was the so-called miracle of the North. Just a newly built city. How could it compare to the splendor of the capital? How could it compare to those prosperous port cities in the south? But as the convoy drew closer, his sneer gradually froze. The city walls were thick, towers stood tall, and crimson flags fluttered in the wind. The streets were straight, the stalls orderly, and the citizens smiled, behaving with perfect composure. Though it couldn't compare to the capital, in this frozen land, this city truly stood out. It was completely unrecognizable as having been built in just a few years. Camille was secretly astonished, but immediately raised his chin, concealing that slight emotion beneath arrogance. HMPH, nothing special, he scoffed, as if talking to himself. Bradley personally greeted them at the city gate. The old steward stood ramrod straight, his manners impeccable. But Camille merely nodded indifferently, not even raising his eyelids. A mere servant dared to put on such an air? In his eyes, no matter how well-mannered the Northerners were, they were nothing more than barbarians. But the next moment, a group of children rushed out, skipping and jumping, holding flowers in their hands, shouting in unison, "Welcome, Your Excellency." Camille's heart warmed slightly. This sense of ceremony suited him quite well. Although Louis hadn't personally appeared, such a display made him feel proud. Upon arriving in Red Tide City, Camille first enjoyed a period of meticulous hospitality. The city's roads had already been swept clean, the stone slabs gleaming softly in the morning light. In the hotel room, the charcoal was burning brightly, the bed was covered with silk bedding, and even the curtains were newly woven fabric, the stitches so neat they were flawless. The dining table was laden with a sumptuous feast of roasted magical beast meat, accompanied by fine wine specially transported from the south. All of this greatly satisfied Camille's vanity. Yet his expression remained indifferent, his demeanor deliberately maintaining arrogance. This was his way of being an official. Only by adopting a superior attitude could he avoid being looked down upon by the local lords. Only by making the other party believe that he is always superior can he have room to extract more benefits in negotiations. So he coldly observed everything, not even uttering a word of praise. However, deep down, he had to admit, Crimson Tide City was indeed well done. While it couldn't compare to the prosperity of the capital or the grandeur of a southern stronghold. In this northern region that should only have ruins and snowfields, the construction of such a city was itself a miracle. It was just strange that the contact person assigned by the Silver Plate Merchant Guild hadn't shown up for the past few days. At first, Camille didn't pay much attention, but as the days passed, an inexplicable unease gradually welled up within him. Several days later, Louis finally hosted a banquet in the city lord's hall to receive the imperial inspector who had traveled from afar. The hall was filled with candlelight, and the glass chandeliers reflected golden halos in the firelight. Crimson Tide's red flag hung on the walls, making the entire hall warm and solemn. At the center of the long table, the aroma of roasted monster meat filled the air. Silver platters held succulent mushroom soup and stewed beef, while fine southern wine shimmered with an amber glow in crystal glasses. Camille entered slowly, draped in a heavy fox fur cloak, his eyes cold and aloof, his steps deliberately deliberate. Bradley bowed in welcome, and Louis rose to greet him, his manner impeccable. Camille entered slowly, draped in a heavy fox fur cloak, his eyes cold and aloof. His steps were deliberately slow, as if the entire hall had been prepared solely for him. Bradley bowed in welcome, and Louis rose to greet him, his manner impeccable. Your Excellency, the Crimson Tide has waited many days, and finally, we welcome your arrival. Louis's tone was neither servile nor overbearing, displaying the demeanor of a host without the slightest hint of obsequiousness. Camille nodded slightly, raised his hand in acknowledgement, and calmly sat down in the seat to the side of the head of the table. HMPH, you all know your manners. After a few rounds of drinks, Camille leisurely put down his wine glass and cleared his throat. I am here on the orders of the Regent and the Dragon Throne Council to announce 3 things. He raised one finger, his tone carrying an air of superiority and certainty. First, Louis Calvin is recognized and promoted to Earl. He then raised a second finger, his gaze sweeping across the room as if in silent warning. Second, the territories under Earl Calvin's command are obligated to cooperate with the oversight of the censorate and accept the supervision of the Empire. Finally, he paused deliberately, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. Third, His Highness the Prince will become the special envoy for the reconstruction of the North, fully responsible for the reconstruction of the North. As his words fell, the candlelight in the entire hall seemed to fall silent for a moment. Camille lowered his hand, half closing his eyes, intently staring at the young Crimson Tide Lord. This was what he truly wanted to see. What expression would this young man, who had risen through the ranks on the back of post-disaster miracles and barbarian victories, display at this moment? Anger? Resentment? Or utter fear? Unfortunately, he didn't get to see the scene he desired. Louis simply smiled faintly, raised his glass, and casually remarked, as if it were a casual greeting at a banquet, I will certainly keep in mind His Majesty's and the Regent's decrees. There was no trace of panic in his demeanor, the candlelight reflected in his eyes, making them seem like unfathomable depths. Camille tapped his glass lightly, his heart sinking slightly. This wasn't the reaction he expected. On the contrary, this calmness stirred a strange unease within Camille. However, this unease didn't last long. Having finished discussing business, the two naturally shifted to lighter topics. Unexpectedly, this young Red Tide Lord was quite knowledgeable about fine wines, gems, and luxury goods. He could speak eloquently about the vintages of southern wines or the cutting techniques of certain gemstones. Camille, initially haughty, had to admit, amidst the clinking of glasses, that the conversation was surprisingly pleasant. His companion, worthy of the Calvin family, was different from these local barbarians, displaying certain aristocratic manners. Louis, on the other hand, was neither servile nor arrogant, his compliments perfectly measured. The way they raised their glasses truly resembled high society nobility, even exuding an air of commanding authority. Camille felt a growing appreciation for the young man. However, these children perhaps didn't understand etiquette. One had to actively hint at things that were appropriate. Camille put down his knife and fork, glancing at a plate of glittering desserts on the table, and said casually, these northern pastries are quite sought after in the capital. If someone could send them over regularly, it would be a thoughtful gesture." He then downed his drink in one gulp, his expression seemingly casual, but actually carrying a subtle hint. Sure enough, his intentions were not disappointed. Louis smiled faintly and waved. Bradley understood, bowed, and ordered a delicate lunchbox to be brought out and gently placed before Camille. The lunchbox was exquisitely carved from ebony, inlaid with gold lines, and consisted of 2 layers, making it appear quite heavy. Camille looked at the lunchbox and smiled inwardly. He certainly knew the proper etiquette. His slender fingers lightly rested on the brass clasp, and with a slight press, the upper layer of the lunchbox slowly popped open with a crisp click. As the lid was lifted, a dazzling light burst forth. The entire layer was filled with various gemstones, shimmering and sparkling in the candlelight, seemingly illuminating the entire table in a kaleidoscope of colors. Camille gently picked up a ruby the size of a fingernail, twirled it in the candlelight, and then placed it back in the box, as if savoring it slowly. He murmured, his tone carrying an undisguised appreciation. Not bad at all. This young count certainly has good taste. He closed the box lid and slowly unfastened the lower copper clasp. His movements remained elegant and composed, as if everything was under his control. Since the first layer was so exquisite, the second layer couldn't possibly be inferior to these gems. He was eagerly anticipating it. With a crisp click, the second layer was slowly pushed open. However, what rushed towards him wasn't the brilliance of gems, but a cold, pungent stench of blood. Camille's movements froze abruptly, the arrogance in his eyes instantly freezing. In the candlelight, a human head lay starkly in the box. The bloodstains had been wiped clean, but the unclosed eyes remained wide open, filled with indelible terror. Camille's heart sank, his breathing suddenly becoming erratic. He recognized the face. The sketch his superior had given him before he left. The head of the Silver Disc Guild in charge of affairs in the north. Camille could no longer maintain his elegance, his fingertips trembled slightly. And even his breathing became erratic. Camille's earlier smugness and self-satisfaction crumbled instantly, leaving only a chilling fear. His heart felt as if it had been suddenly clenched, his blood surging in his ears. Why was he here? Why did he die? How was he exposed? Cold sweat slid down Camille's back. He suddenly realized a fact far more terrifying than the severed head itself. Since the other party could present his head before him, then, his relationship with the silver platter had likely been completely known. His identity as a spy had been exposed. This thought pierced his heart like an ice pick, almost suffocating him. Camille dared not look at the head any longer, his throat bobbed, but no sound came out. After a long while, he finally mustered the courage to slowly raise his head. His gaze pierced through the candlelight and fell upon the young count across the table. Louis remained composed, a polite aristocratic smile playing on his lips. It was as if the lunchbox contained not a bloody head, but merely an ordinary dessert. The next moment, he raised his glass and gently gestured to Camille, his movements elegant and composed. Chapter 321 The Conferment Ceremony. Half a month ago, Louis had gleaned a crucial piece of information from the daily intelligence system. Anthony, the northern leader of the Silver Disc Guild, would personally come to Crimson Tide City for his first meeting with Camille, the Imperial Inspectorate. This intelligence was a double surprise. First, Anthony's personal appearance meant that the Silver Disc's power in the north would be exposed without any cover. Second, the connection between Camille and the Silver Disc was no longer superficial, but a deep-seated infiltration. It was almost certain that this inspectorate sent from the capital had become a spy bought off by the Federation. Even more ingenious was that the two had chosen to meet in Crimson Tide City. After reading the intelligence, Louis couldn't help but chuckle. Truly convenient. He didn't even need to conduct a cross-border search. They had simply walked right into his trap. When Anthony awoke in his secret cell, his limbs were firmly chained by heavy iron chains, and the stone chair beneath him was icy cold. He slowly opened his eyes, his gaze clear and calm, without panic. Facing the cold glint of the torture instruments, he calmly said, "If you want to kill me, just do it." Hearing this, Louis merely smiled faintly. "It's up to you." Then he turned and left. After all, Lord Calvin was kind-hearted and couldn't bear to see people suffer. The torture began. The interrogators of the Cold Iron Legion had already learned various methods from the Snowsworn, the barbarians, and even the Imperial military's torture techniques. Buckets of cold water were poured down repeatedly, causing Anthony's jaw to chatter in the bone-chilling cold. Iron pincers slowly squeezed his knuckles, the bones making a slight cracking sound. Powdered poison was mixed into his drinking water, causing his nerves to tug back and forth between numbness and burning, blurring the lines between dream and reality. At first, Anthony remained calm, gritting his teeth. "You will get nothing." But time passed day by day, and in the stone chamber, day and night were indistinguishable. Cold water and flames alternated, the pain in his bones and nerves constantly intensifying. Anthony's eyes finally began to cloud, and the cold hardness on his lips was no longer a sneer, but a slight tremor. Under the waves of pain and the corrosive effects of the drugs, Anthony, the extraordinary knight, finally cried out in the darkness, "Stop, stop. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything." His voice was hoarse, carrying the pent-up despair of a long-suppressed breakdown. Red Tide City, the market, spies, they disguised themselves as a caravan from the south, stationed themselves in the market, using smuggling as a cover. The interrogator coldly noted it down, then flicked his finger, and his assistant poured cold water over him again. Don't stop, keep talking. Anthony shuddered, his teeth chattering. Several nobles who have established themselves in the north have been bribed. They are secretly transporting grain and ore for us. At this moment, he still harbored a sliver of hope. What if he revealed a few pieces of information, and they would let him go? But when the branding iron was pressed against his skin again, his throat finally ripped out a scream. Southeast border, there's a supply depot. It can be used as a springboard once war breaks out. The interrogator wasn't satisfied and coldly said, details. Anthony cried out, revealing the coordinates, the type of supplies, and even the name of the person in charge. By the 8th night, his voice was almost broken, yet he was still interrogated. In a complete breakdown, he finally shouted, a secret room in the city, and a file folder. Inside are contact codes, transmission methods, and Camille's documents and accounts. That's irrefutable evidence. As soon as he finished speaking, he seemed to be completely emptied out. His eyes glazed over, and blood kept flowing from the corner of his mouth. But the interrogators did not stop because of his breakdown. And what else? And what else? And what else? Details, details, details. They repeated the questions again and again. Even though Anthony was already insane, they wanted to squeeze out the last bit of information from him. But this brutal method did have a price. In less than half a month, Anthony finally collapsed and died on the torture chair. Slumped in the torture chair, covered in wounds, his eyes unfocused, he still muttered coded messages and names. Everything he had revealed had been compiled into several thick volumes of files and placed on Lewis's desk. His body, of course, wasn't wasted either. His head was placed in an elegant lunchbox. Therefore, when Camille and his entourage arrived in Red Tide City in a grand procession, they were met only with several days of polite delay. The stated reason was the busy autumn harvest and the Lord's pressing official duties, but this was merely a high-sounding excuse. The real reason was that in the underground prison of Red Tide City, Anthony's screams had not yet completely subsided. Lewis closed the parchment scroll, a cold smile playing on his lips. He already possessed all the evidence. He didn't need to utter any threats, didn't need to feign anger, and didn't need to adopt an aggressive stance. He simply needed to quietly place that still bloodied head in the lunchbox on the table. That was enough to make the high-ranking Imperial Inspector Camille instantly understand. In the north, it wasn't the inspectorate or the regent who truly held the power of life and death. Back at the table, Camille maintained his envoy's airs, striving to preserve his superior demeanor. He swirled his wineglass, his tone indifferent. The cutting of these gems is acceptable. However, compared to the craftsmanship of the capital, it's still lacking. He then casually brought up the secret of a countess from the capital, his laughter strained, his words rambling and incoherent. His voice still carried arrogance, but his fingers trembled slightly from tension, nearly spilling his wine. Lewis smiled silently, engaging him in casual conversation with a touch of junior politeness, as if he saw through everything. But the more Lewis acted this way, the colder Camille felt. He knew he could sit there peacefully only because the other party didn't intend to make a move yet. As the banquet drew to a close, Lewis casually brought up the matter of the award. The ceremony will begin tomorrow. Keep it simple. Camille nodded hastily, his smile stiff. Perfect, perfect. His tone was as eager as a beast of burden eager to get off work. As he left, he inexplicably forgot the lunchbox on the table. Bradley reminded him, Your Excellency, this is your gift. Camille froze for a moment before turning around abruptly, his face flushed, and hurriedly picked up the box. When he entered the banquet hall, he had displayed an arrogant air, as if the mountains and rivers of the north were at his feet. But in just 2 hours, his back was slightly hunched, his steps trembling, as if walking on ice, afraid of falling into the abyss at any moment. How ridiculous! From arrogance to obsequiousness, all within a single night. Lewis watched Camille's hurried departure with a lunchbox, a slight smile playing on his lips. Of course, he wouldn't expose Camille's identity as a spy right now. That would only push the other side to their wits' end, causing them to tear off the mask of civility on the spot, which would be counterproductive. There was no rush. He already possessed all the evidence provided by Anthony, irrefutable proof. At this moment, Camille was nothing more than meat on a chopping block. completely at his mercy. The real task wasn't to destroy him, but to utilize him. For example, at the Dragon Throne Conference, he could endorse the Red Tide as a special envoy. Under the regent's very nose, he could personally embellish his own achievements. In the reconstruction of the Northern Territory, he could transform himself into vassal of his policies. The more afraid of death Camille was, the more obedient he would become. The more he wanted to live, the more he would work tirelessly. Louis took a sip of his wine, his smile deepening. Red Tide City, Crimson Tide Square, on the high platform. The ceremonial platform wasn't particularly ornate, only 2 flags were displayed. One was the Empire's golden dragon flag, and the other was the Red Tide's crimson flag. Compared to the elaborate ceremonies in the capital, it appeared quite simple. Bradley stood in the corner of the platform, his brow furrowed deeply. In the eyes of this old-fashioned steward, what should an investiture ceremony look like? Colorful ribbons hanging, horns blaring, poems and songs resounding, drums booming through the streets. That was what a nobleman's glory should be. But now, only 2 flags fluttered in the wind on the platform, and only a throng of commoners stood in the square. Louis simply said, "Just a show," and so, most of the ceremony was abruptly cut. Bradley sighed inwardly. This was a complete waste of Louis's grand occasion. This young lord had, in a mere 4 years, risen from a pioneering baron almost abandoned by his family to carve out his own territory. And now, he had been recognized by the regent and the Dragon Throne Council, promoted to earl. In the capital, what a grand spectacle this ceremony would be. Poets would sing his praises, nobles would vie to offer their congratulations. Yet, in this frigid northern land, all he saw was simplicity and haste. Bradley couldn't help but feel sorry for Louis, but then he thought that perhaps this unconcern for pomp was precisely what made his young lord so convincing. Below the square, a sea of people thronged. As soon as the news of the investiture spread, all the citizens of Crimson Tide City poured in, filling the Crimson Tide Square with a dense, overwhelming presence. Fortunately, the Crimson Tide Knights lined both sides of the avenue, barely maintaining order. Children, carried on their father's shoulders, craned their necks to see Lord. An old woman, leaning on her cane, her eyes moist, murmured, "He really became an earl?" The young craftsmen and farmers, their eyes burning with fervor, breathed heavily, as if they too would be investitured. Looking down from the platform, even with its simple scale, the atmosphere possessed a genuine and fervent passion rarely seen even in the capital's ceremonies. And just as the drums sounded and the ceremony was about to begin, a low gasp rippled through the crowd. Emily, heavily pregnant, walked slowly up the platform with Sif's help. Sunlight illuminated her profile, making the gentle aura of pregnancy appear even more dignified. Sif, holding her arm, surveyed the crowd with a hint of coldness in her eyes, like a guard. She didn't usually enjoy such a spectacle, but her eyes shone with undisguised pride for Louis. Emily walked to Louis's side and gently placed her hand on her belly. She raised her chin, looking down at the dense sea of people below, a proud smile playing on her lips. That smile seemed to silently proclaim, "This is my husband, the Earl who protects the North." Sif stood on the other side, her hands clasped respectfully in front of her. With his 2 wives standing on either side, Louis's figure on the platform instantly gained an unshakable air of authority. The people below the square, witnessing the scene, were instantly ignited with emotion. Some were moved to tears, some shouted "Lord," and others clasped their hands together as if in prayer. But if you listen closely, those shouts were actually mixed with a simple joy. The lady is about to give birth, the Crimson Tide will have an heir, our future has a pillar of support. For these people who had experienced war, famine, and displacement, titles were merely a matter of the distant capital. What truly put their hearts at ease was the gentle smiling, heavily pregnant mistress and the new life about to be born. The arrival of the child meant that the Crimson Tide would not be extinguished, and that this land, painstakingly cultivated, would have a real future. Therefore, their applause and cheers, more than the solemnity of the investiture, were like blessings offered to the future son of the Crimson Tide. Emily clearly heard the shouts of the crowd. She paused for a moment, then smiled, slowly raised her hand, and nodded slightly to the people below the square. Her gesture was not exaggerated, but it carried a natural warmth. Thank you, she spoke softly. This child is the future of Crimson Tide. And your future too. Those few words seemed to strike a chord in everyone's hearts. A moment of silence fell over the plaza, then a deafening roar of cheers erupted. "Long live Crimson Tide, may Lady be safe," This child will bring hope to the north. The fervor and sincerity seemed to make the entire Crimson Tide Plaza tremble. Camille's heart skipped a beat when he saw this. He had witnessed countless investiture ceremonies and balls in the capital, seen the insincere applause and hypocritical praise of nobles. But he had never seen a lord of any territory be surrounded by such heartfelt respect and love from the entire land as Louis. This popular sentiment, it's terrifying, even though he outwardly maintained the demeanor of an envoy, an inexplicable fear welled up within him. His connection with the silver platter had been exposed. Louis hadn't immediately confronted him, but instead presented a warning. This meant he still had value, at least for the time being. He swallowed hard, forcing himself to calm down, Camille. As long as we're alive, we can manage. The drums sounded again, and the investiture ceremony officially began. Camille slowly unfurled the edict. His voice deliberately raised, tinged with fervor. By order of His Majesty the Regent, Louis Calvin is hereby promoted to Earl of the Ironblood Empire, effective from this day forward. As he finished speaking, he drew the imperial longsword and lightly touched Louis's shoulders. The blade was cold, its light gleaming in the sunlight, symbolizing the protection of the north and the defense of imperial authority. Then, attendants presented the edict and a dragon-patterned ring. Camille bestowed them upon Louis, reading aloud, "This is the imperial authority, granted to Earl of the Crimson Tide for command of military and political affairs." Louis knelt on one knee and loudly swore, "I, Louis Calvin, swear to serve the Empire with my life, to protect the North, and to obey the Emperor's command." A tsunami of shouts erupted from inside and outside the square. "Lord, long live the Crimson Tide, long live the Earl!" The shouts echoed across Crimson Tide Square, lingering for a long time. Camille maintained a forced smile, but inwardly he felt a chill. He clearly sensed that this was not an imperial investiture ceremony, but a coronation. The young man before him had become the true king of the North. Chapter 322 Winter Supplies. The investiture ceremony proceeded swiftly. Louis's simple instruction to keep it simple eliminated all the cumbersome formalities. There was no dragon ancestor reciting poetry, no long procession, and even the planned victory banquet was cancelled. This caused Bradley to frown deeply. In his view, this was a new milestone for the Crimson Tide and should have been celebrated grandly. Even with his dissatisfaction, he only offered a few quiet words of advice before ultimately accepting with a sigh. Of course, apart from Bradley, there were no dissenting voices within Crimson Tide City. All the civil officials, knights, and even the commoners unconditionally supported Louis's decision. As for the officials sent from the capital, their eyes frequently fell on Camille. As long as Camille remained silent, they dared not raise any objections. In fact, Camille had absolutely no courage to resist. He did whatever Louis told him to do, obediently following orders. Even the lack of a celebratory banquet didn't elicit a single complaint from Camille. Instead, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The sooner it ended, the sooner he could leave this suffocating city. Early the next morning after the ceremony, Camille took his leave. His reason was that he needed to travel to the 6th Prince's residence to announce his rewards and his status as special envoy for the reconstruction of the North. Louis didn't try to stop him, only smiled faintly and waved for him to leave. The carriage bumped along the snow-covered mountain road. Camille leaned against the cushions, the cold sweat still lingering. The scene of this journey kept flashing through his mind. That severed head, that deafening roar, all of it turned into fear, making his breathing difficult. But he was, after all, a man who had risen through the ranks of the capital's officialdom, and his mind quickly began to work. Fortunately, Louis hadn't openly broken ties, which meant he still had value, and as long as he had value, he could survive. Thinking this, he slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, his eyes gradually regaining their coldness. "Very well. Since Louis needs me, I'll pretend to comply. Perhaps there will be a way out when I see the 6th Prince. The situation in the Empire is complicated now. Someone always needs a pawn like me." After all, there were already rumors in the capital that the new twin stars of the North were none other than Crimson Tide Louis and the 6th Prince Asta. Since Crimson Tide City could achieve such prosperity, then His Highness Asta, as a prince, would naturally not be much less capable. Camille's heart was still trembling, but he forcibly used this calculation to put on a layer of armor as thin as paper. The carriage continued to drive into the distance, the wind and snow howling outside, the world desolate. Frost Dragon territory, the territory of the 6th Prince. More than half a year had passed since the barbarian fire, and wisps of smoke rose from the once charred ruins. New wooden houses sprang up beside the broken city walls, and in the barren land, people were replanting, even if the harvest was meager. Conditions here remained harsh, but Asta did not give up. He personally oversaw the operations, gradually rebuilding his territory and attracting a new group of refugees. The biggest challenge now was still food and supplies. Initially, Crimson Tide City had sent a batch of grain and cloth to help him through the famine. However, since he was appointed as the Northern Reconstruction Envoy, Crimson Tide's aid had noticeably decreased. His subordinates complained to him that Crimson Tide was deliberately suppressing the prince. Asta, however, did not get angry. Instead, he showed gratitude. The struggle between nobles is inherently bloody. The fact that they still provide supplies is already very generous of Louis. Moreover, the capital had promised that a large shipment of supplies would arrive in his territory before winter, which he could distribute at his discretion. These supplies would be his chance to turn things around, alleviating the food shortage and winning the support of the nobles. So when the transport team finally arrived in Frost Dragon territory, Asta stood before the warehouse, watching the cartloads of goods being slowly unloaded, a sense of anticipation filling his heart. But when he stepped into the warehouse, his hopes were instantly dashed. The grain piled up inside was only a small fraction of what he had initially estimated. What's going on? Asta muttered to himself, his eyes growing increasingly grim. He had been prepared for some of the supplies to be embezzled by officials in the capital, as these nobles never missed an opportunity to exploit. But he hadn't expected the actual amount of grain delivered to Frost Dragon territory to be so meager. A few hundred bags of grain, enough to feed a few hundred people for only a few days, the rest being nothing more than some tattered cloth and a few boxes of dried meat that looked moldy. Most of the goods in the warehouse were practically worthless. What's going on? Asta turned around, his face ashen, and coldly questioned the person in charge of the transport. Is this the massive amount of supplies you promised? The person in charge lowered his head, avoiding his gaze. Your Highness, it's really, there were problems during the transport. The roads in the north were blocked, and many supplies failed to arrive smoothly. Upon hearing this, Asta's anger flared even more, and he almost couldn't resist rushing forward to grab the man by the collar. His mentor, Cypher, stepped forward and calmly said, Your Highness, please calm down. Asta turned sharply, his eyes filled with disappointment and anger. Calm down? How am I supposed to calm down? Can this rubbish sustain me for a winter? This food isn't even enough to feed half the people of Frost Dragon territory. Cypher calmly analyzed. The transportation has indeed encountered problems. First, the northern pass is indeed an obstacle. But the main reason is the corruption within the empire, which has caused these supplies to be delayed. Moreover, those people in the capital have no intention of fulfilling their promises. I'm afraid the regent doesn't value the future of the north either. Asta's face grew even more grim. Then how are we supposed to get through this winter? Cypher sighed. The worst case scenario is that half the people of Frost Dragon territory will die after winter. All we can do is make sure we survive. As for the others, we can't care. Asta remained silent for a long time. These supplies simply couldn't support his people, not even meeting half of their needs. Of course, he didn't care whether those ordinary people would starve to death in the winter. They were merely tools, pawns used to gain more power for himself. What truly concerned Asta was how to maximize the use of these limited food resources to win over his allies. I must accumulate enough influence in a short time, Asta muttered to himself. This food cannot all go to the common people. Only a small portion can be given to them, the rest must be used to negotiate with the nobles. He thought of these allies. Without sufficient supplies, those who supported him would immediately turn to Louis. It's time to consider how to distribute it. Asta lowered his head slightly, a cold glint in his eyes, already calculating his next move. Distribute the food to the nobles, give them sufficient security, and in return, gain their support. He chuckled self-deprecatingly. As for the common people, their fate is unfortunate. Who can blame them? Cypher looked at him, his eyes filled with a profound meaning. Once upon a time, this child was somewhat naive, always thinking of improving the lives of his people and the responsibilities of the royal family. However, after arriving in the north, Asta gradually broke free from the constraints of the capital and began to take control of his own destiny. He had grown from an idealistic prince into a composed lord, understanding how to strategize and maximize the conversion of resources into his own power. But Cypher felt not much disappointment, but rather a sense of approval. The game of power was never something that simple idealism could handle. Asta's decisiveness was precisely the quality he needed. Cypher slowly turned and left, silently approving of Asta's decision. On Red Tide City, the cold wind rustled through the canvas. Around Red Tide Square, warehouses were piled high with heavy sacks of grain, neatly stacked wooden crates, thick animal hides, and gleaming iron barrels. The supplies had not yet been distributed, but the scene was already orderly. Pete landed heavily behind the distribution table, carrying a bundle of parcels. As soon as he put them down, a tingling sensation ran through his hands. He panted, took off his gloves to rest, but his gaze involuntarily fell on the open wooden crate at his feet. Tisk-tisk, in Baron Preston's territory, even knights would have to wait until the harvest festival to get a taste of this, and here there's so much, Pete muttered to himself, incredulous. Inside the crate were neatly bundled bales of golden wheat, each sealed with fine linen and wrapped with 2 loops of leather rope, each topped with a red tag. So shocked by just a little something good, a hearty voice came from the side. Pete looked up and saw the middle-aged man named Jack, unkempt yet with an air of authority, even wearing leather boots. "Your shoes," Pete exclaimed in surprise. Jack grinned and lifted his foot. "These were given to us Red Tide elders yesterday. They're from the leather workshop, top grain cowhide. They won't slip in the snow, and they won't let the wind through your head even if you step on barbarians." Pete paused, still surprised. "This is too good, isn't it?" "This is good." Jack clicked his tongue and pointed towards the warehouse. "Go check those baskets of dried meat and smoked fish inside. And the salted meat, pickled radishes, and dried mushroom packages that were just packaged this morning. Our team is responsible for packing one for each household." Pete was silent for a moment, looking at the row of wooden carts loaded to the brim not far away. "This is also distributed to everyone in the city." "Yes, it's for everyone." Jack lowered his voice and leaned closer. "That's not all. Children and the elderly get an extra package, a subsidy package with a blue label." Pete was speechless for a moment. He used to be a free man with land, even owning 3 cows. In his early years, he could even give gifts to the tax collectors, although life was still tight, and he would go hungry in the winter. The barbarian calamity destroyed everything. Half a year ago, he fled to Red Tide City. Because he was literate and had management experience, he was promoted to a grassroots supplies officer. Today was the first time in his life that he had truly experienced public grain distribution. There were no shouting officials, no thieving subordinates, and no layers of deductions. There were only truckloads of packed goods, neat lists, and a group of smiling citizens working. Jack patted Pete on the shoulder, his smile revealing a hint of pride. "A few years ago, we didn't have this kind of treatment. Back then, I was a slave. The best food we had in winter was just 2 bowls of dried vegetable soup. If we could find a few pieces of boiled bone fragments in the soup, we were lucky. Just surviving the freezing and starvation is already a blessing." Pete paused, about to offer words of comfort, but noticed a trace of resentment in Jack's eyes, replaced by a proud gleam. "The Lord himself bought me from the slave market." Jack straightened his back and raised his chin slightly as he spoke. "That day, I was as thin as a stick, lying on the ground, and he handed me my first piece of bread." He grinned, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. "Now look at this warehouse, these supplies, and this entire Red Tide City. I'm a veteran who's been with Lord Lewis since day one, building this place from scratch from a wasteland. You who came later may not truly understand the hardships we endured and the Lord's kindness." Pete chuckled wryly. This man was clearly flaunting his past glory, and doing so with undisguised arrogance. Pete wanted to retort, to say that he was, after all, a former free man with land and cattle. How could he be inferior to someone who had been a slave? But Pete suddenly remembered those winters when he arrived in Red Tide territory. Even with his land and livestock, life wasn't necessarily easy. The cattle were so thin their ribs were clearly visible, and the houses were so empty you could hear mice scurrying about. Everyone in the territory took turns eating thin porridge. A little dry rations was considered a celebration. The coldest time, he even witnessed his neighbor's brother freeze to death in his house. Back then, he thought he was a man of status, a free man superior to slaves. But now, looking at the mountains of wheat, dried meat, and charcoal, and those former slaves wearing new boots, Pete realized that the status of a free man might be worthless. What truly determined whether you could live with dignity was whose territory you stood on. A bizarre yet chilling thought crept into Pete's mind. If only he had known this would happen, he shouldn't have clung to those dilapidated territories. If he had escaped to Red Tide City sooner, he would be living a much more respectable life now. But honestly, this year is indeed the best year. Jack's words pulled Pete back to reality. Look over there, Jack pointed to the side. The warehouses are almost overflowing. Even Lord Bradley remarked that it was fortunate we expanded them in advance, otherwise they would be piled up in the square by now. Pete looked in the direction he was pointing and saw dozens of teenagers carrying firewood and animal hide bundles back and forth. They were students from Red Tide City, volunteering to transport supplies these past few days. Looking at the neatly stacked carts of timber, grain sacks, medicine chests, and animal hide coats and boots produced in the workshops, Pete couldn't help but ask in a low voice, "But, do we really have to distribute all this stuff?" Jack didn't answer immediately, but looked at the busy crowd, his gaze suddenly becoming serious. "The Lord said," he lowered his voice, as if mimicking Lewis's usual tone, "this city will only exist if its people are well fed and clothed, and willing to stay." Chapter 323 Calvin. It was time for the annual distribution of supplies, but the Crimson Tide Square wasn't bustling with people. This year, the city's population was too large. If everyone were to queue, it would be a 3-day, 3-night traffic jam. So Lewis ordered that supplies be delivered door to door by small groups led by local supply officers. Pete and Jack were among them, pushing wooden carts along the snowpath, turning behind the warehouse, and entering the southeast corner of Crimson Tide City. This area was slightly lower in elevation, and the houses were semi-subterranean wooden huts hastily built 3 years ago. But they weren't exactly shabby. The roofs were covered with thick straw and animal hides, providing wind protection and insulation, and wisps of heat rose from the ventilation pipes, exuding a sense of reassurance. Jack lifted the frost from the burlap sack, revealing a list with household numbers, and explained, "Most of the people living here are refugees who came to the city half a year ago with the influx of migrants. Crimson Tide City was short of workers, so they were allowed to settle here, otherwise, this place would have been demolished." Pete nodded and knocked on the first wooden door. "Who is it?" A hoarse voice came from inside. "The government office. The winter supplies have arrived," Jack shouted at the top of his lungs. The door creaked open. A hunched middle-aged woman peeked out, her face filled with disbelief at the large package. "These are for us." "Yes, this is Lord Lewis's order," Jack said, placing the package at the door. "1 package per household, and this is only the first batch. The second batch will be issued in half a month. It contains wheat, dried meat, mushroom packets, and salted meat, among other things. Your family has a blue label, so you'll also receive a subsidy package." The woman stared blankly for a while, her eyes reddening. She knelt down and cradled the package in her arms, muttering repeatedly, "Life, it really is getting better and better." She turned shakily and went back inside. A commotion immediately erupted inside, and soon several children peeked out, their clothes worn, but their eyes shining brightly. They skipped and jumped, saying, thank you, Red Tide Territory, thank you Lord Lewis, thank you, Northern Sun." Jack couldn't help but grin, replying softly, "Following the Lord, the good days are yet to come." Pete didn't speak, but looking at those dirty little faces, he suddenly felt the bundle in his arms grow heavier. Then they continued deeper into the territory, and at each house, they would almost always hear an incredulous exclamation, "These are all for our family. This isn't all? There's another batch. Lord Lewis, you're truly an envoy of the dragon ancestor." Those sacks of grain, dried meat, medicine chests, and animal hide bags might cost several months' wages to buy a small portion elsewhere, but here they were being delivered to their doorstep by the cartload. What was even more astonishing was that Jack always emphasized, "This is only the first batch. There are also allocations in midwinter and late winter. You won't go hungry." Each sentence always brought tears of relief to the eyes of the families. Pete watched from the side, his heart surging with emotion. Stepping into these houses and seeing the trembling hands of the people accepting the rations, he realized once again that in the post-disaster North, a life of dignity had become the most luxurious gift. By the time he reached the 7th house, the sky was already setting. It was an old wooden house, and an elderly woman in her 50s was sitting on the doorstep, basking in the sun with her eyes closed. "The supplies have arrived," Jack shouted. The old woman opened her eyes, recognized the red tide badges on the 2 men, and immediately stood up shakily. Is it mine?" Peter nodded and placed the supply package at the door. The old woman squatted down and slowly opened the bag. Sunlight shone into the neatly sealed packages of wheat, smoked fish, vegetables, and even a bottle of medicine to ward off the cold. She was stunned for a moment, then her eyes reddened. I've lived for over 50 years. This is the first time a lord has distributed food, instead of robbing us, she murmured. Her fingers trembled as she carefully put each package back into the bag, tied it tightly, and then tied it again. I dare not let the neighbors see, otherwise if they steal it, I won't be able to get it back. Sigh, is this a dream? Pete was speechless at the sight. He suddenly thought of his mother, who had been feverish for several days a few years ago due to cold. Pete had spent a lot of money to hire the Lord's doctor to come and treat her, but the doctor only said, just hang in there, but she didn't make it. If only he could have gotten such a small bottle of medicine back then. Pete remained silent for a long time, feeling a tightness in his chest. Suddenly, the old lady looked up as if she remembered something, and asked with a kind face, I heard that your child is about to be born. Pete nodded, but before he could speak, Jack smiled and said, yes. The future little master of our red tide territory is about to be born. The old lady looked at the increasingly heavy snow outside, slowly raised her hand, and devoutly made an old-fashioned gesture of worship in front of her chest. May the child be born safely, and be as great as his father. Late at night, the earthen castle in the very center of Red Tide City was illuminated by the fire that had burned all night. Emily, 10 months pregnant, her belly swollen high, leaned quietly against the wooden chaise lounge by the fireplace. She looked up at the roof, and even in this room that gave her the most peace of mind, a deep anxiety still lingered in her eyes. He's been moving a lot today, she murmured softly, her hand gently stroking her belly. Is he cold, or does he want to come out and see the world? Louis, beside her, wore a cotton coat, looking less like a lord and more like an ordinary husband accompanying his wife during childbirth. I asked Lady Elena. He tucked Emily's blanket back in. She said it's a normal sign. The child is just very energetic. Emily smiled, but couldn't hide the moisture in her eyes. Are you very nervous? Nervous. Louis sat down beside her and took her hand. At dawn, the snow had not yet stopped, and the chill of the north seeped through the thick walls. But the Crimson Tide birthing room within the main castle was already warm. This was a birthing room set up according to the old rituals of the imperial nobility, personally overseen by Elena, the old physician who had come with her from Frostspear City as part of her dowry. She was the one who had delivered Emily, and now she would once again welcome the continuation of that bloodline. The curtains were drawn. The fireplace was constantly lit, and a calming incense blended with frost leaf burned in the incense burner in the corner, filling the air with a slightly astringent yet gentle scent. Emily was already lying on the bed, dressed in loose maternity clothes, leaning against the thick cushions, quietly breathing in the medicinal fragrance. Perhaps it was the warmth from the fireplace, or perhaps it was the steady movement of the fetus in her womb, that made her feel less nervous than she had imagined. When she saw her stepmother enter the room, she even smiled slightly and reached out her hand to her. Mother, you've come. Lady Eleanor was Emily's stepmother, yet she was as caring and considerate as her birth mother. Upon entering the room, she immediately checked every detail of the delivery room. Have the alcohol wipes been changed? Has the scalpel for cutting the umbilical cord been boiled? The proportions of the incense burner? Who prepared them? Eleanor replied gently. Everything is proceeding according to plan. I'm counting on you, Eleanor said in a deep voice, then looked at Emily. Before she could speak, Emily gently took her hand. I'm fine, really, Emily smiled at her, with you and Eleanor here. I feel very safe. Eleanor was taken aback. She suddenly realized that Emily was no longer the little girl who needed protection. Louis stood in the corridor outside the door, his gaze fixed on the door, as if trying to pierce through the layers of thick wood. Faint whispers and footsteps came from behind the door. The female doctors were preparing, and Eleanor was directing. According to the old customs of the Empire, men were not allowed to enter the delivery room before the child was born, otherwise it would bring misfortune, and even if the delivery was successful, it would bring disaster later. As a transmigrator, Louis naturally did not believe in such superstitions. Although Emily wasn't superstitious, she still retained some customs passed down through generations of the Empire. Therefore, Louis didn't enter the delivery room, not out of tradition, but simply to put Emily at ease. 3 days ago, the daily intelligence system had predicted a safe delivery for both mother and child. 3 days later, Louis Calvin's first son will be born safely. However, he still couldn't be completely at ease, as prophetic intelligence could be broken. So he remained motionless. Even his breathing was extremely shallow, waiting for this moment to arrive. Wah! Until a clear cry rang out. It wasn't a piercing wail, but a loud and powerful declaration of life. Like a ray of morning sun piercing through the long night. Almost simultaneously, the female doctor inside shouted, "Baby boy! Mother and child are safe." Standing at the door, Louis paused for a moment before reacting. He slowly exhaled, his brow slightly relaxed, and his shoulders loosened. He took a step towards the door and gently knocked on the open door. A voice immediately responded from inside the room. It was the young female healer, her face beaming with undisguised joy. "My lord, you may come in." Louis nodded and stepped into the delivery room. Near the bed, several medical staff were handing clean bundles to the maid beside it. Emily had been repositioned and was leaning against a thick cushion, her face pale but smiling. On the bed lay a small, tightly wrapped infant. The baby was humming softly, not crying, only occasionally wrinkling its nose, as if adjusting to the world. Louis stopped by the bed and glanced down at the child. It was a warm life, its features not yet fully formed, its skin a pale pink, its eyes closed, its tiny nose twitching occasionally. Louis looked down at the child, unconsciously holding his breath. He had imagined this scene countless times. But when this moment truly arrived, he found himself unable to utter a single word. He tried to reach out and pick up the child. It was so light and small, almost unreal, like a soft ball of cotton against his chest. He instinctively tightened his grip, holding the child more securely. Then, a joy he had never felt before slowly crept into his heart. Just then, Lady Elena's gentle voice sounded beside him. "Give him a name." Louis glanced back at her, then at Emily, still weakly leaning against the bed. She was looking at him, her gaze weary yet filled with a smile. Louis nodded, saying without hesitation, "Orses Calvin." He paused, confirming again, meaning the rising dawn, the one who draws hope from the darkness. Emily smiled softly, her eyes never leaving the baby in her arms. Elena stood to the side, gazing at the newborn boy, and nodded gently, "A good name." As the clear cry of the newborn rang out, the servants and guards who had been standing silently outside the delivery room finally breathed a sigh of relief. Some whispered amongst themselves, others had tears in their eyes, but all restrained themselves from making a sound, afraid of disturbing those inside. Bradley stood at the end of the corridor, his usually composed expression now showing a visible hint of joy. A moment later, a maid hurried over and whispered in his ear, "Mother and child are safe." "It's a boy." Bradley nodded slightly, then turned and walked towards the young knight waiting by the wooden pillar. "Will." "Yes." Will stood ramrod straight, his expression unable to conceal his excitement and nervousness. Bradley's tone left no room for argument. "Go to the tower and ring the bell 3 times, then go to the Internal Affairs office and tell them to draft a proclamation immediately. This news must be known throughout Red Tide City tonight." Will swallowed hard, confirming softly, It's a boy, right?" Bradley nodded, his tone unusually gentle for a moment. "A boy. Mother and child are safe." "Lord Louis's eldest son, Orses." Will nodded emphatically, turned, and ran off. Not long after, the bells on the main castle tower rang. Dong. The first sound. Deep and clear, it pierced through the wind and snow, reaching the skies above Red Tide City. Dong. The second sound. People in every street and alley stopped what they were doing. Whether it was the craftsman testing the steam engine in the workshop, the female workers sorting herbs under the pharmacy, or the student team carrying wooden crates in the blazing Tide Square, everyone looked up. Dong. The third bell rang, following closely behind. 3 consecutive rings, the traditional signal of red tide. Something big had happened. The young master has been born. The first to react were the officials of the government office. Upon hearing the news, they rushed out of the main gate, running through the streets and alleys to spread the good news to every neighborhood. From the Crimson Tide Square to the carpentry workshop, to the smoked fish workshop, from the weaving workshop and the city defense barracks, to the new granary under construction on the north side. More and more people stopped what they were doing, asking each other to confirm, and the news spread like wildfire. The entire Crimson Tide city seemed to be ablaze with excitement. A blacksmith in the blacksmith shop took off his gloves. "Our lord finally has an heir." An old woman living on the street corner opened her window, looking in the direction where the tower bells echoed, her mouth agape with joy. "God bless, our lord has finally become a father. That's not some nobleman's child, but the child of their great lord, Louis. The man who brought them back from the ruins, the man who gave them food, boots, and dignity, Some of the people's eyes reddened, while others burst into laughter. They were happy for their lord, and happy for themselves. Because from this day forward, the city they had built with their own hands had a future. Chapter 324 The People of the North. On Fish Market Street in the northwest corner of Red Tide City, a low but massive complex of buildings steamed in the cold wind. That was the Red Tide Smoked Fish Workshop, now one of the city's three major industries. The smoked fish produced here daily not only supplied the entire Red Tide territory but was also sold to the Southern Territory through the Calvin Merchant Guild's trade routes, even being hailed by Southern nobles as a rare northern flavor, selling exceptionally well. In the final days before the winter holidays, the workshop was a hive of activity. Washing, gutting, marinating, hanging, and smoking, each step proceeded in turn, the steam and charcoal smoke weaving together into a warm mist, the heat carrying a fragrant aroma. On the west side of the factory, a middle-aged female worker squatted beside the smoking furnace, checking the temperature of the hanging racks. She wore a coarse cloth scarf, her movements clean and efficient, and a sheepskin coat distributed by the Red Tide Workshop was draped over her shoulders, its sleeves rolled up high, her hands covered in salt and fish oil stains. Her name was Haley, the foreman of the Smoked Fish Workshop, and one of the original inhabitants of Red Tide. 4 years ago, when barbarians raided the northern border, Haley's village was destroyed overnight. She fled alone with her 10-year-old son, Will, into the forest, hiding for 3 days before being captured by slave traders in their hunger and cold. They were taken to the Frost Spear Market as merchandise, and she had already prepared for the worst. But that day, a young man with black hair and a cloak arrived, Lord Lewis. Without a word, he bought the entire group, including her and Will. He not only bought them but also gave them food, jobs, clothing, and even their own houses. 4 years later, she is now a junior manager at the Red Tide Smoked Fish Shop, considered part of the wealthy class in the Red Tide territory. Her greatest pride is her son, now the Red Tide Lord's personal guard knight. When others mention Will, they are full of envy for having such a successful son. With 3 or 4 days until the winter break, today's schedule is still packed. The young people in the factory were already counting down to their winter break, muttering about whether there would be honey in the winter supplies or if it would be their turn to get leather boots. Occasionally, they'd sneak a piece of smoked fish to taste. But Haley had no time for that. She stood by the charcoal stove, watching the temperature and skillfully poking at the damp charcoal with tongs. She gave orders from time to time. The third rack on the right isn't heated evenly. Change that batch of marinade again. It's not fresh. The fire crackled, and white smoke rose faintly from the roof. Just then, the bell rang. A short, deep thud, enough to pierce the entire city. All the workers in the Smoked Fish Workshop stopped what they were doing, some even looking up at the roof, as if they could see through the heavy wooden beams. The second and third chimes followed immediately. "It's 3 chimes," someone whispered. "It's big news," another person chimed in. Could something have happened in the city? Haley, standing by the fireplace, paused, a sudden thought flashing through her mind. Half a month ago, when Will had let slip a sentence during dinner at home, "The lady is about to." Her eyes flickered, and an undisguised excitement rose on her greasy face. "It's Lord Lewis's child?" Born. Just then, the sound of hooves came from outside. A Crimson Tide knight rode up to the factory gate, announcing loudly, "The Lord's son is born today. Mother and child are safe." A moment of silence followed, then cheers erupted. "He's born. It's the young master. That's wonderful. The lady is safe. God bless her." Haley didn't speak, only letting out a long sigh. "Finish the work I'm doing, then stop. I've done enough for today. Let's go early tomorrow. Don't miss the young master's ceremony." The next morning, people spontaneously gathered in 2s and 3s outside Crimson Tide Square to celebrate. What started as a few dozen people swelled to thousands in less than half an hour. Carpenters brought small cradles, blacksmiths offered handcrafted bracelets, hunters presented freshly skinned silver fox pelts, and grandmothers brought bundles of dried flowers and herbs, saying they could ward off evil and promote restful sleep. Children placed their most beloved wooden carvings in the center of the square, calling them guardians for their young master's growth. The blessing pile in the center of the blazing Tide Square grew higher and higher, eventually requiring officials to organize its transport, cartload by cart, to collect and count it. Bradley reported to Lewis with a complex expression, "The number exceeds expectations." Lewis paused for a moment, donned his crimson cloak, and went to the high platform in the square. He didn't give a long speech, but simply looked at the faces gazing up at him. "I know you've come because of my newborn child, and I thank you for your blessings." He paused, his gaze falling on a small cloak embroidered with the sun, and said, "His name is Orsis Calvin, symbolizing dawn." As soon as he finished speaking, a genuine cheer erupted in the blazing tide square. "Long live Orsis, the dawn of the north, the Lord's heir. May our little master grow up safely," Haley shouted from the crowd, her voice hoarse. Her eyes burned with a fiery passion, her throat parched from the cold wind, yet a fervor welled up from the depths of her heart, a fervor she herself was unaware of. It wasn't because the baby was particularly beautiful, nor because anyone had given her money or food. It was because she clearly remembered how she and her son, well, had endured the winter in the slave market 4 years ago. Without Lord Lewis, they would be nothing more than lowly laborers on some noble estate, perhaps already frozen or starving to death, their names forgotten. Now, she wore a new fur coat from the workshop, had coal for warmth at home, and a small group of workers she could command. And her son was the Lord's personal guard. This cheer wasn't blind obedience, it was a choice born of memory. She glanced around at the people, the red-tide people standing in the snow with their arms raised. Whether they were natives, artisans from the south, or former slaves, every face shone. Their cheers had a source, their lives were visibly improving. Lewis, on the platform, neither stopped the crowd nor gave any orders, he simply stood there quietly watching. Finally, he calmly said, "Go home now, the snow is getting heavier." When Haley left the square, it was almost dark. Just as she was about to turn into the residential area in the city center, she suddenly heard the soft sound of hooves on the snow. Turning around, she saw Will. He was leading his horse, his cloak half undone, his hair slightly damp, his fingers still gripping the hilt of his sword, but his expression was much more relaxed. "Why are you back now?" Haley was somewhat shocked. After all, he hadn't been home for over half a month while protecting Lady Emily. "Lord Lewis said I should go home first tonight." The young knight scratched his head, giving an awkward smile. "He said Mother has probably been waiting for days." Haley wanted to scold him, but held back, instead asking, "Have you seen the young master?" Will nodded. He can't open his eyes yet, but he's very energetic." He paused, then whispered, "I'll protect him." These words came so naturally, like a promise, like a vow. Haley glanced at him, her gaze softening. "The little brat has learned a sense of responsibility from the Lord." The boy didn't speak, only coughed. The two walked home, one after the other, through the snow. Meanwhile, on the other side of the north, in the outskirts of frost-stricken territory, a cold wind swept across broken walls and ruins. Compared to the Crimson Tide city's blazing tide square, there were no cheers, no blessings. Only a few people wrapped in tattered rags walked with their heads down across the muddy snow path. They carried loads of hay, withered wood, and a few vegetable scraps on their shoulders, their entire harvest for the day. Few houses in the village had smoke rising from their chimneys, only a few thin figures huddled around the stove. They sat there, their expressions blank. The soup in the pot bubbled and steamed, but it was as thin as muddy water, with a few unknown black grass roots occasionally swirling in the broth. A boy, his neck hunched, coughed violently until his cheeks turned blue. His mother picked up her bowl, said nothing, and silently poured the soup into her son's bowl. No complaints, no grumbling. They had learned how to quietly endure hunger. A carriage bumped along the icy, muddy road, its wheels leaving tracks in the snow and sludge. Camille sat inside, his hands wrapped in a mink coat, but his face was not warm. He lifted a corner of the curtain and looked out at the people standing in the cold wind, their eyes vacant, and for a moment, he didn't know how to react. "It seems there's no hope here," Camille murmured, utterly disappointed. At this moment, an indescribable emotion welled up within him. It wasn't pity, but rather a sense of ironic contrast. He suddenly recalled the Crimson Tide Square in Crimson Tide City a dozen days ago, where he stood on the platform of the investiture ceremony, and the masses chanted "Long live the Lord," the firelight illuminated the sky, and the cheers formed a deafening roar. But these people before him were merely alive, they had no strength to speak, let alone cheer. Camille slowly withdrew his gaze and leaned back against the cushions. Even if he feared Lewis, he had to admit that in governing the people, Asta and Lewis were simply not on the same level. After a while, the carriage slowly came to a stop, revealing the so-called temporary government building. Two old government buildings had been roughly pieced together, The newly painted gray paint on the exterior walls still wet, the smell mingling with the cold wind. 3 flags stood in front of the door, the central one adorned with a pale gold dragon, slightly faded. At least, they've made a show of it. Camille lifted the curtain. A barely perceptible sneer playing on his lips. A man stood in the porch. His gray cloak was neatly tied, his hair was clean, and his boots were polished to a gleaming shine. It was the 6th prince, Asta. Despite standing in the wind and snow, he possessed the dignified bearing of someone in a palace. He stepped forward, revealing a perfectly timed smile. Lord Camille has come from afar, representing the will of the capital and the hope for the reconstruction of the north. How could I not personally welcome you? With that, he extended his right hand. Camille paused for a moment, then immediately returned the smile and shook hands. Your Highness is too kind. I am merely following orders. He was, of course, aware of the true intention behind this personal welcome. The prince was trying to win him over. Before the Northern Reconstruction Affairs Conference next year, he urgently needed to gain public opinion and resource support from the capital. And he, as the special envoy of the surveillance, was the most suitable intermediary. But showing me this stuff, does he think I'm a fool who doesn't know what's good for him? He thought to himself. Camille remained respectful and polite, smiling as he followed Asta into the government hall. Night had completely enveloped the Frost Dragon Council Hall. Inside, however, it was brightly lit, the flickering flames and fragrant incense creating a warm, dreamlike atmosphere. Dragon-patterned banners hung high, flanked by richly dressed nobles and their knights. Most were vassal nobles of Asta, with a few clearly having traveled from surrounding territories to join in. Camille glanced around, then calmly took his seat to the right of the head of the table. The long wooden table was polished to a gleaming shine, silver cutlery was neatly arranged, and candlelight danced on the silver platters. The dishes on the table were exquisite: honey-cured venison, wild mushroom stew, chilled apple cider with syrup, and a large platter of thick monster meat, clearly not something ordinary people could afford. Prince Asta himself presided, raising his glass. Even the heaviest frost and snow cannot deter Lord Camille's arrival. To this trust from the north and the desire for rebuilding, cheers. He said nothing more, but downed his drink in one gulp. Camille smiled faintly and returned the toast. From the dishes and seating to the spices and etiquette, the entire banquet was a gesture, showcasing the prince's goodwill and capabilities to him, the special envoy. As expected of His Highness. But, it's ultimately too forced. He didn't deny the effort put into the banquet, and he could see that Asta had used everything he could, but that was all. During the banquet, the two spoke politely, discussing the reconstruction of the north, the policies of the capital, and the integration of the old nobles, maintaining a balance between politeness and hypocrisy. Asta's demeanor was refined, his aristocratic bearing impeccable. But Camille knew that this composure lacked power. After the banquet, Camille was escorted back to his specially prepared VIP quarters by his attendants. As soon as he opened the door, a splash of red caught his eye. An exquisitely decorated gift box sat quietly on the table in front of the fireplace, as if it had just been brought in. He paused, his eyes flickering almost imperceptibly. Oh, quite sensible, he chuckled softly, but didn't immediately approach. The image of the blood red had flashed involuntarily through his mind as the pastry box was opened. His palms suddenly grew cold. He sighed, forcing himself to approach and slowly lift the lid. Thankfully, there was no smell of blood. Inside were several sparkling gemstones, a pure gold bracelet, and an unsigned letter, presented to a distinguished guest of the Empire. Camille chuckled softly. Quite clever indeed. He closed the lid, sat back in his chair, and tapped his fingers absently on the armrest. Camille had seen through the true nature of it all. To survive in the north, he had no choice but to obey Louis without reservation. Chapter 325 The Calvin Family Meeting. Duke Calvin sat alone in his study, a neatly trimmed letter in his hand, signed by his 8th son, Louis Calvin. This letter arrived almost every 3 months, traveling thousands of miles from Red Tide City in the north to Calvin's residence in the southeast. Tisk, this child, quite well-mannered, Duke Calvin murmured sarcastically. He slowly unfolded the letter, his gaze sweeping over the familiar opening phrase, grateful for the family's protection and supplies. Red Tide territory is well governed, operating smoothly this quarter, with stable public sentiment and adequate preparations for winter. The latter half of the letter was a string of gold coins. Recently, due to the construction of a new port, we plan to expand the shipyard, but we are short of skilled shipwrights and technicians. We hope the family can provide assistance. Once the port is completed, goods from the south and north can be transported directly by sea, saving excessive time. It is expected to save more than 3 times the transportation time, enhancing Red Tide's foreign trade capabilities, and simultaneously benefiting the family's southeastern branch of the Merchant Guild. Duke Calvin nodded in unconscious agreement. This isn't just about a few horses and sacks of grain, it will impact the transport capacity, routes, and even bargaining power of the north, especially the southeast provinces. But this son is truly greedy. Skilled shipwrights aren't just any laborers you can find on the street. The family has already sent 2 batches of people. Is that not enough? You dare to ask for more, the Duke scoffed, a hint of amusement in his eyes. But Duke Calvin really had to consider it. If Louis could truly build that port, it would significantly shorten the time for north-south trade, greatly benefiting the family. Moreover, the Red Tide territory and the family's merchant guild would be completely bound together, becoming a community of shared interests and destiny. Not a bad thing. After weighing the pros and cons, Duke Calvin would still send people. Manpower would be provided, equipment approved, but with conditions. Expanding the port was fine, but the family would retain a percentage of the main navigation rights, commercial tax ports, and control of the outposts. Duke Calvin continued reading, officially conferred the title of Earl of the North. His youngest son was born this month. Mother and child are safe and sound, thanks to the family for their blessings. Having finished reading, the Duke's lips curled slightly, and he placed a letter back on the table. The letter was lukewarm, neither particularly warm nor distant, like a perfunctory report. Even the birth of a child was addressed with a dry thanks to the family for their blessings, as if merely completing a formality. A duke, a son, while constantly thanking the family, he's running further and further away. Quite shrewd. Unfortunately, this shrewd son clearly had no intention of truly aligning himself with the family. Initially, sending him to the north was merely to fulfill the emperor's expansionist decree, a mere scrap of land to fill the ranks. Who would have thought that this scrap of land would now truly take root in the north, becoming a local power? Now even knights, nobles, and merchant guilds are starting to gravitate towards him. His own spies have either been absorbed or marginalized. Still thinks he's Calvin, Duke Calvin sneered, sitting up straight. To have achieved this much meant the boy was indeed capable, but it also meant he was out of control. The real intelligence he had came from the family's merchant guild. Every achievement Louis had made had astonished him. The Crimson Tide territory now controlled most of the Northern Territory's mines and salt lakes, controlled more than a third of the Northern Territory's population, and even the old northern nobles were completely subservient to him. Louis had turned the wasteland into his own kingdom. Duke Calvin leaned back in his high-backed chair, tapping the table, and began to reconsider the question that had been nagging at him lately: who should be the successor to the patriarch? Originally, this shouldn't have been a question. His eldest son, Gaius Calvin, was the undisputed future patriarch, excelling in knighthood, military talent, and political acumen. But now, Gaius had disappeared along with the emperor, his fate uncertain, and he had virtually no chance of inheriting the Calvin family line. Then there was his third son, Eduardo. Due to special circumstances, he had been personally sent to the Golden Feather Flower papacy when Eduardo was young. But precisely because of this child was destined from the start not to become the heir to the family headship. As for the remaining sons, Selton was indeed shrewd, good at business, and ruthless. But his vision was too narrow, his perspective too limited. He always thought everyone else was a bunch of brainless fools. Even with Louis's meteoric rise, he thought it was just good luck, catching the right wave. Clever in his small ways, but lacking in vision, he shook his head. As for the other sons, Duke Calvin sighed, rubbing his temples, his gaze falling on the family tree on the table. How many sons did he actually have? A dozen? 12? 15? He couldn't quite remember. But the truly capable ones, he could count them on his fingers. On the contrary, the one who was least favored, he murmured, is now the only reliable pillar of the family, Louis, Earl of the North, Lord of the Red Tide. His mother was a lowly maid, and now, through his own efforts, he started from the most remote fiefdom and transformed a wasteland into the heart of the North. Now, the most suitable child, this was the conclusion he didn't want to voice. Unfortunately, despite the name Calvin etched in his blood, he always seemed to be trying to draw a line. He maintained a distant, almost aloof, distance, even drawing closer to the Edmund family. The pawns he sent to the red tide in recent years had almost all perished. Some were absorbed, becoming Lewis's confidants, some drifted away, unable to gather any information about the core, some disappeared without a trace, not even reporting back, their fates unknown. The entire red tide was like an impenetrable iron barrel, unable even for his tentacles to penetrate. "Am I too clever?" he murmured, staring down at the letter, his expression complex. He folded the letter and slowly tossed it into the fire. The flames licked the paper, turning each word to ashes. Staring at the fading words, Duke Calvin's lips curled into a cold smile. "You want to break free from the family? Don't forget to pave the way for you." His tone was sarcastic, yet couldn't hide a hint of satisfaction. This son, the one he'd sent to the north as scrap, was now Earl, the most powerful man in the north. Truly unexpected. "Your Grace." A servant whispered from outside the door, "The clan council is about to begin, all the lords are seated." "Understood." Duke Calvin slowly rose, straightened his sleeves, and his expression returned to its usual composure. The council chamber was located in a secluded room deep within the mansion, its walls thick with stone. Only the core family members participated, there were no recorders, and no advisors were allowed. The stated agenda was to analyze the situation in the capital after the emperor's disappearance and assess the regent's ability to govern. But the real question was, which prince should the Calvin family bet on? Bet correctly, and the status of the 8 great families would remain unshaken. A wrong bet could mean losing even the southeastern province. Duke Calvin entered and calmly took his seat at the head of the table. His brothers, several high-ranking family elders, and several of his sons, the next generation's pillars, were already seated on either side of the long table. The candlelight illuminated their faces, ambitious, shrewd, silent. But in Duke Calvin's eyes, their thoughts were almost written on their faces. Especially his son, Selton Calvin. This young man, who had built his fortune on the family's trade routes, now controlled nearly 30% of the family's merchant guild's profits. Every move he made exuded confidence. Sitting there, he seemed certain that the head seat was his for the taking. But he didn't know that the real game had already taken a different turn. He didn't even understand who the players were and who the pawns were. Duke Calvin's gaze swept over the crowd, his tone casual as he spoke. "The capital is in turmoil. It seems the regent won't be able to hold out much longer. Tonight, let's discuss which prince we should bet on." Silence fell over the hall. Selton Calvin sat at the right end of the long table, his eyes slowly scanning the assembled figures. These people would all eventually become supporting characters on his future throne. He was the third son, controlling 30% of the family's trade system and managing 4 of the most crucial interprovincial trade routes. In terms of real power, few present, besides his father, could surpass him. His eldest brother, Gaius? He was in a coma, his fate unknown, even the emperor was nowhere to be found. Lewis? Selton admitted that guy was troublesome. He had single-handedly created something out of what should have been a dead land in the north. Now, he had not only been granted the title of Earl, but also controlled several knightly orders and half of the northern nobility, even reusing some of the family's old trade routes. He's risen from the bottom to where he is now. To say he lacks ability would be a lie. But he's already established himself in the north. So let him stay there, as far away from the southeast provinces as possible. Even if he has some influence, he's just a distant threat. As for the rest of his brothers, a bunch of worthless fish in sheep's clothing. Everything is ready, all that's needed is an opportunity to prove himself. And now is my chance to rise to power. Selton knows this perfectly well. "Father," Selton spoke up at the opportune moment, his tone sharp, "I believe we must clarify our stance and decide which prince to support. This is the most crucial issue at hand." All eyes turned to him, and he continued, "The 4th prince has good relations with the censorate, ensuring a stable civil service system and protecting the capital. The 2nd prince has the military power, capable of stabilizing the borders. The crown prince is weak and incompetent, a mere puppet. The 5th prince is even less trustworthy, and intelligence suggests he's colluding with foreign powers. If we bet on the wrong side, the family's century-old foundation will be destroyed." He paused deliberately, scanning the room. "Therefore, I advocate supporting the strongest among the princes. We are not philanthropists, we must support the side capable of seizing power." His words were resolute, logically clear, and sounded very prudent. Many elders on either side of the long table nodded frequently, some even whispering praise. "That makes sense." Selton was secretly pleased. But Duke Calvin, seated at the head of the table, remained unmoved. He simply lowered his head, picked up his wineglass, and took a small sip, already forming his opinion. It was too safe. Selton, that kid, was always good at guessing what his superiors wanted, but precisely because of that, he never really got anywhere. These words were practically meaningless. They seemed to analyze the situation, but were mostly empty talk, just clever tricks. Duke Calvin put down his glass, his tone calm. "I've noted your thoughts. Let's hear what others have to say." Selton maintained his composure, but his fingers unconsciously clenched his knees as he silently returned to his seat. He understood that his father was dissatisfied but unwilling to contradict him publicly. "Brother," Earl Robert spoke first, his younger brother, the Duke, always mature and prudent. "While the second prince holds military power, he has offended many. The censorate, the treasury, and the civil service are all at odds with him. If the three sides join forces to counterattack, the outcome is unpredictable. I think the fourth prince is also worth watching." Bran, the ninth prince, whispered from his seat. "Ha," someone sneered, "the fourth prince? That bookworm who spends all day hiding in his study writing imperial governance proposals? The empire values military achievements and practical results, not fancy words." The atmosphere became tense. Until Elder Isaac slowly spoke up. "Actually, there are some voices discussing the fifth prince." The long table fell silent for a moment. This was the prince who had disappeared for many years and returned to the capital recently, rumored to be secretly colluding with the Golden Feather Flower Church, though there was no evidence. "That path is too dangerous," the Duke finally spoke, but no one could discern his true feelings. No one knew that at that moment, the contents of a secret letter flashed through his mind. That letter was personally delivered by his sister Eleanor to a manor on the outskirts of the capital. That was the secret base he had arranged to contact the fifth prince's faction. More importantly, Eduardo had already converted to the Golden Feather Flower Church, becoming a core member of the church, and had some connections with the fifth prince. All of this was unknown to those present. Just as everyone was expressing their opinions, the Duke turned his gaze to an old man at the end of the long table. Carter Calvin, one of the eldest elders in the family, was a man of few words, yet his words carried considerable weight. Carter nodded slowly, his tone unhurried. "If I had to choose, I believe the second prince is worth a gamble. He has connections in the army, his reputation is still strong, and he's a name recognized in the capital." Duke Calvin didn't respond immediately. He merely nodded slightly, his expression calm, revealing neither joy nor anger. But this single gesture, in the eyes of those present, was like a seal, gently stamped on the second prince's name. Some eyes lit up, while others pondered silently. No one knew that Duke Calvin didn't truly agree with this statement. It was a false rumor, a trap. The phrase "the Calvin family leans towards the second prince" was bait he had personally laid out. If, within a few days, rumors suddenly spread in the capital that the Calvin family intends to support the second prince, then he could follow the trail and find the wolf hiding in this meeting, lurking in some hidden corner. Before the storm that would sweep through the empire arrives, he must first clean up his own ship. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.